Sunak, who has declared himself to be a proud Hindu, had recently gone to a temple to celebrate Janmashtami. Three-time champion Novak Djokovic will not play in the upcoming US Open, which begins on Monday. Now, Djokovic is ineligible to travel to the US due to COVID protocols, which require him to be vaccinated. This is the second Grand Slam that he will miss for not being vaccinated. He was deported before the Australian Open earlier this year. In bizarre retribution.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As a large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow, causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between two parties. After the video went viral, police has now started investigating the matter.
The Goa police has registered a murder case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August. 3 terrorists were killed as security forces foiled an infiltration bid along the line of control in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth foliage and rainfall and low clouds to infiltrate. 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 Chinese M16 rifle and other ammunition has been recovered. The Indian Army is hiring via
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narsavan coming to you live from the newsroom here at CNN News 18. Ladies and gentlemen, we turn the spotlight towards Assam, where the madrasas of terror, the crackdown continues. One district itself, that is of Golpara itself, there is another arrest that has been made. Arrest of those who were masquerading as teachers and imams, but their agenda was to spread radicalism and terrorism with their affiliations to outfits like the Ansarullah Bangla and of course the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent. This entire nexus is a big crackdown which is currently happening. Hafizur Rahman, he is the latest to be arrested. A madrasa teacher has now been arrested in Golpara after 2 imams were arrested. This Golpara region is the 4th big arrest in Golpara and Assam itself. That's the picture that you have on your screens right now of Hafizur Rahman, who's a teacher who's been taken into custody. This is the 4th big arrest in this entire terror nexus case. The other 3 being high-profile imams who were involved in terror propaganda. This also extends into Morigaon all the way. They all made their ingress into India from Dhubri, and then they have been ensconced here in this Golpara region, and they have been setting up their own madrasas and also mosques, and they have been trying to push very, very vitriolic thought process and literature along with a very, very radical agenda. With Golpara emerging as a key center for these jihadi modules, the DGP of Assam also has reached the district on Thursday to monitor the developments. Preeti joining us now live. Preeti, who is this person and how did the authorities and the forces get to Hafizur Rahman? Is he an Indian national or is he also somebody who's illegally entered India from Bangladesh?
Yes, Anand, as of now, what we have been informed by the Superintendent of Police is just that Hafizur Rahman is the 4th arrest of this Gwalpara module of jihadis that has been arrested, and that he was a madrasa teacher. As we have seen that there has been a great connection of these people with the masjids and the madrasas, and now Hafizur Rahman is found to be a madrasa teacher who was teaching in Bongaigaon. However, yesterday also another person, Abdul Chaubahan, as earlier was arrested, that jihadis, the accused jihadis name was also Abdul Chaubahan. Another person yesterday was arrested from Bongaigaon itself, and he was also Abdul Chauhan, and this is the 4th arrest today as far as said by the Superintendent of Police of Gwalpara. He has said that he was a madrasa teacher, and while we tried to ask them about how they reached to him and how is this person Hafizur related to this entire module, he just stated that as far the investigation is going on, as of now, what he can say to me is about he being a madrasa teacher, and definitely he said the police has found some objectionable materials from his possession. Why he has that is why he has been arrested.
Now, Preeti, how long has he been there as a madrasa teacher? Was he indoctrinating youngsters? What is his connection with the outfits like Ansarullah Bangla and also the other three imams who've now been arrested from this very region? Goalpara now emerging as the hub of radical and terror groups operating, especially those coming from Bangladesh.
Yes, this person Hafizur was working as a madrasa teacher there since a long time now, and he has been indoctrinating this dark jihad into a lot of youths of the region, especially in Bongaigaon. It as informed by the police, as in the earlier cases also. While we went to the place where this meeting was held, the Dharm Sabha was held, where the Abdul Chobahan and other people related to the Barpeta module, and also, as we remember, Mustafa was related, and those people were also related to the madrasas and the masjid basically. And while we talked to the local people, they also stated that these people do not remain at one place for a long time, and they try to indoctrinate the youth and then take them along wherever they shift. As we saw in the case of Abdul Chobahan, who was working in a madrasa in Goalpara, we saw that he was indoctrinating the youth there, and he took along the youth when he ran away, when he shifted his place from that place to another place in Goalpara, and which was the masjid in the same district.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Preeti. The DGP, Assam DGP, has also reached Goalpara. He's given out a reaction. We'll play that out, what he's talked about specific. Some of these madrasas coming under the radar. But Captain Alok Bansal, Director India Foundation, is joining us. Alokji, namaste. This is now becoming endemic. Wherever we are seeing these people who enter in here, pose as teachers, madrasas, masjids mushrooming, unchecked, a lot of them illegal, and some of them acting as hubs and havens for terrorists to come into the country.
See, there is no
Along
doubt
with the radicalization and indoctrination which is happening, Alokji. Yeah, please.
see, this is what I've been saying earlier also, Anand, is that there is a huge amount of radicalization which is going on. And as a result, and the ideal medium for this radicalization is these madaris or so-called Islamic schools where this is being indoctrinated. So most of the teachers, students, etc. Teachers are the conduits and the students are being indoctrinated. And as I said, we need to keep a watch on it. But it is virtually impossible for the state agencies to keep a watch on all the madaris that exist in this school. We need to actually get onto the narrative that they are circulating and try and counter that narrative, because keeping a tab on each and every suspect may not be feasible. While security agencies have done a wonderful job by apprehending terrorists across length and breadth of India, but eventually they may fail sometimes and one odd person might get away. So we need to have a greater centralized mechanism for controlling this sort of radicalization and terrorism. We need to watch every single madaris, keep a tab on the curriculum that is being followed there. I think all state governments need to bring these madaris under some sort of control, some sort of monitoring. Their curriculum needs to be restructured so that modern subjects are taught along with the religious subjects, so that the products of these madaris are not only fit to become terrorists or radicalized youth, but can also be absorbed into a normal lifestyle.
No, but isn't it the religious instruction, the kind of religious instruction that needs to be monitored? Because it's not just about modern education, it's about this kind of instruction, and if the instruction borders on indoctrination, then should there be a big question that should be raised? Because Assam right now has shut down all the state-run madrasas, and they've also now got an SOP in place in terms of who you appoint as an imam, who you appoint as a madrasa teacher or an instructor. Because it's what they're instructing is the issue. The religious instruction, if it goes beyond theology into indoctrination, that's where we have a problem, Alokji.
Undoubtedly. See, this is what I have been saying very often, is that this narrative which they are generating, this indoctrination which is taking place, we need to counter it. We need to understand how this takes place. This indoctrination is subtle. but definitive. What do? They have created a narrative which selectively quotes from their religious texts and religious beliefs, and then indoctrinates the student or the target into following the diktats of those who want to use them. So we have to counter it. Now, the countering it can only be done by creating a counter narrative and propagating it, so that the youth are already immune to this sort of a narrative or this sort of indoctrination. And for that, we need to structure, we need to work out at the highest level and create a counter narrative by quoting from religious texts, so that the target youth are already aware that what is going to come to them, and they are actually immune to this sort of indoctrination. Now, of course, besides that, state governments need to monitor what is being taught in the madaris. That is, of course, need to be done, and I think all state governments need to do that.
Right. Alokji, I'm just going to check if Preeti is still there. And Preeti, what kind of steps have been, countermeasures have been put in place? One. Secondly, what kind of material has been found in the possession of these people? How many children was this madrasa teacher, Hafizur Rahman, teaching? And what was he teaching them?
Yes, first of all, about the steps taken by the government already, they have the chief minister of the state has stated about making a proper kind of a portal where they will be giving out the SOPs, where how the imams working in these masjids have to register, how they will be cross-checked by the local police, and then they will be able to work. Such kind of things will be placed. But today, while we talk to the chief minister, he also stated that it will take some time because they will have to do it in a proper way. So definitely they have started the process very slowly, but no survey as of now has been done, because first of all he said that there needs to be a survey done, and after that they will be going on for the SOPs for the imams and the madrasa teachers. And regarding the teachings that has been provided in these madrasas, I have to tell you, Anand, that there are certain contents that have been found in the entire all these modules, all similar kind of have, we can say the teachings, and the teachings have been founded. Certain booklets have been found, certain leaflets saying about jihad, and also saying about how to die for jihad. Such kind of things are also there, and the entire modules state that such kind of inducing such kind of dark jihad kind of contents have been found from everywhere. And as we talk to the Gwalpara SP, he also stated that the findings are quite similar in all the modules from the imam to the madrasa teachers. They have been trying to induce such kind of elements where they teach the students to die in the name of jihad. So those are the contents they are teaching. And why we talk to the students there, because as you remember, we were there for the ground report in Gwalpara when we tried to talk with the locals there and the students and the children there reading in the madrasas. We were earlier a part of the madrasa. While we asked them what they want to be in their life, or what are their ambitions, they all had one thing to say: they wanted to be either imam or a madrasa teacher. So this is going on a thread. You can see it is a thread that is linked up, and they try to inculcate such things that the students particularly think about the dark side of the religion, and go towards inculcating jihad and finishing sacrificing themselves for the cause of the
it's not just it's the kind of instruction and the method of the instruction, what is being instructed. That's where now how are we going to scrutinize that? Preeti, thank you for your inputs. Alokji, quick comment before we move on to the other big development here on the Nation at 5. But how do we stop this aspect of indoctrination via instruction? And it's not easy to pinpoint. More importantly, these people all seem to have come into India illegally, now have valid papers and claim to be Indian citizens, but clearly they are not.
See, as I said, there are 2 or 3 immediate objectives. One is to screen anyone who's coming there. In fact, illegal immigration needs to be controlled. And I think one of the important ingredients of controlling illegal immigration is to allow valid work permits, because please understand, a large chunk of population from Bangladesh comes to work in India, and I think we need to have some system of valid work permits so that these people will come, they are accounted for, they work and they go back. If you don't have a legitimate avenue for coming, you will have illegitimate illegal immigrants, and these illegal immigrants are the biggest source of this indoctrination. The second is all these madaris, etc. What is their curriculum? What are the books? What are the textbooks, etc. needs to be monitored. All the states must have some monitoring mechanism. And then finally, which is the major thing, it is to come out with a counter narrative so that the youth, the potential targets of indoctrination, are already exposed to this de-radicalization narrative so that this doesn't have an effect. And that is a very big time requirement, and that requires a very, very carefully calibrated narrative that needs to be generated, which will require a good understanding of theology, and using that we'll have to counter radicalize.
Well, we are getting some more inputs, and I'm going to see if we can get Niloy on the phone. We've got the DGP. We've got the we've got the DGP, Mr. Bhaskar Jyoti, on the phone line. Namaste, sir. This is Anand Narsimhan here. Big crackdown in Golpara. Your thoughts? You're in Golpara too. 4 big arrests that have been made from one district itself.
Yes. Yes. Today also one chap is arrested who's a senior mufti of a particular masjid, and like Hafizur Rahman, he's somebody very important. He's owned it up. Whatever he's saying is well, good to our ears, in the sense that we are being able to unearth entire lot of unanswered questions. So Al-Qaeda has been kind of trying to make its way into the minds of the youngsters in Assam, especially Lower Assam, in a very, very methodical manner. And they are taking recourse to, some employment in terms of teachers in madrasas and imams in some masjids. So we need to perhaps look at the way the madrasas are run here. The madrasas started the way they are started out here in Assam. And we are working on it in a process of counter-radicalization. We are engaging with the community of the Islamic faith. And they are being very cooperative. And we are on the path of the radicalization strategy in this region.
Mr. Mahanta, what kind of intent have they come in with? Do they have a secessionist intent, and also along with radicalization? Are they pushing in thoughts of a greater Bangladesh and then hiving off Lower Assam?
They are not talking about that yet. The modus operandi has been to get in touch with people from Bangladesh and also from other countries, for all you know. Once they go to Deoband for religious courses or education, and they come in contact with all kinds of characters of Al-Qaeda origin, and then they get influenced, and in turn they bring them along with them to Assam, and they get a local girl married to one of those characters, and they get them into a madrasa, and then they spread the message of jihad, etc. By engaging in different kinds of mashwaras. At this moment, their focus has been to radicalize as many youngsters as possible, talk in terms of, actions to be taken against the kafirs, and advocating pure Islam everywhere in Assam. And they're trying to create a base and future soldiers for, mujahideens, etc., so that, they could perhaps at appropriate time they will strike.
But are you apprehensive that this may not just be limited to Gwalpara? Because there was this Morigaon Madrasa also.
We have already busted 5-6 modules already in different districts, not only in Gwalpara. We have already got this Safiul of Bangladesh in Barpeta. He was also an imam. And he is the main mover and shaker, actually, along with a couple of other chaps who have given us a sleep at this moment. So some people have been caught in Madhya Pradesh, some people are caught also in Bengal, and they all have connection out here in different districts in Assam. Morigaon, Gwalpara, Barpeta, Dhubri. So we are trying to join the dots everywhere, inside Assam as well as outside Assam. So let's see how we take it forward. I'm sure once we get the rest of the chaps who are absconding at this moment, the entire picture will be clear how far they have made an ingress into the minds of the general Muslim youth out here. But I'm convinced that Muslims in Assam are not going to support them, and Assam police is at the top of the situation and will not allow them to succeed.
Sir, final question. Is there a special team that's been now put in place? We're given to understand that Hafizur Rahman is in 5 days of police custody. But is there a special team that's now been tasked with investigating this entire nexus?
Yes, of course. We are engaging some specialists and who've been kind of at it for quite some time now. And we've got a good database. And we are joining the dots and trying to create a bigger picture and establish in a court of law about their involvement in a terroristic design.
We wish you and your team all the very best, and we are continuously tracking the story here at CNN News 18. Mr. Mahanta, good to speak with you, and thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Short break here on The Nation at 5. So the Assam DGP confirming that it's not just Gwalpara, but multiple districts where multiple modules have been busted. They are piecing together the larger blueprint. We will keep you abreast of the latest developments, but this madrasa module of terror has been busted, and it's a big bust that's happened in Assam. This one in Gwalpara, 4th big arrest in that one district itself. Short break here on The Nation at 5. All about Sonali Phogat and that mystery of her death when we come back.
Causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between two parties. After the video went viral, police has now started investigating the matter.
The Goa police has registered a murder case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August. 3 terrorists were killed as security forces foiled an infiltration bid along the line of control in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth foliage and rainfall and low clouds to infiltrate. 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 Chinese M16 rifle and other ammunition has been recovered. The Indian Army is hiring via the JEE Main 2022 exam. Now here are the details. Let's take you through the details of these online applications from male candidate recruitment under 10+2. The technical entry scheme candidates can submit applications till the 21st of September. Hiring to be conducted to fill the total of about 90 vacant positions. Candidates must have appeared in the JEE main examination. Now, Taiwan has unveiled its plan for record boost in defense spending.
After China staged unprecedented military exercises near Taiwan, the island is getting battle-ready. Taiwan has announced a 14% increase in defense spending for new fighting jets and other military equipment. This is a sharp increase in defense spending for the country, considering it has only been 4 to 5% in recent years. The tipping point has been China's muscle flexing. Ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented visit to the island last month, China's People's Liberation Army rolled out a series of military exercises surrounding the island. From launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan to sending Chinese warships to the Taiwan Strait and PLA warplanes breaching the median line. China wants Taiwan reunified with the mainland and has accused the US of trying to overturn decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in the PLA airshow. And a video of British Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak performing Gau Puja in London is going viral. The 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshata Murthy, and together they performed the Aarti of the cow. Sunak, who has declared himself to be a proud Hindu, had recently gone to a temple to celebrate Janmashtami. Three-time champion Novak Djokovic will not play in the upcoming US Open, which begins on Monday. Now, Djokovic is ineligible to travel to the US due to COVID protocols, which require him to be vaccinated. This is the second Grand Slam that he will miss for not being vaccinated. He was deported before the Australian Open earlier this year. In bizarre retribution.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As a large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow.
Back on the Nation at 5 with the latest around Sonali Phogat, where it's just getting more and more intriguing with the IG Goa addressing a press conference where Omveer Singh very clearly said that there are 2-3 aspects, and he clarified. He said that there is video evidence that there were 2 people who were close associates of Sonali Phogat who were trying to be physically push their proximity to her in a crowd. And there is a video evidence that something was being mixed, an obnoxious chemical is what he is called, was being mixed into her drink, and after which she started losing her physical capacity, and she was and control over her own movements, and she was trying to find her place, and these 2 people tried to take her away and moved her towards the bathroom. Now that is the video evidence they have where she was for the next 2 hours. What happened inside there is a subject matter of investigation, but they believe that over the next 23 hours they will be able to get the accused to come and tell us, come and reveal more. He also let out, and he also informed the media during his briefing, that the blunt force injuries that have been marked in the post-mortem were not mortal. They were not those that could have claimed the life of Sonali Phogat. And they say that the accused have said that while they were trying to help her around in the bathroom, she has got those injuries because she was falling down and she had no control, physical control, because of what drug, whatever she had consumed. The nature of this chemical, the nature of this drug, they do not know. The police is yet to ascertain. They are waiting for the chemical analysis. But they do know that it is the 2 accused, and both of them are co-accused. And they were the ones responsible for mixing it. And they believe that this was a nefarious intent, and she was not aware that this was being done with her. The police also ruled out heart attack as the cause for death, saying that initially on prima facie the doctor thought it is heart attack, but it is not. It is a result of whatever she had ingested. That's where the cops have stopped, saying they will be able to reveal more on further interrogation over the next 24 hours. Let's listen into what Mr. Omveer Singh said.
जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज करली क्लब से लिए गए, उनके आधार पर देखा गया कि एलिज्ड सुधीर सांगवान और उसका एसोसिएट सुखविंदर सिंह, और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है, जिसके बाद विक्टिम अपने सेल्फ में नहीं रह पाई, फिर उसको संभाला जाता है और दूसरे शॉट में भी देखा कि उसको लिक्विड में कुछ पिलाया जा रहा है। करीब 4:30 बजे जब वो अपने आप को संभालने में नाकाम रही तो मुलजिम विक्टिम को बाथरूम टॉयलेट की तरफ लेके जाता है और फिर वहाँ करीब 2 घंटे वो रहते हैं टॉयलेट में, जिसका एक्सप्लेनेशन अभी तक एक्यूज ने नहीं दिया है।
Anshul joining us live. Anshul, what is it that the cops are now saying, and are they now convinced that this was a nefarious intent? There was a nefarious intent involved.
Definitely, and initially we heard the cops saying that this was actually a heart attack, and if the family would not have made that pressure on the Goa police, maybe this case would have been an open and shut case, and this investigation would not have gone out in the manner that it went out. So the two brothers of Sonali Phogat went to Goa and stayed there for 4 days, making sure, giving out statements to the media where they said that this is not a case of heart attack, but it is an absolute case of murder. Because remember, they were already from day one putting allegations on his PA, Sudhir Sangwan. They have already been putting allegations on him that he was the person who had taken control over Sonali Phogat. In fact, this was also a matter of property. We have seen that one of the flats in Gurgaon where Sonali Phogat has been named as the wife of his PA in police records. So yes, the family has been saying this from day one. Also, the family today has been alleging that he was the person who did not allow even the family members to come close to her or to speak to her in regard of property matters. So yes, the family since day one has been saying that this has been done intentionally to gain control over the property of Sonali Phogat. The family is also saying that they will wait and see after the cremations have been done today, since at around 12 p.m. the cremations were done. After the cremation, the family is now going ahead and looking at what are the properties that have been taken up by her PA. So yes, this was all a planned object, that very well planned thing that had happened, and this is what the family has been saying. Also, the family put out allegations that her drink was spiked from day one itself. She was drugged, the family had been saying, and today the police after 4 days has come out and confirmed that as well. So yes, everything that the family had said is coming true. Also, a very interesting fact, Anand, that on the day that she left from Hisar, Sonali Phogat left from Hisar, she had a bodyguard with her, and that bodyguard was sent back approximately 50 kilometers away from Hisar. Once the Haryana border was crossed, the bodyguard was sent back by his PA, and since then nobody knew where Sonali Phogat was. Last evening, just before her death, her family has also come out and said that they actually spoke to her, and her PA said that she was somewhere in Mumbai and she had gone there for a shooting. But the next morning, the news that comes to them absolutely shocked everyone, where the Goa police actually informed them that she has been found dead in a hotel. So yes, many discrepancies have been coming out in the statements of both the accused.
Right.
Initially, the accused said that she herself said that she would not go to the hospital as she is a celebrity and could create a ruckus, could create a harm to her image, because she was drugged at that point in time. And if she was drugged,
Right.
and if the PA was with her, wasn't it his responsibility to actually take her to the hospital and make sure that nothing happens to her? But in the manner that she was drugged, what drugs were given to her, the Goa police has been saying
Right.
that it was an obnoxious chemical. But yes, experts have been saying that such chemical could be something like an MDMA, which could be mixed with water, and the water still remains transparent.
A synthetic drug that was given to her is something the cops have said. The accused have confessed to some aspects. Now, the video evidence also, Herman is with us on the phone line. The cops clearly saying the video evidence shows that these two were trying to force themselves on her, getting physically very aggressive and very into close proximity. But they've also said, the cops said, we are making both co-accused. Now, is that a big hint that's being dropped that perhaps both of them were part of this entire conspiracy or whatever they had planned out, Herman? And they are also saying what happened in those 2 hours in the bathroom is a big question, although the cops say that there is no evidence of her being sexually abused.
Well, Anand, just going by what the investigation and the official states, what has been stated officially, the FIR has clearly said that there was a common intention between both of the DO as far as committing her murder. But for what? What was the larger gain? Were they under, certain sort of pressure? Was there a larger person involved? We do know that there is a former Haryana minister who has been under the scanner, and who has also been linked, by association to one of these suspects. Who will been arrested by the Goa police. Yes, we do know that clearly. And this was in fact Goa police that right at the start, Anand, had come on record and said, no, this was a clear-cut deal, that this was a death related to cardiac arrest and there was no foul play. Subsequently, only after the family members arrived and they said, no, we were not informed of family shoot, that she had a film shoot here in Goa. Upon investigation, it was found that the hotel room were only booked for 2 days. That something is foul play. And then the report came, and then they said the post-mortem report clearly stated, Anand, that there were forceful injuries to her body, which clearly pointed out as a sign of physical assault. But why is it with entire confidence that the Goa police initially stated that this was a case of cardiac arrest, and subsequently now with you have major lapses coming forward? Yes, it is a pre-planned murder conspiracy is what the family alleges. But are these only the two staffers to be blamed? What is the larger gain? Is there a bigger player into this entire sort of conspiracy that has taken place? Only time will tell, Anand.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Anshul and Herman. We're going to take a very short break here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us.
The 10+2, the technical entry scheme candidates can submit applications till the 21st of September. Hiring to be conducted to fill the total of about 90 vacant positions. Candidates must have appeared in the JEE main examination. Now, Taiwan has unveiled its plan for record boost in defense spending.
After China staged unprecedented military exercises near Taiwan, the island is getting battle ready. Taiwan has announced a 14% increase in defense spending for new fighting jets and other military equipment. This is a sharp increase in defense spending for the country, considering it has only been 4 to 5% in recent years. The tipping point has been China's muscle flexing. Ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented visit to the island last month, China's People's Liberation Army rolled out a series of military exercises surrounding the island. From launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan to sending Chinese warships to the Taiwan Strait and PLA warplanes breaching the median line. China wants Taiwan reunified with the mainland and has accused the US of trying to overturn decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in the PLA air show. And a video of British Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak performing Gau Puja in London is going viral. The 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshata Murthy, and together they performed the Aarti of the cow. Sunak, who has declared himself to be a proud Hindu, had recently gone to a temple to celebrate Janmashtami. Three-time champion Novak Djokovic will not play in the upcoming US Open, which begins on Monday. Now, Djokovic is ineligible to travel to the US due to COVID protocols, which require him to be vaccinated. This is the second Grand Slam that he will miss for not being vaccinated. He was deported before the Australian Open earlier this year. In bizarre retribution.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As a large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow, causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between two parties. After the video went viral, police has now started investigating the matter.
The Goa police has registered a murder case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected.
We're back on The Nation at 5 with the latest that's come in from the Congress party, with another veteran who's been there for nearly 50 years as part of the Congress party from the 70s. 73-year-old Ghulam Nabi Azad writing a scathing 5-page letter addressed to the interim president Sonia Gandhi and telling her that he is getting out of the party, and he's laid the blame squarely on the way Rahul Gandhi is running the party. He's not only used the word coterie multiple times in that letter, he's also termed the behavior of Rahul Gandhi when he tore open the ordinance that was approved by the cabinet and also had presidential sanction as childish behavior, and blamed it for the debacle in 2014. He's also termed the fact, he's also come out and lamented the fact that veterans and their advice and counsel has been ignored, and multiple suggestions for reform have been set aside. And he has said that even now the entire electoral process is a sham and that it is a puppet or a proxy who's going to be now put in place as party president. And this is not what the Congress party stood for. As he made his way out, obviously there have been many who have come out and criticized Ghulam Nabi Azad for going ahead and saying what he did and writing what he did. Some within the G23 himself have said that the G23 was for reform and not for revolt. But then he follows a list of very, very senior Congress leaders who have walked out of the party disillusioned, disgruntled, and feeling humiliated. Listen into some of the reactions.
A senior Congress leader, Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, has resigned from the party completely. How do you see this development?
It's very unfortunate, and I'm particularly personally saddened that a close associate, a very good friend, who has been in the forefront of raising issues within the Congress party for over 2.5, 3 years. Sometime back, couple of years back, some of us wrote a letter to the then Congress president, who was interim Congress president, Srimati Sonia Gandhi, highlighting some of the issues, similar issues, particularly saying that Congress party needs to be led by a full-time leader with a fire in the belly, so that we had to take on Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah, who are more than 24/7 leaders. And that can only happen if the leader is grown from within the Congress party.
राहुल गांधी अपरिपक्व नेता हैं, नॉन सीरियस हैं, बचकाना हरकत करते हैं, मेरी इफगी चलवाते हैं, इस तरह के आरोप सीधे राहुल गांधी पर।
कोई कुछ आरोप लगाए, हम उसका जवाब नहीं देंगे, इसलिए कि हम अपनी पार्टी को इतना छोटा नहीं मानते हैं, ना इतना छोटा हम कर सकते हैं कि हर बात का हम लोग जवाब दें। ये हमारा जो पार्टी के साथ जो हमारा संबंध है वो इस पर नहीं निर्धारित है कि हमारे फैसले में हमारा क्या हक होगा, हमको क्या मिलेगा, ये कभी नहीं रहा है, ना कभी रहना चाहिए। और इसलिए जब आज हम ये देखते हैं कि पार्टी एक कठिन परिस्थिति में लड़ाई लड़ रही है, अपने अस्तित्व की लड़ाई लड़ रही है, इस देश की जो परंपराएं हैं उसकी लड़ाई लड़ रही है, हमारी आज़ादी के जो आधार है उसकी लड़ाई लड़ रही है, इस वक्त अगर कोई छोड़ कर जाता है तो मैं समझता हूँ कि इससे ज़्यादा दुख भरी कोई घटना और नहीं हो सकती, इससे ज़्यादा शिकायत की बात नहीं हो सकती कि कोई इस समय पर छोड़ के जाए।
प्रदेश कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष, चीफ मिनिस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर का सब कुछ मिला हो, उनसे कोई देश में उम्मीद नहीं करता था कि आजाद साहब इस प्रकार का पत्र लिख देंगे। पहले सोनिया गांधी जी बीमार थी तो पत्र लिखा तो लोगों ने अन्यथा लिया कि जब हमारी नेता बीमार है, भर्ती है अस्पताल के अंदर, उस वक्त पत्र क्यों लिखा गया। और वो जब चेकअप में गई अमेरिका तो उस वक्त पत्र लिख के आप क्या संदेश देना चाहते हो अमेरिका के उनको।
Pallavi Ghosh with us. Pallavi, so there are those who are now blasting and going ahead, going against Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. There are others who believe that what he has said is absolutely true. And then there are some who are saying that he could have been a little more polite with his words and the insinuations that he has made. But largely, is there an agreement that Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has finally belled the cat?
Well, I mean, if you speak about the Congress party, those who are considered to be loyalists and supporters of the Congress party, Anand, not very surprising seeing their reactions. And this is something which really I had predicted since morning once the news broke, that they're going to start shooting the messenger, questioning his credentials. If you look at the official reaction which is coming from Jairam Ramesh, he makes a reference to the emotional outburst by the Prime Minister on the last day of Azad's Rajya Sabha membership. And the Prime Minister was very, very emotional, almost in tears. And, you know, he made a reference to that, insinuating that is there a possibility that Ghulam Nabi Azad did what he did because the BJP asked him to do, So, and whether he's going to be joining the BJP. Well, when I did speak to Ghulam Nabi Azad, he said nothing of that sort. I'm not joining any political party. I don't want any post or Rajya Sabha membership at this point of time. It's just that a sense of feeling distanced, a fact that not being involved in the party's day-to-day deliberations, and something which even Anand Sharma spoke about. Yes, there are some in the G23 like a Sandeep Dixit who feel that the point is correct, but the way it was said is not correct, and also you raise a banner of reform, not of revolt, and that's what he has objected to. But by and large, you'll be surprised, Anand, there are many who are not a part of G23. Even they seem to be agreeing with much of what has been said by Ghulam Nabi Azad. The inaccessibility of Rahul Gandhi, the fact that there is no hope for them, and a sense of listlessness within the party.
True, even PC Chaku was saying the same thing, that even as leader of the Rajya Sabha, he could not meet the party president for a whole year, even ahead of parliamentary sessions, and that was something which Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad lamented, and Mr. Chaku says, I'm privy to that and those details. That's what, when I was speaking with him a short while ago, he said, and there are others who have turned around and said that these leaders are past their utility and sell-by date, and they should move on and not grudge the passing on of the baton to some of the other youngsters and others who want to now take the entire story of the Congress party forward. Pallavi, thank you for your inputs. I've got Hemant Atri and Chandrasekhar Nene joining us. Mr. Chandrasekhar Nene, which side are you on? Do you believe that Sunil Gavaskar and Kapil Dev cannot continue to play on the team forever, and it is a time for Virat Kohli to handle the team? That's what Manikam Tagore told CNN News 18.
Yeah, Anand, but you see, where is a Virat Kohli? What we see is a person who is not even willing to become a captain of the team. We are seeing that he is refusing to be the president. There is no Virat Kohli there. And they are talking about Sunil Gavaskar and what this new Virat Kohli has done for the party. He has only crumbled the party since he came on board. 18 years he has been with the party. And I think the patience of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad and the likes of him have already run out. What we are seeing is, across the country, the dynasts are losing their place. Isn't it so? It is a revolt against the dynasty politics. We have seen this happening in Shiv Sena as well.
So is this a revolt, really a revolt against dynastic politics, or is it somebody who's saying that I'm not getting my due and mera importance khatam ho gaya, to main bahar nikalta hu? Hemant Atri.
Anand, both the things are true. See, what Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has done, this is something ridiculous. A person in a party for 47 years, he has almost given his youth for the party. And you can imagine he has remained General Secretary for the longest ever time, 37 years as General Secretary. Now, then further, he remained Minister in all the 4 cabinets after joining the Congress party, right from Rajiv Gandhi, Indira Gandhi, P.V. Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh, all cabinets. Now the issue is, why at this point in time? Timing is very important. Sonia Gandhi and both her siblings, they are abroad. And she is not keeping well. At this point in time, why Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has taken this step? The issue is very simple. They have taken a call, and it is not only Ghulam Nabi Azad, Anand, there are many more. If you see the second last para of the 5-page resignation, he has written, me and my friends are taking a path different from Congress party, go on the dotted lines of it. Now, as far as the allegations are concerned, Rahul Gandhi, time and again for last 3 years, has been doing this, whether he is ready for the, taking party leadership or not, he is not doing any ehsan on the country, or for that matter, the party. He has to be very clear as to whether he wants to become a president or not. If he doesn't, then let somebody come. Why you keep embarrassing all your senior leaders day in and day out? Now, today I was reading something, and you know what happened? Sonia Gandhi always used to call Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad as Azad Sahab. And in one of the references, once Ghulam Nabi Azad went to meet Mr. Rahul Gandhi, he tells one of his aides that Ghulam Nabi ke liye chai leke aao. Can you believe? A person, a friend of his father. And you are calling him by those standards. Enough is enough, Anand. And Rahul Gandhi, if at all, he wants to become a long-term player in the Congress party's regime, he has to basically understand, see why Hemant Biswa Sarna left. He was basically given priority over a dog, which I'm forgetting his name. I'm forgetting his name, it's this dog. The thing is, he has sabotaged the whole Northeast for Congress party, which was one of their dens in the Congress. Now, Ghulam Nabi Azad may not be a mass leader, and that is not a big deal. But kind of standing that he is, and furthermore, he is a Hamraj of Congress party for last 4 generations. Don't forget. So, leaving some person at the age of 73 years in such a mood, he may or may not be disastrous for Congress party. That is a separate issue. But kind of message that is going now, that is disastrous. And Congress is again coming out as a party with all the differences on the floor. This is just not a good messaging once Rahul Gandhi is about to embark on a Bharat Jodo Yatra. If he is not able to jodo his own family and leadership, how come he jodo the country at large?
No, that is something. That is something which Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has also asked. But Chandrakantji, do you believe it is going to affect the Congress party? The breaking away, many people are saying, but other leaders have gone away. The Congress party has continued in the same manner. Chandrasekharji.
Yeah, the party will continue, but with a limping way. The party is continued by dropping its majority, by dropping its number of members in both the houses and all. This is a party which has come on the margins of the Indian political scene. And do they want to remain on the margins? There is no leadership in that party. If you see, anybody who had leadership had to leave if they are not having the surname of Gandhi. And that is what is currently going on. Only the sycophants are currently going and, hurting Ghulam Nabi Azad and saying that he did the wrong thing. But sycophants cannot run a party unless there is a very strong leader. In Indira Gandhi's time, she was very strong, so even the sycophants had their way. But now, who is going to lead this party? That is the real problem. And it's not good for the country. We really need a good opposition. But this is not an opposition. This is just a खंडर actually. It's a, जो इमारत कभी बुलंद थी, अभी खाली खंडर बचा है. और उसके भी लोग चाह रहे हैं एक-एक करके.
So they are saying they're trying to they're living among the ruins, but think that it's a palace. तो इमारत कभी खंडर थी की बात आप कर रहे हैं, चंद्रशेखर जी. But now we'll have to see what happens. So far, the Congress party believes, and this is a reaction that's come from Rahul Gandhi, कि जो डर गया वो आजाद है. That's the point, saying that it is the fearless who are still within the Congress party, and this is something which been echoed or said even by Priyanka Vadra in the past. So they believe that those who are fearless, those who are showing courage, are staying with them. Those who believe and who are fearful and who are afraid are the ones who are jumping ship. Now, is that logical, or is that perhaps living in a realm or in a dimension which is totally not, which is totally parallel to reality? That's the other question. I have to wind up this conversation with Hemant Atri and Chandrasekhar Nene, as we are compelled to take a very short break here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us. When we come back, we may just have the Kerala governor breaking his silence on Sar Tansujuda. Stay with us.
Rolled out a series of military exercises surrounding the island. From launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan to sending Chinese warships to the Taiwan Strait and PLA warplanes breaching the median line. China wants Taiwan reunified with the mainland and has accused the US of trying to overturn decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in the PLA air show. And a video of British Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak performing Gau Puja in London is going viral. The 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure.
Big news and big development, ladies and gentlemen. The Jammu and Kashmir High Court has ordered for the reopening of the 2003 Nadimarg massacre case involving the killing of 24 Kashmiri Pandits. Justice Sanjay Dar has accepted the request seeking the recall of the order from 2011, where a criminal revision petition was dismissed. The next hearing now will be on the 15th of September 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed in the village of Nadimarg in Pulwama in March 2003. Terrorists came dressed in counterfeit military uniforms, lined up and shot 24 Kashmiri Pandits. The victims included a 2-year-old boy. This is what Bhushan Lal Bhatt had to say on this entire decision by the court to reopen this case.
नाडीमर्ग से हम 90 में यहाँ विस्थापित हुए। फिर हमारे कुछ रिलेशन में, जिनमें हमारे अपने मामा जी की फैमिली वगैरह कज़न ब्रदर रहते थे, वो नहीं निकले थे, माइग्रेट नहीं हुए थे। जब उनको बदकिस्मती से 23 मार्च 2003 को शाम को चंद दहशतगर्द आ गए, आर्मी वर्दी लगा के पहले उनका लूटपाट किया और बाद में उनको मारा पीटा घसीटा, फिर उनको गोलियों से भून दिया और कम से कम 25, जिसमें 2 सुमाल बच्चे किड्स भी है, जो छोटे छोटे बच्चे 3 साल 2 साल के थे, उनको भी मारा। और आज तक उसकी कोई सुनवाई नहीं हुई, न कोई FIR दर्ज हुआ। जो कातिल थे, जो दहशतगर्द थे, तो जिन्होंने ये उस वक़्त ये विनम्ना की है, उस वक़्त ये कत्ल गारत किया, वो आज खुलेआम घूम रहे हैं, आज़ादी से घूम रहे हैं और उनको कोई सज़ा। अब हम इल्तिजा करते हैं, ख़ासकर पुलिस, कि इस केस को ओपन अगर करते जल्दी से जल्दी और कसूरवारों को सज़ा मिल जाती, वो हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा होता।
Tejinder Sodhi now joins us. Tejinder, this is a big development. Now, we are given to understand that the government itself had petitioned for reopening this case.
Indeed, you see, Anand, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, had recently said that all such cases related to terrorism where members of the minority community, especially the Kashmiri Pandits, were killed, all those cases would be reopened, and the Jammu and Kashmir government would ensure that those cases are reopened. Now, the Jammu and Kashmir government has moved to the Jammu and Kashmir High Court saying that this Nadimarg massacre case should also be reopened. And the court has already agreed that this case would be reopened. The next date of the hearing has been fixed on September 15 this year. So this case pertains to March 23, 2003, when terrorists dressed in the army uniform, they barged into the Nadimarg village of Shupian, wherein they made the Kashmiri Pandits stand in a queue and shot dead at least 24 Kashmiri Pandits, including 11 men, 11 women, and 2 children. 15 others were injured in this terror attack. And since these past almost 2 decades, the family members of those killed victims, they are waiting for justice. Justice has not been delivered to them. They are still waiting for the justice, though one of the terrorists, Zia Muhammad, who was associated with LET, was arrested by the police. He was killed in an encounter last year when he was taken from the jail to an encounter site in Punch. 3 other terrorists involved in the killing were gunned down by Mumbai police, Maharashtra police in an encounter.
Right.
But the family members of those victims, they are still waiting for justice, and now they see a ray of hope. When we spoke to them, they say that now, after almost 20 long years, they see a ray of hope of justice being delivered to them. Yes.
Well, we'll take this story forward later tonight on the right stand. The Jammu and Kashmir administration taking the right stand on trying to say that all terrorist cases and especially atrocities committed on the Kashmiri Pandits and minorities in Jammu and Kashmir will be reopened, moving the petition, and the Jammu and Kashmir High Court now saying, yes, this case must be reopened, the Nadimarg massacre of 2003. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, and before we wind up, the Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan has spoken with Pradeep Pillai of News 18 Kerala and broken his silence on this entire Sar Tan Se Juda syndrome that we are seeing. It started with the butchers of Udaipur and in Amravati, and now we see it manifest during the Hyderabad hate storm. Listen in.
Sar Tan Se Juda is the new clarion call, which is coming from radical quarters. But surprisingly, some of the mainstream party leaders also seem to be endorsing that.
I think the point I made in the
Earlier.
beginning itself,
the post-partition.
And when this question, in some conference in Delhi, this matter came up, I said, the book is there. You can refer to it. there are, and this is after careful, diligent study, there are 26 verses in Quran which say, if somebody says something which is hurtful, then you remove yourself from this. Then you say peace to you and go away from it. Nowhere it is written. But the fact is that when the Muslims were single superpower in the world, they were the empire, the laws in contravention of the provisions of the scripture were written, and in that it is provided. But what surprises me most is that the law, these laws which were written during the period of empire, but it was claimed that this is the divine law. No Muslim countries now has those laws. They do not allow in their educational institutions this law to be taught. But in India, in Deoband, in Nadwa, most of the madrasas, these laws are still being taught. So what do you expect? For me, how I will look at it. Leave aside Islam, Hinduism, Sanatan tradition. Those who defend this caste system, which determines the status of a person on the basis of the birth, they totally ignore the verses of the Gita where the word which has been used is guna and karma. That is the basis of the classification. There are so many stories in the Upanishads wherein it has been said that even the term Brahmana, in Sanskrit, Bra means expansion. Man means mind and heart. After acquisition of knowledge, great tapasya, period of brahmacharya, when you acquire knowledge, you develop wisdom, then as a result of that, when your mind expands, then you are a Brahmin. You can be Brahmin, I can be Brahmin, anybody, according to that definition. Likewise, some people can find out of context some parts of the verses to justify violence. For me, there is a verse in the Quran which says, La tastavil hasanato sayya. Goodness and evil cannot be equal. Itfa billati hiya ahsan. When somebody does evil to you, repel that evil by doing goodness to him. Faizal lazi bainaka wa bainahu adawatun kannahu waliyun hamim. And then you will see that this man who was doing evil to you, he becomes your bosom friend. For me, that is the guiding line. And I not only condemn this slogan, but I find those who refuse to speak publicly against it, that they are doing a great disservice, not only to the nation, but also to the community.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Anusha Soni. The oldest political party of the country, the Indian National Congress, is facing an existential crisis. The party faces an exodus of veterans and top leaders who have been with the party for decades and some for generations. The latest one is Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad and his scathing letter. Well, if you sieve through, if you look at through all these resignations, there's one pattern that clearly emerges. There's one scathing criticism that stands out. A coterie which seems to be running the Congress party while senior leaders have been sidelined. From a Ghulam Nabi Azad who said, and I'm quoting, that a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants have started running the affairs of the party, to a young leader like Hardik Patel who said, and I'm quoting again, that leaders more focused on ensuring a chicken sandwich for the leaders who have come from Delhi instead of focusing on issues of people. Is this the beginning of the end of the Congress party? And the reason we ask this question, because this fall or the split for the Congress party has implications for the multi-party democracy at the national level. We discuss and debate these issues tonight on Viewpoint. First up, a special report.
It's perhaps the final nail in Congress's coffin.
Ghulam Nabi Azad, the man who worked with Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, has resigned from all posts in the party. In a 5-page resignation letter to interim President Sonia Gandhi, Ghulam Nabi Azad all but attributed Rahul Gandhi as the reason for his exit, calling him childish, immature, non-serious. Azad said that Rahul Gandhi destroyed the party's consultative mechanism. He sidelined all senior and experienced leaders in the party and replaced them with a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants. Azad claimed that all important decisions are being taken by Rahul Gandhi or his guards or his PAs, while proxies are being propped up to take over the party's leadership. He also pointed out specific instances of Rahul Gandhi's erratic behavior, like how the tearing up of a UPA ordinance in 2013 was childish and immature, or that he resigned in a huff after Congress badly lost the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And Azad attributed Congress conceding political space to the BJP because the party had foisted a non-serious person at the helm for the last 8 years.
I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad Saab's letter is the complete and correct diagnosis of the problems ailing the International Congress as an organization and as a political party.
I only hope that the powers that be within the party will correct the aberrations and restore the Congress party to what is expected of it.
But minutes after Azad's open criticism, the so-called coterie hit back.
प्रदेश कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष, चीफ मिनिस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर का सब कुछ मिला हो, उनसे कोई देश में उम्मीद नहीं करता था कि आजाद साहब इस प्रकार का पत्र लिख देंगे।
हम ये उम्मीद करते थे कि गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मिलकर के विपक्ष की आवाज और जनता की आवाज के अंत को अपना बल देते।
Azad was a leading member of the G23, or the group of 23 dissenters who wrote to Sonia Gandhi in 2020 calling for a complete overhaul of the organization and a full-time leadership. He said that after the letter, the group was attacked, vilified and humiliated. Months before Azad's resignation, another prominent face of the G23, Kapil Sibal, had quit. And now all eyes are on whether another member, Anand Sharma, will follow suit.
इसीलिए हमने सामूहिक सोच और सामूहिक निर्णय की हमेशा बात रखी। उसको तोड़ दिया गया, उसका सम्मान नहीं हुआ।
Azad is only the latest in a long line of high-profile exits from the Congress party, all citing inaccessibility and indecision of the top leadership. The resignations aside, the party has lost 2 Lok Sabha elections quite badly and won only 9 out of 50 assembly elections ever since 2014. Currently, it's only in power in 2 states. So is the Congress at a point of no return?
Well, let's hear it from one of the earlier veterans of the Congress party. Joining us on the broadcast is Mr. Sunil Jakar, who served within the Congress party for years and recently quit, joining the Saffron party. So thank you so much for joining us on the show. The implosion within the Congress party doesn't seem to stop. You're one of the leaders who spent, in fact, generations within the Congress. With the exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad, once again a question emerges: why are so many veteran Congress leaders quitting the grand old party?
You asked a very pertinent question, but it seems out of place because पुरानी कहावत है या गाना है कि जाने ना जाने गुरु ना जाने बाग तो सारा जाने है. Only person who doesn't seem to realize that Congress is the Congress High Command. The country, anybody who's even very with politics do realize what is happening within the Congress, what is the reason of its unraveling of this such a old grand party. And that Ghulam Sahib has written very nicely in his letter. This is a coterie of these sycophants, bootlickers, these cheerleaders, this party. And I think this has led to, and I think as far as you ask a pertinent question about why has Mr. Azad submitted his resignation today, I think the trigger point or the last straw on the back of was 15th August when a cheerleader hoisted the flag at in Akbar Road. this person who was picked as a group of the leader of the cheerleaders, ignoring the senior most CWC member in Congress, that is Mr. Ghulam Nabi. If Mrs. Gandhi was not well, which is understood, or maybe she was away even at that time, I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi would have been the rightful person to pass the flag. I think he was ignored, and Mr. Ambika asked to raise this flag at I think which was the last felt by most of the senior leaders there, but the objections at this move was ignored. Not only that, it was projected as a sign of times to come that the imminent change in leadership is going to take place as a sign of times to come. This I personally believe that was the last Ghulam Nabi Azad could tolerate.
So, veterans are leaving, and one factor which resonates in all of this resignation is a coterie running the Congress party. If this so-called coterie has survived for years, perhaps it's here to stay.
Precisely, I didn't say that this is the reason why Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has quit. I said that this is maybe the last straw. This was the limit beyond which I think that he will not accept it, and as you have, this means that this coterie is going to stay. It was a clear that maybe she is being projected as the coming Congress leader. These are the things, and I don't know why nobody quits a long association. Even I, as long association with Congress, our generals have been with Congress, stood by Congress through thick and thin in days when even the shadow of Mrs. Gandhi had left after the emergency period. So it was not just, it was like there are certain fundamental issues. You cannot compromise on your self-respect. There's still, like in politics, people who value self-respect. There's self-dignity is more than anything that you held. You cannot trample on one's dignity. I don't know what cause, though Mr. Azad has mentioned in his letter that their behavior towards them was not really which was acceptable to him. But I personally, I felt that they are not just humiliating me, they have insulted my association, 50 years long association, by giving me a notice rather than talking to me. They could have called me personally, given a call, or asked me what was the reason why was I gunning for this Mrs. Ambika Sonali. I had valid reasons. Nobody has asked for it. And this is, I think, the similar must have been the case with Mr. Azad.
So, who is this much talked about coterie? Clearly not the veterans.
Not a leader. I have my self-respect. I will not let anybody, be it whosoever is the example on my self-respect. This is what we stand by, and this is what we will to protect. So, but I have pointed out, my grudge was this and this are in Rajasthan. These people kind of, Mrs. has the ear of Mrs. Gandhi, and Mr. Our in charge from Rajasthan, this Harish Baitu, he has the ear of Rahul Gandhi ji, and they both connived amongst themselves. That was the reason I issued a notice. Just to appease Mrs. Somi, they issued a notice thinking that I will take it lying down. No, sorry, then they have not gauged well.
So my last question to you, there's so much talk about the pending elections within the Congress party for the position of the Congress president. Would you have anything to say on the internal democracy of the Congress party?
Well, I don't know what the charges Mr. Azad has said. This is kind of manipulated. There's a proxy thing going on. The whole election process. I am not well aware of what is happening at that level. But yes, listening to the workers, having a real representation, because the names which are being quoted, like the person who was picked up to hoist the flag, if this is the sign of times to come, I think then there's no democracy, and then the whole process of election seems to be a sham. If this kind of leaders are going to be hoisted on top of senior leaders, Mr. Kharge, Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, then that I think then it's better that they shut the shop.
Mr. Jagar, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. And indeed, a lot of things that you're saying is also resonating in this letter, which is written by Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. And he says the same things, that the entire organizational election process is a farce and a sham. Is this the big implosion? Is this the beginning of the end, like Mr. Jakar was saying? Or perhaps there's still room for the Congress party to control this damage? Taking these questions to the panelists joining us on the broadcast, Mr. R.P. Singh is the spokesperson of the BJP, Dr. Pooja Tripathi, the spokesperson of the Congress party, Varun Singh, who's a political analyst, and Anand Mishra, who is the political editor at the Herald Deccan, is also joining us on the broadcast. Let me come straight to you, Dr. Pooja. Let me quote from the letter which has been written today. The decisions were being taken by Shri Rahul Gandhi or worse, his security guards and PAs. That's the scathing allegation a veteran Congress leader has made in his resignation. What does the Congress party really have to say?
Very unfortunate that someone as senior leader as Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, who was associated with us for 42 long years, with 35 years being the General Secretary, 5 years being the Chief Minister of a state, and 24 years as a Central Minister, decides to leave party exactly when the party is trying to revive itself and has given a clarion call for the biggest political mass movement in the form of Bharat Jodo, against the backbreaking inflation, against the soaring high unemployment, the erosion of social fabric, everything. And there's a Mehngai Bachao rally on, there's a Mehngai rally on 4th of September. There are massive press conferences at 32 locations all across the country, exactly at the time when Congress has hit the street, is building its organizational capacity. Mr. Azad has called it quits.
Pooja, 2 points, and then you can proceed to make your arguments. Is this a reflection on the Congress party if a leader who has been with you for over 5 decades decides to leave in the manner that Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has left? And if this is just about the timing or the manner in which Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has said, the list is very, very long of the top Congress leaders who have quit the Congress party. I don't want to read them one after the other, but from a Jyotiraditya Scindia to a Kapil Sibal to an Alpesh Thakur to a Sushmita Dev, the list is endless. I don't think the Congress party can really hide behind this entire thing of, oh, look at the timing, oh, this is the time to stand behind the ideology. The likes of Mr. Sunil Jakar, who have been with the Congress party for generations, are calling it quits and citing the same reasons, that a coterie is running the Congress party.
See, party is in transition for sure. Party is in dire straits for sure. And this is the time when, this is the challenge that the political spectrum and the national discourse has thrown to us. You say that we have lost 2 general elections and 39 Vidhan Sabha elections. My question is, what were you doing? You were in the CWC probably more than Mrs. Gandhi herself. And when you say that the decision-making body is a coterie, when you are taking the decision, you call yourself the core group or the consultative committee of Mrs. Gandhi. But when there's a party that's going in transition, when the fresh blood is infused, when, you know, the decision-making power undergoes an overhaul, you call it coterie. It's so convenient to say this. You know, it's very convenient when you're enjoying the perks, privileges, and power that comes with being in the power. If the point is you cannot stay without power. That's the whole sense of the argument.
Would you say the same thing about Sushmita Dev as well, who was very close to the first family, in fact very close to Mrs. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi? Why did she call quits? Was she also hungry for power?
Mr. Scindia beats Ms. Dev. Ms. Dev was the youngest chief of All India Mahila Congress, and that position was given to her by the party. And that's what I'm saying. When the party is undergoing the biggest overhaul, when the national discourse is throwing a challenge for us, when we are not only trying to revive our organizational structure and trying to uphold the secular fabric and the social fabric, trying to fight for the pro-people agenda.
Pooja ji, before I go to Mr. R.P. Singh, do you think that if so many leaders, and these are veteran leaders who have spent decades and perhaps have a lesson or two to teach all of us in politics, if all of them are saying the same things, there is a need for introspection within the Congress party, and that introspection has not happened. You have the veteran leaders saying that your organizational democracy is a sham. This is not BJP making it for you. This is your own leaders talking. Where is the space for introspection within the Congress party?
These leaders were the part of CWC. CWC is a democratic body. They were part of CWC. Why did not they raise the point then? The point is, you know, it's very convenient. We are out of power. We are facing challenges. It's very convenient to point fingers. The point is, a party is made by its leaders. What did you do for the organization? You visit.
Well,
Had
if you read the letter of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, he actually says that there were various recommendations he made for the party, and they were also adopted in the resolution by the party, but they were just thrown into a storeroom and they were never really implemented. That was never done, despite repeated reminders from his side. I'll come back to you, but Mr. R.P. Singh, the reason we discuss what is happening within the Congress party is not to bash a certain political organization which is going through a crisis, but the existence of the Indian National Congress is important for the simple reason that India is a multi-party democracy. A thriving opposition is very, very critical. But listening to Dr. Pooja Tripathi or various Congress leaders who have spoken today, the need for serious introspection, the need to look within and to change from within, to get democratic structures within the Congress party, perhaps that is completely missing.
See, look who's raising question for Ghulam Nabi Azad, toward Ghulam Nabi Azad. Pooja Tripathi ji would be around, I don't know, but the age Pooja Tripathi would have the sort of work Mr. Azad would have done for the Congress party. But yes, he is questioning the timing, he is questioning the questions she has raised, but not discussing the questions which has been raised by Mr. Azad. What he is saying that the childish behavior of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, he has a grudge toward that, and that we've all seen on various accounts, he is right there when he says so. He is talking about a glaring immaturity, he is quoting his stances on that. We all seen that also. He is talking about the coterie of inexperienced psychopaths. Probably Pooja Tripathi ji is one of them, that's why this is happening. And the last which he talks about is one of the key issues. I mean, talks about his decision being taken by PA and guards, or probably PA and guards are the roadblock between the leadership and the dynasty.
Yeah.
Well, this question was raised by Mr. Hemanta Viswasa also. He said that I went to meet Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Mr. Rahul Gandhi was more busy with his dog than tending to me. He kept playing with his dog.
Yeah.
So this shows that what is Congress leading to, and then only out the crux of this whole of this is that Congress is ailing because of dynasty. And then till that time they get into the process of democracy. We also want Congress to be strong, Congress to be good party, and a party which was formed by the Britishers to manage the masses here. But yes, they are the opposition party here. We want opposition party to be strong, and then it should be democratically elected people should be there in the party. This was the question various leaders who are leaving Congress have been raising.
Mr. Anand
Mishra. Give me a second.
Sure.
Give me a second. Sushmita Dev. I mean, there are Priyanka Chaturvedi also who has left Congress and has joined Shiv Sena, or for many other leaders who, all of those who leave, they talk about there is no democracy within the Congress. Whether it was Shergill some time back, 3 days back, whether it was Shergill.
Yeah. I also want to bring in Mr. Anand Mishra, who's the political editor of Deccan Herald. He's also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Mishra, thank you for being a part of the show. Often it is said that it's BJP which is lampooning Mr. Rahul Gandhi or trying to destroy his image. But if you look at the biggest blows that have come in for the Congress party and the leadership of Rahul Gandhi, they are not so much from the BJP. They are actually from within. And there is a pattern in all these resignations, a coterie running, no internal democracy, Rahul Gandhi is not interested, he's childish, there is complete lack of any kind of consultative mechanism within the party. What do you make of these developments? Is there a way out for the Congress party? Is there a space within them for any kind of introspection?
Anusha, when politicians leave any political party, they say a lot of things. While all that they say may not be taken at the face value, but this does highlight that the senior leaders of Congress are losing faith in the ability of the Congress party to come to power in the near future. Perhaps they don't see a revival of the party in the near future, and that is telling upon it. Sometime back, we had seen a lot of young leaders leaving the party, Jyotiraj Scindia, Jitin Prasada, some more. Now, this impatience is catching up also with the veterans. So that's really a matter of concern for Congress. Because as you said that you asked that does Congress need introspection? I feel that the time for introspection is gone. Now they need some surgical action because this wait is getting too longer. In 2014, they got only 44 seats, and after 5 years, they got only 52 seats. So if they grow in this space, Congress is not going to come to power in next 25 years. So that is what is making people impatient. Perhaps the changes that the leaders have been seeking, they are not visible on the ground. What makes the resignation of Azad different from other resignations like Himanta Biswa Sarma and some others in past, that Mr. Azad has put the party on notice. 2 years back, he had written a letter along with 22 other leaders seeking some radical reforms. I don't see the Congress walking on the path of reform that way, because Mr. Rahul Gandhi quit the party president's post. Ms. Sonia Gandhi accepted the post only on temporary basis, but still the party has not been able to find out one alternative leader. So these are the larger questions, and if you see the decline of the party has set in long back. It's
I want to take that point to Anand Mishra as well. That point that Anand Mishra is making to Mr. Varun Singh. Varun Singh, the entire argument that the manner in which Rahul Gandhi is operating or the top leadership is operating, they're only operating through a coterie. And the real concerns of people are not really addressed. Look at what Hardik Patel said, that there are workers who travel 506 kilometers in a single day, and leaders are more worried about what is being served to the leaders who are coming from Delhi. There is sycophancy which is running the party. Need for introspection, I think, is something we've spoken on national television multiple times. But if you look at the trajectory, the direction in which the Congress party is going, what is the direction? Is the doom a very likely scenario? Is this a split wide open which cannot really be stitched together?
You know, Congress, actually the Congress spokesperson said that the Congress is going through a transition. The Congress had always had an ideology that was more towards the center. But if you look at the issues that they have been raising for a few days, is more of that it is towards the left, the communist, and that is the thing that is happening for a very long time now. And that is the biggest concern. If you see all these leaders, the 13 leaders who left the Congress party in this year since 2022 started, they all have pinpointed on a simple fact that Rahul Gandhi, who is the de facto president, you know, in spite of Sonia Gandhi being the interim president, it is Rahul Gandhi and his team that is calling the shots. And those who have met Rahul Gandhi, I have had multiple, you know, I have not multiple, but I have met him once or twice, and I have realized that he lacks vision. He doesn't know where and what the party needs, and it is clearly visible from Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter. I would like to remind Ms. Pooja Tripathi that when she asks that what was Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad doing while he was the CWC committee member, he has been pointing it out repeatedly. In the last 9 years, all his recommendations, you rightly said, has been put in the storeroom. He has been a very strong critic of Modi and the BJP government. In 2016, he has criticized the Assam model, where he said that Modi was actually taking away all the development work done by the Congress. In 2017, he has criticized the BJP in the House. Today, you know, that what is sad that when he is leaving the party, there is no attempt of reconciliation. But look at the language of all the Congress leaders. They do not want to get him back.
The entire language of the letter shows that perhaps there was no avenue left for any kind of reconciliation. Dr. Pooja Tripathi, I'm coming back to you. I'm sure you have a lot of points to make because a lot of things have been said. But I want to reiterate that question to you. We've spoken about the internal democracy, the Congress party getting a non-Gandhi president. Here is a leader that served within your party for over 5 decades. He says that this is a complete facade. It's a sham. There is no internal democracy within the party. Even a booth level or a district level election within the party doesn't happen democratically. What would you say to a leader like this? You just can't complain about timing. You just can't hide behind the fact that he's ditched you at the time when there is no power, because clearly there's a pattern in what each leader that has exited from your party in the recent past has said.
See, Mr. Azad in his letter wrote about the so-called childish behavior of Mr. Rahul Gandhi when he tore open the ordinance in 2013. I asked him, why did he not resign then?
So no, but Pooja, you can't hold a leader accountable for not quitting the party, right? I mean, there must be a resolution mechanism. There must be difference of opinion. Each time you have a difference of opinion, say I have a difference of opinion with my organization, I can't just quit, right? That's not. I don't think that's a plausible argument to even make, maturely.
if a CWC provides you a democratic platform for all your opinions, why this issue was not raised when Rahul Gandhi resigned in taking the accountability of 2019 electoral election? I repeat, not even one leader took accountability for his actions. He has been general
Ms.
secretary for
Pooja,
various
you
states.
should go back to the history of Congress. It is very clear that in 2017 also Ghulam Nabi Azad had made statements against Rahul
Pooja,
Gandhi and not wanting him to
to add to that, have you
election.
read the resignation letter? If you read that 5-page resignation letter, he's talking about the multiple issues, the multiple occasions on which he has raised these issues, not just in writing but personally to Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, but they have not been taken care by the Congress party. That's what he's saying. Are you saying he's lying in this letter?
No, I'm not saying he's lying. I'm saying there's a CWC. There's a CWC scheduled for 28th August. He was a part of CWC. He should have raised those issues in the CWC because the schedule for elections of Congress General President is to be decided in the CWC. You know, writing a letter attacking the Gandhis, attacking Mrs. Gandhi, attacking Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and after so long association of the party, when you enjoyed perks and privileges and posts and power, it's very unfortunate from someone as tall as stature as Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad.
But you've not made a single substantial point. Pooja, I'm very disappointed in the arguments you're making. In fact, when I began this debate, I said that the purpose of this entire debate is not to bash the Congress party for the problems that they are facing, but this debate is rather in the interest of a larger multi-party democracy system that we have in India. We do need a strong opposition. And you've not responded to any of the criticisms that the top leader who has quit the Congress party today has made in these. Are you saying there is internal democracy within the party? Then why an election so far has not been able to take place?
Elections are scheduled from 28th of August. The CWC has been called for that, and we'll have a precedent very soon.
You'll have a precedent very soon. And what about all these issues that Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad is talking about, the questions that have been raised on the leadership of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, his PA and his security guards running the Congress party? I'm not saying it, your own leader is saying it.
I think it's very unfortunate. It's very derogatory to say that his PA and security guards have been the decision makers. I'm saying let's hit the streets together. Congress is taking a Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress is taking the biggest mass political movement. Why don't you join hands with Congress and be a part and parcel of the revival of Congress? Why do you want to bash the Congress? Why do you want to write a scathing letter and point out all the flaws without taking an iota of accountability?
All right, as I close this debate, Mr. RP Singh, 30 seconds to you. Do you see any room for introspection within the grand old party? They are, whatever you may criticize them for, but at the national level, it's the Congress party which is the key opposition.
Well, we hope so. It stays as a key opposition party, but the dynasty is eating gradually. The termite of the dynasty is eating Congress gradually. And there are people who are raising voices. Not the first time. Just as I said a few days back, Jaber Shergill has raised a voice. There are many Kapil Sibal. But it's not that they're joining any political parties. People are not joining parties, even those. Ashwini Kumar from Punjab. So there are many people who are raising the same voice that there is no internal democracy within the party.
We really hope, Mr. Singh, that this discussion is taken in the constructive spirit, and the scathing letter that Mr. Azad has written starts a process of introspection within the Congress party. RP Singh, Dr. Pooja Tripathi, Varun Singh and Anand Mishra. Thank you everyone for joining us on the broadcast. We'll continue this debate at 9 p.m. tonight, but that is a wrap from my side. Thank you.
Tall building, an illegal construction and an impending demolition. That really is the story of the Supertech Twin Towers here in Noida. Hello and welcome. You're watching our special right here on CNN News 18 with me, Ridhima Bhatnagar. What you see behind me are the Supertech twin towers, which are all set to be demolished at 2:30 p.m. on the 28th of August. They've been strapped with 3,500 kgs of explosives, which means once they are activated, it will be a matter of minutes before this structure is brought down. Now you must be wondering, why exactly is this demolition happening? And more importantly, how will the demolition actually take place? Sit tight. Over the next 30 minutes, I'll be answering all those questions.
On November 23, 2004, the Noida Authority allotted a portion of a plot of land to Supertech for the development of a group housing society. Construction of multi-storied towers was sanctioned under the Noida Building Regulations and Directions. Amid a series of plan revisions in a third revised plan in March 2012, the number of floors of towers 16 and 17 was increased to 40 and 39 floors respectively, with a height of 121 meters. Soon after towers 16 and 17 were cleared, the Emerald Court Owners Residents Welfare Association challenged the revision plans by way of a writ petition filed before the Allahabad High Court and sought directions for demolishing these towers under the provisions of the UP Apartments Act 2010. On April 11, 2014, the Allahabad High Court ordered demolition of the two buildings within 4 months and refund of money to apartment buyers. But construction continued. Supertech filed a special leave petition before the Supreme Court challenging this order of the Allahabad High Court. The battle moves to the Supreme Court. On August 31, 2021, the Supreme Court upheld the Allahabad High Court ruling asking the builder group to demolish the Twin Towers and sanctioning prosecution of the officials. The Supreme Court found the towers flouted regulations regarding distance to be maintained between buildings, fire safety regulations, and said they were constructed through acts of collusion between officers of Noida and the Supertech group. On the 7th of February 2022, the Supreme Court directed that the demolition be carried out within 2 weeks. FIRs were filed against the involved officials of Supertech and Noida Authority. In May, the deadline was extended till the 28th of August on the advice of experts. The agency appointed for the demolition, Edifice Engineering, sought time on grounds of a slight change in design after carrying out test blasts. A bandwidth of 1 week from August 29th to September 4th was also granted. However, it wasn't required. August 28th is the date. India counts down to its biggest ever demolition explosion.
In just 9 seconds, this building, the Noida Twin Towers, will be demolished. A long legal case leads to the fall of the Twin Towers. But there's an issue. Two societies, Supertech Emerald Court and ATS Village, are built close. One just 9 meters away. What safety measures will be adopted? Who will demolish these towers and how? We will answer all these questions in this video. With over 30 floors and close proximity to other residences, this is no ordinary demolition. Experts who've been flown in from South Africa will use what's called waterfall implosion. More than 3,500 kgs of explosives will be placed inside pillars, and over 9,500 holes have been made for this. As the name suggests, waterfall implosion means upon explosion, the towers will simultaneously fall inwards and not cause the debris to fall outside of the premises. The explosion used is also unique. It's a mix of dynamite, plastic explosives and emulsions put together. It will bring down the towers in just 9 seconds. So is the hope of demolition company Edifice Engineering, who in collaboration with Jet Demolition, a South Africa-based award-winning demolition expert, have been given this task. For safety of the nearby buildings, the Twin Towers have been covered with layers of wire mesh and a sturdy fabric called geotextile to prevent damage from flying debris. And debris is not the only issue. A cloud of dust higher than the size of the building will also arise. Not just that, to cover the financial risks, the demolition company has pledged an insurance of 100 crore rupees. That would complete phase 1 of the demolition. And if all goes well, phase 2 will kick in. clearing the debris, an estimated 36,000 cubic meters of concrete waste and 3,500 tons of steel waste will be generated. Cleaning this may take up to 3 months. Things have to work for this one-of-a-kind demolition to take place. What finally unfolds? Watch this space as we bring you second-by-second coverage of the demolition.
The engineering firm behind the demolition has been preparing for the last 6 months. The charge will move from bottom to top in a sequential manner. Engineers on the ground want this demolition to be like a wave to contain the impact on the ground. The explosion needs to be extremely precise. There are 3,500 kgs explosives strapped to the buildings. 9,400 holes have been drilled into columns and shears, and the explosives have been stuffed inside. 20,000 connections, shock tubes in place, will be joined on demolition day. The blasting area is covered with 4 layers of iron mesh and 2 layers of blanket to avoid rubble flying. 9 seconds is all it will take for the structures to collapse. Engineers will generate current from the dynamo and then press the button which will ignite the detonators in all shock tubes within those 9 seconds. The engineers will be 50 to 70 meters away from the building. The collapse is what is being referred as the waterfall implosion. Basements will collapse first, then floors one by one in a sequential manner. Sharp burst of outward pressure will spread like a shock wave. It'll shatter the concrete. The building will collapse like water. Post the demolition, the expected time to clean up the area is about 2 to 3 months. Let's now get you a deeper understanding of the tech behind it and the science as far as this demolition is concerned. I spoke to a whole host of experts who've been involved in this entire demolition process for months now. Let's listen in.
28th, it is that the building is 100% charged and 100% ready for demolition to do the implosion. So 28 on 2:30 is the time we have decided to pull this building down, and hopefully probably we are going to achieve that target. So ignition of all the explosive, it will take 7 minutes and another 7 to 8 minutes to pull down the building. So total process will be about 12 to 14 seconds. Once the demolition has been done, the entire area will be barricaded 10 to 12 meter high with the same geotextile fabric, and after that only the segregation work will be started. Sound will not be much more, that is in the permissible and control limit, but dust will be there. So there will be a huge dust cloud. So because of that only we have informed to DGCA and Airport Authority to at least for half an hour there should not be no flying zone. Glass may it breaks due to air overpressure, but there won't be any structural crack.
We've been completely ready with the preparation of the structure. Technically we are 100% ready, and we are very confident, even 110%, that the building has to come the way we have envisaged. It's not a free fall. It's a fall which has been directed, decided by us technically in consultation with CBRI as well. So we are confident that this has to come in the fashion which we have designed. We call it as an implosion, waterfall implosion. That's purely for reducing the impact on the ground. We're not allowing the buildings to come, the slabs to come one on the top. Okay. It will be one point on the ground first, and then the building will fall. Right. As a layman, because the time is so short, we'll not be able to see. If you put it in a slow-mo motion, you will be able to see the waterfall. It will come like this. The building will come on the ground like this, basically to minimize the vibration. This vibration study has been done. We've done a lot of study on this. In fact, we hired a third party back in UK, and based on the mass, the acceleration which we've given them, with which the structure is going to come down, they have predicted the vibration. They've taken the geotechnical survey of the ground. All those put together, a detailed study was carried out by them. And then they have arrived to the predictions, and when we saw the on paper predictions which are predicted, they are very minimal as compared to what earthquakes we get in this part of the city. So I can only say we are confident that vibrations are not going to damage any structures surrounding this property. However, we're going to monitor the vibrations as well. So we know if the vibrations have gone beyond the permission.
The area empty as well.
Yes, there will be no people in the evacuation zone. That's clear. The exclusion zone, which is on a radius of 250 meters. So there will be no people to be in the property at the time of blast.
How much total time it will take, and also the C&D ways, sir?
Almost 3 months after we finish. I mean, from 1st September, you can consider 3 months.
Explosion, sir?
Total time will be 9 seconds for the explosives to ignite and around 5 to 6 seconds for the building to come down.
You tell me what kind of arrangements you have made for those who are going to evacuate.
These guys are advised to evacuate around 7 a.m. early in the morning. So all the arrangements, उनका यहाँ पे stay का, बैठने का, bedding का arrangements, all the food arrangements because they will come early morning. So breakfast से लेके और शाम तक evening snacks वगैरह. तो वो सारा arrangements यहाँ पर है. Plus जो हमारे सोसाइटी में डॉक्टर्स हैं उनसे भी हम रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि वो लोग अवेलेबल हैं. किसी तरह की किसी को कोई मेडिकल हेल्प भी चाहिए हो क्योंकि बाहर से शायद एरिया काफ़ी सील होगा तो बाहर से मेडिकल हेल्प आना भी थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा. फूड सप्लाईज भी आनी उस टाइम उस पर्टिकुलर टाइम में रेस्ट्रिक्टेड होंगी तो वो सारे हम इन हाउस अरेंजमेंट करके रखेंगे सब लोगों के लिए. देखिए अभी 150 से 200 हमने कमिट किया है सुपरटेक सोसाइटी को कि इतने लोग आप हमारे यहाँ इजीली भेज सकते हैं. प्लस और अगर रिक्वायरमेंट की तरफ से आएगी जब भी वो गैदर कर रहे हैं रिक्वायरमेंट अपने यहाँ अगर रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ती है तो और ज़्यादा लोगों को अकोमोडेट भी कर लेंगे. पार्टनर सोसाइटी है साथ में वो लोग भी इतना ही 100-125 लोगों का अरेंजमेंट वो लोग भी करके रख रहे हैं.
Standing in ATS village, the society that is very much near to these Supertech towers which are going to be demolished on 20th of August, and we are told that this society is going to get affected, and that's the reason why we are seeing these kind of preparations where you are seeing this special kind of clothes that that has been used for these flats to prevent any kind of the velocity that will be of the particular particles and also of the debris. Well, I'm joined by Mr. Atul, who is the RWA president of this particular society, and I'll try to talk to him as to what kind of instructions has been given. Sir, you tell me, किस तरह के instructions आप लोगों को दिए गए हैं? What kind of instructions have been given to you people?
Basically, we have been given instructions from the evacuation point of view, from the making this whole thing available, and basically from safety and security point of view.
Acha.
So, this entire society, all residents have to vacate this society on 28th by 7 a.m. And all vehicles have to move out from here.
Okay.
Now that is a big task. So we are already circulated the instructions and information to our residents. So that is part A. Part B is that this entire complex would be closed from 12 o'clock onwards. And we will be maintaining a very skeleton security. That is also because before blast, they will have to come here and put there some equipment to measure vibrations, to measure dust, to measure pollution things. So they have to put it in ATS. They can't put it there. So we will allow their entry into this place, and then finally our security people and one or two of the bomb members like me, we will be vacating this premises at 1:45 p.m. 45 minutes before the actual demolition.
This is the final time.
This is the final timeline. So we will be vacating at that, and once we get all clear signal, which will take around 45 minutes to 1 hour, and I've been told that there will be a siren or something.
Okay.
So when that is done, then our security people, our maintenance people will start coming back.
So in general, we are told that 2:30 is the time period when this demolition will take place, and also
is the fixed time at which demolition is supposed to be taken place, and we take it for granted unless changed otherwise. As on date, till this point of time, it is 2:30 on 28th.
And in general, you'll be asked to leave by 7 a.m. in the morning.
Everybody is leaving at 7 a.m. except for skeleton security staff, one or two bomb members who will ensure that everything has been done, and one or two technical staff people who will ensure, because we are switching off power at 12 o'clock. So power will run till 12 o'clock, then we'll switch off the power. So some technical management, technical support staff, plus our security staff, and one or two of bomb members. We will be finally leaving at 1:45.
Sir, I can see this special kind of cloth, that is being used. How many flats are there inside this particular cloth, and how many, people will be leaving from there here?
These are 4 towers.
Okay.
And the cloth which you see now is basically geotextiles. This is basically has been put up to prevent any accidental fall or flying of debris to this area. It will not control pollution or anything. It is basically to see that no debris, if they escape from here, they don't damage it. So these are geotextiles.
Well, now that you've seen the science behind of how this demolition actually will take place, let's also now focus as far as the concerns of the residents are concerned. I'm coming to you from the Emerald Court Society, which is adjacent to these Supertech twin towers which are going to be demolished, and the concerns by the residents are many. It's not just the concerns on the day of the demolition, but what happens after that as well. If you would see behind me, barricading has been done. The entire building has been covered in cloth to try and minimize the damage and the air pollution of the debris and the rubble that will take place on the 28th of August. But despite that, the concerns are many. For example, the people who are staying right next to the Supertech twin towers, the towers which are in close proximity where this demolition will take place, they are now extremely worried that what will be the immediate consequences. Is it a possibility that their glass panes could be shattered as well? I spoke to a whole host of these residents to understand their concerns. Let's listen in. Well, now we're coming to you from inside one of the houses that is right next to the Supertech twin towers. A family has been really kind to us to show their house, and more importantly to show us the kind of precautions they had to take and how they've packed up everything inside their house. Ma'am, thank you so much for taking our time and allowing us to come to your house. What are the kind of precautions and preparations that you've done? If you could just show us around.
Yeah, we have done lot many things to pack our valuable things or break like paintings and clocks and all. We have packed it so well to just protect this glass. We have put a mattress on it because जैसा हमें सबने बताया कि जितना भी साउंड वाइब्रेशन होगा उससे ग्लासेस का टूटने का बहुत ज़्यादा हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि हो सकता है, तो इसलिए हमने ये प्रोटेक्शन ली है. प्लस हमने कारपेट्स अपने रोल कर दिए. सारा फर्नीचर हम एक साइड पे करके कवर कर देंगे उसको अच्छी तरह, ताकि डस्ट से हम लोग उसको प्रोटेक्ट कर सकें. इधर हमारा ये क्रॉकरी का कबर्ड है जी, उसमें हमने इस तरह से सारा क्रॉकरी खाली करके ये पिलोज भर दिए हैं ताकि ग्लास जो है टूटे ना वाइब्रेशन से. तो अब मेरे ख्याल कम पॉसिबिलिटी है कि यहाँ पे कुछ ब्रेकेज होगा. एक्चुअली यहाँ पे दिन रात जैसे मशीन्स चल रही हैं और हैमर्स चल रहे थे तो इतना शोर होता था. पहले तो इनिशियली 2 months जो थी डस्ट बहुत थी, बहुत ज़्यादा डस्ट, मतलब बाहर खड़े होना ही मुश्किल था. फिर ये कवरिंग हुई बालकनी की, उसके बाद तो साउंड पोल्यूशन बहुत ज़्यादा. फिर इन्होंने स्प्रिंकलर्स लगाए थे, पानी से सेटल हो रहा था डस्ट वगैरह, बट शोर बहुत हो रहा था, बहुत शोर. ये तो बहुत अच्छा किया है हमारी RWA ने और हमारी नेबरिंग सोसाइटीज़ हैं, पारसवनाथ है, सिल्वर सिटी है, दे हैव कम टू इन फ्रंट और उन्होंने हमें ऑफ़र किया है कि आपके जो भी रेसिडेंट्स हैं जिनका कोई अरेंजमेंट नहीं है, लाइक उनके रिलेटिव्स नहीं हैं, तो वो लोग हमारे पास पूरा दिन रह सकते हैं और खाने पीने का अरेंजमेंट सब लोग मिलकर कर रहे हैं. और बाकी जो सिक लोग हैं, कुछ बीमार हैं लोग, कुछ बेड रिडन भी हैं, उनके लिए हॉस्पिटल्स में अरेंजमेंट किया हुआ है कि 2 दिन उनको वहाँ शिफ्ट कर दिया जाएगा. जैसा आप देख सकते हैं हमने सारा क्रॉकरी वाला कबर्ड पूरा खाली कर दिया है. सारी क्रॉकरी हमने यहाँ मैट्रेस के ऊपर रख दी है और टीवी भी हमने यहाँ पर रख दिया और इसको कवर कर देंगे ताकि डस्ट ना आए. और साथ साथ बालकनीज़ में भी बहुत प्रिकॉशंस लेने की ज़रूरत है. वॉशिंग मशीन वगैरह सब हम अंदर कर देंगे और बाहर से जो ग्लासेस हैं, डोर्स एंड विंडोज़ हैं, हमारी प्लानिंग है कि उसको अच्छे से हम लोग बबल शीट लगा के कार्डबोर्ड से या किसी तरह से हम उसको पैक कर दें. लेकिन अगर वैसे कुछ और डैमेज होता है तो कंपनी ने और RWA ने सब ने एश्योर किया है कि जो भी डैमेज होगा वो हमें रिपेयर करा के देंगे. उसके लिए देखिए हमने पर्सनल लेवल पे तो कोई प्लानिंग नहीं है, बिकॉज़ हम तो सिर्फ ये है कि जैसे जैसे हम घर के अंदर आएंगे हमें यही इंस्ट्रक्शंस दी हैं कि आप ध्यान से दरवाज़ा खोलिए और कोई ऐसी अनआइडेंटिफाइड चीज़ आपको मिलती है तो आप हमें इन्फॉर्म करिए. और कुछ भी अगर आपको प्रॉब्लम होती है तो आप सिक्योरिटी को या RWA को या मेंटेनेंस में या कंसर्न पर्सन, हमें 4-5 नंबर मिले हैं, उनको आप कॉल करिए और उनके साथ आप एंटर करिए.
एक्चुअली रेजिडेंट्स इस लोग बात को लेके बहुत कंसर्न है कि हम लोग उस दिन रात को आ पाएंगे, वापस नहीं आ पाएंगे। अभी हम अपने घरों को कैसे कवर करें? अगर बहुत ज़्यादा कवर करते हैं तो कोई फायर इंसिडेंट हो गया तो उस केस में कौन क्या करेगा, क्योंकि सोसाइटी के अंदर तो कोई भी नहीं होगा। और ड्यू टू एस्टर 2 एस्टर 3 के रेजिडेंट्स के लिए तो बहुत ही मुश्किल है, क्योंकि ब्रेकेज के चांसेस भी हैं उनके घर के सामान के। घर का जो सामान है, वैल्यूएबल्स तो हमने हटा ही दिए हैं, पेपर्स, इंपॉर्टेंट पेपर्स एंड वैल्यूएबल्स तो हटा दिए हैं। अभी तो यही एश्योरेंस दी है कि वो लोग डरे ना। एडिफाइज ने भी आई थिंक इंश्योर करा है उन्हें कि 2-3 टावर्स के लिए तो इंश्योरेंस उन्होंने भी करवाया है। और उसके बाद उन लोगों को तो आई थिंक पॉसिबल नहीं है कि उस दिन सेम डे वो इवनिंग में आ पाएंगे यहाँ पर, क्योंकि पहले पूरा उनका स्ट्रक्चर ऑडिट होगा, उनके घर में जाके टीम पूरी चेक करेगी कि कोई चीज़ ख़राब तो नहीं हुई।
तो अभी आप लोग की क्या डिमांड्स हैं? आप लोग क्या अभी चाहते हैं? इमीडिएट सॉल्यूशंस क्या हैं?
और अथॉरिटी से तो हमारी एक ये डिमांड है कि अगर वो कर सकते हैं, इनकेस ये पॉसिबल होता है कि आर्टिफिशियल रेन उस दिन करा पाएँ, कि थोड़ा डस्ट कंट्रोल हो जाए ताकि लोगों के लिए एलर्जिक कंडीशंस ना पैदा हों।
Despite the amount of precautions that we're taking, we're putting up cardboard boxes and bubble wraps and a lot of tapes and all to prevent the dust from entering the house. But we don't really know the amount of pollution that will be caused post the explosion, because it's a huge building, as you can see. Sure. And Supertech against it, and even ATS is also against it. So we don't really know the amount of debris residue that will be left behind post the explosion. So that is kind of a major concern as of now. And taking precautions and all the solutions that we have as of now is there. We're on it, we're doing everything, but certain things are definitely not guaranteed to we won't be there won't be dust anywhere, there won't be cracks of glasses. All of that is pretty uncertain as of now.
What are the concerns that you have and what happens post 28?
Post 28, there are quite concerns. One, pollution is a major concern. Secondly, how much dust I'll have in my house, because we both are living in Aster 2 and this is the closest to this building. And thirdly, my son is in 12th. His half-yearly exams are coming over. So for his studies, how much safe is it? So these all are things, and plus in which condition I'll get my home back.
What are the kind of precautions that you've taken?
So certain wall hangings that were there, like chandeliers, photo frames, all are kept down. Then the TVs, all the electrical connections need to be plugged out. Fridge and everything needs to be, especially electronics that need to be deplugged, and the mains need to be switched off. That is what will happen on the 28th. But as of now, we're taking out the wall hanging, chandeliers. But the main concern is because Supertech has all its windows and the doors are made of glass. So that is the main concern.
I have with me one such person who actually has been greatly impacted with this demolition. She is a gold medalist as far as javelin is concerned, and this is where she usually practices, but because of the demolition, all of that has been put aside. Chaitanya, thank you so much for speaking to us. आप usually यहाँ पर practice करते हो, आपकी practice कैसे impact हो गई है अब?
एक्चुअली ऑलमोस्ट 10-15 डेज से, जब से पुलिस वगैरह आ रही है और यहाँ पे ये बालकनीज़ भी एक आध गिर गई थी, तो तब से हमारी प्रैक्टिस बिल्कुल स्टॉप कर दी गई है। एंड मेरे को डिस्ट्रिक्ट के बाद स्टेट पे जाना था, एंड मैं उसके लिए भी प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर पाई, तो मैं नहीं जा पाई। मेरे को 28 के बाद आज मुझे पता है, तो एटलीस्ट 10 to 15 डेज़ मैं यहाँ पे तो प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर पाऊँगी। सो आई एम लुकिंग फॉर सम ऑल्टरनेटिव। बाकी अब ये एरिया तो पता नहीं कभी खुलेगा, क्योंकि सबसे पहले तो जो रेजिडेंट्स का रहने का एरिया उसको क्लीन कराया जाएगा, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कुछ इम्पैक्ट होगा।
आप कवि हैं, अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूँ तो किस तरह से इस पूरी घटना को अपने हिसाब से अगर आप बयां कर पाएं एक बार?
जी, मैं कुछ मैं अपने इस डेमोलिशन को मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा, अपने शब्दों में बयां करूँगा। देखिए कि तूफ़ान में खुद का घर छोड़ के जाना होगा, तूफ़ान में खुद का घर छोड़ के जाना होगा, बिल्डर की गलती का देना अब हमें हर जाना होगा। सरकारी ज़मीन पे कैसे बनी ये ऊंची इमारत, सरकारी ज़मीन पे कैसे बनी ये ऊंची इमारत, योगी जी आपको इन्हें सबक सिखाना होगा। एक शोर होगा उस रोज़ मगर कुछ होगा नहीं, एक शोर होगा उस रोज़ मगर कुछ होगा नहीं, बेचैन परिंदों को ये दिलासा अब दिलाना होगा। छोटे से बगीचे में लगाए हैं मैंने भी पौधे कई, छोटे से बगीचे में लगाए हैं मैंने भी पौधे कई, खुदा के भरोसे अब उन्हें छोड़ के जाना होगा। और जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि हर किसी के ईएमआईज़ चल रहे हैं, मेरे भी, क्योंकि ये काफ़ी महंगा घर होता है। तो आखिरी शेर उसी पे है कि जीवन भर की पूंजी लगी है दाव पे कैफी, जीवन भर की पूंजी लगी है दाव पे कैफी, सहमे दिल को हौसला पर अब दिलाना होगा।
And the guidelines that have been given by authorities are not just for a human residents, but also keeping in mind all the stray animals around the areas.
Sania, first of all, you tell me what kind of arrangements you have made for these dogs and what is your plan?
So basically yesterday we, with the help of Geeta ma'am from Friendico, she sent 3 vans from Friendico along with 8 amazing catchers.
Okay.
We caught all the dogs in and around the area of the Twin Towers, at least till that U-turn and a few just 500 meters ahead, because they should not, they're all old dogs here since I've been taking care of them. They're 8 to 9 years old, and a blast which was loud, even if it's for 10 seconds, could cause them anything.
Right.
So we moved them to a private boarding, not a shelter, because shelters have sick dogs. So we moved them to a private boarding for cats and other little animals who've made their house in this tower over the past few years. We still haven't got permission from the authorities, but we're trying to get permission to be able to check the premises so that we can remove as many animals as possible.
There are clear guidelines for evacuating residents. The do's. Vacate premises of Emerald Court in ATS Village by 7 a.m. on the 28th of August. Fill declaration forms and sign registers. Remove all vehicles from society premises. Close all doors, windows, block dust entry points. Remove wall hangings, fragile items that may fall due to shock. Put articles into cupboards, beds, wherever possible. The don'ts. Don't leave any electrical connections on. Don't return until full clearances have been given. So as the sun sets, time is also running out for these residents in and around the area. 7 a.m. on the 28th of August is their cut-off deadline, post which they have to vacate the premises. While most of them have welcomed the move, apprehensions still remain of what their life will look like post the demolition. We'll keep tracking those developments for you. With that, it's a wrap from my side. Thanks a lot for watching.
Many people who called the Shivling at Gyamrapi fountain a stone, what is the big deal, and there were very many derogatory remarks made, but how many Hindus came out and said Sartan se juda?
You're seriously accepting that? That you can touch the lives and better the lives of your people in the state only through a color television, otherwise you can't better their lives?
आपकी पार्टी के कॉर्पोरेटर है जफर खान जो लोगों को भड़का रहा है ऐसे नारे लगाने के लिए कि सर तन से जुदा। 24 घंटे हो गए, आपने क्या कुछ शो कॉज नोटिस भेजा उसको, आपने उसको सस्पेंड किया?
The Aam Aadmi Party has not really answered specific question on policy failure. The entire narrative is about everything but the policy.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. Senior Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad resigned from all party positions today. But his exit will possibly not do as much damage to the party as will his stinging resignation letter. In a 5-page long letter to the Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi, he said the Congress has lost both the will and the ability under tutelage of the coterie that runs the AICC to fight for what is right for India. He credits Sonia Gandhi for playing a stellar role during UPA 1 and 2 because she trusted leaders and delegated powers to them. But he adds, unfortunately, after the entry of Rahul Gandhi when he was appointed VP, the entire consultative mechanism was demolished. He also called Rahul immature and childish. He adds, none of the recommendations of the party conclave since the turn of the millennium have been implemented even after the defeat in 2014 Lok Sabha elections. The letter has left the party embarrassed, but will it really trigger any introspection? Because this has happened before. This is an yearly saga for the Congress party. The reactions today also don't seem to indicate that there will be any change. A conversation with former union minister and another leader who dumped the Gandhis, Ashwini Kumar, is coming up shortly. But before that, let us break down how several leaders who have left the grand old party have highlighted the same reasons for doing so. Every time this happens, whether it's a young gun or a veteran, the refrain is the same. They are fed up with the leadership of the Gandhis, particularly Rahul, and sick of the sycophancy and the coterie around him. So Ghulam Nabi Azad has said, for 8 years, party foisted a non-serious person at helm. A few months ago, Kapil Sibal had said, the leadership is in cuckoo land. Some want Ghar Ki Congress. Hardik Patel, new leader, came and left. Focus was on getting chicken sandwich for Delhi leaders. Remember, this is similar to what Himanta Biswa Sarma had said. Rahul was busy feeding his dog instead of discussing key issues when he was meeting him. And recently, Jaiveer Shergill, a national spokesperson, also quit the party. He said that he tried to meet Rahul for a year but was not welcomed in his office. But every time someone leaves, whether young or old, the explanations or the excuses from the Congress also remain the same. Look at how Congress responded to Azad's letter today. For example, when Azad says that there is a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants running the party, Ashok Gehlot said that Azad was a sycophant himself during Sanjay Gandhi's time. Ghulam Nabi Azad said that when the G23 flagged off the drift, the coterie attacked us. Jairam Ramesh today says that Ghulam Nabi Azad's DNA has been modified. Azad said party foisted a non-serious person, as I mentioned, for 8 years at the helm. Jairam's response has been that Modi's tears, Padma Bhushan and exit shows that there is a nexus with the BJP. All of this is playing out despite the fact that electoral writing is on the wall for the Congress party. They've been losing election after election over the last 8 years. 2 Lok Sabha elections lost badly. 50 assembly elections have taken place. They've lost 41 of them. They've been reduced to ruling only 2 states, that is Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. They've also been dumped or at least given a cold shoulder in many other cases by their allies as well, to their junior partners in Jharkhand and Bihar. It's quite clear the battle lines within the party are hard and clear. In this scenario, is the Congress heading for a split, or will it continue to lose leaders in dribs and drabs? We will take that to our guests in just a bit, but first up, as I promised, listen in to former Congress veteran, former Union Minister with the UPA, Ashwini Kumar, on Azad's exit. We've heard several reactions since the news broke of Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation and also the very stinging letter he's written. Your first response to what you've seen of that letter?
Well, I'm sad that things have come to this, but this was only to be expected. One after the other, senior leaders who have been feeling humiliated, insulted, not wanted in the party, have chosen to break ranks. And after years of dedicated service, Ghulam Nabi Azad is the latest in that edition. And I think that his letter speaks of his pain. He speaks of specific reasons that have propelled that decision. And I think nothing more can be added to it, except to say that this spells bad news, as bad as it can be, not only for the Congress party, but also for the strength of the opposition in the country, because the weakening of the Congress certainly weakens the opposition as well. But the challenge for the present leadership of the Congress is to look inwards, not only in terms of words of appeasement and placating leaders, but for concrete action that would be seen generally by the people of India as genuine attempts for the renewal of the Congress party. That is not forthcoming, that is not visible, at least for the moment. Only time will tell what happens next.
The response we get from the Congress party every time a leader leaves also is that, good riddance, that they're happy to get rid of the dead wood because they believe these people did not have the stomach for a fight.
Well, that is the most unfortunate part of the Congress way of doing things at the moment. Instead of looking inwards and asking themselves, why people who've stood with the party through thick and thin, right for the last 50 years, are now leaving the Congress party. This is the tragedy of the Congress party, that instead of looking inwards, trying to correct its own mistakes and errors of judgment, it is finding fault with those who, out of a sense of conscience and out of a sense of respect for their own dignity, are now choosing not to suffer humiliation anymore. I think the basic minimum that every citizen is entitled to is to retain his own sense of dignity. And I think Ghulam Nabi Azad has done well and redeemed himself.
Sir, why are things going so horribly wrong from what you're saying in the Congress party?
Well, many things have gone horribly wrong. Some of them have been elucidated by Ghulam Nabi Azad. Others, like me, have chosen to speak through silence. But I had stated that I no longer felt possible to serve the larger causes of the nation as a member of the Congress party, because as it presently functions, it does not give us a sense of dignity. And people who are diminished by a loss of their own dignity cannot rise in the estimation of the people and cannot serve a public function. That's the essence of the grievance of senior Congress people.
Is this because of Rahul Gandhi, his coterie and his leadership style?
Well, I don't really want to comment on individuals. The thing speaks for itself. The letter of resignation of Ghulam Nabi Azad and of many others speak for themselves. I think the message is loud and clear. The writing is on the wall. Everybody knows when the decline of the Congress party started, why it started, and why we are unable to arrest that decline. I don't think anything is left in doubt, nor is there much scope for elaboration after this letter of resignation of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad.
Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad also said in a very dire statement that Congress has reached a point of no return. Do you see hope? There is an election coming up soon, or do you feel that the more things change, the more they will remain the same?
Well, there's no such thing as an election. I mean, that's clearly a non-issue in the Congress party now for so many years. The writ of the Gandhi family will run supreme, and that will be reflected in whatever is being termed as an election. But as for writing the epitaph of the Congress, no, I have never been hopeless about any party. I think all parties go down and then they come up, provided there's a will to resurrect oneself. Does the Congress do anything right from now on or not is the question. And if it does remove the inadequacies that has plagued it in the past or correct its functioning, certainly Congress has a future.
So what are those things? What are those corrections? What are those wrongs that need to be righted? If you could give me some specifics on that.
Well, first of all, you have to jodo the Congress before you jodo the country. If people one after the other are leaving, call them, talk to them, make amends, tell them we were wrong, we will now correct ourselves, have a serious introspection followed by concrete action. We have had several introspections, and the results of those introspections have largely been confined to the dustbin of history. Now that cannot be so. People of India are the ultimate judge. Congress party and its leadership should be looking to what the people of India expect of it. Okay. And that is the more important part. And when people fall behind the Congress leadership, you will see that support reflected in electoral victories for the Congress. That is not happening now, which means that the leader of the Congress does not automatically become the leader of the nation. The leader of the nation must be the leader of the Congress. That's the equation that the Congress must discover.
Going across to the guests who are now joining us, Shazia Ilmi of the BJP, Gurdeep Singh Sapal of the Congress Party, Rashid Kidwai, senior journalist and author, knows the Congress Party very well, and Suman C. Raman, political analyst, also joining us on the show. I thank all of you for your time. Gurdeep Singh, I'm of course starting with you. Your own leaders are saying again and again that they don't think that this present Congress can serve the national interest. There's a very serious statement by many of your leaders. Don't you think that's a massive indictment for a political party?
Well, this is being said by only those who are not giving way for the new leadership in the Congress party. They have been in the positions of power for decades and decades. And now when the time is there for generational change, I think they are coming up with these excuses. Issue is, when you were part of the decision-making forums in the party, what was the voice that you raised for the issues that you're raising now? That is the question. Can you please tell me any other party where a group of leaders writes a letter and for 2 years they are cajoled by the party leadership, 2 years they are given various positions, 2 years they are allowed to speak out on various platforms.
But at the same time, for example, Ghulam Nabi Azad says he was humiliated in meetings. He even says in his letter, and I pointed this out at the start of my show, that there have been these Chintan shivers for decades. And despite 2 Lok Sabha losses, no concrete action has been taken. Your last one, what was the resolution?
I was at Udaipur Chintan Shivar. Azad Sahab was also there. I don't think he made these points at Chintan Shivar in Udaipur. We do not know what happened in last 3 months to
He has talked about even 2003, 2013,
now, please tell me, after Udaipur Chintan Shivar, has party not been on the grounds? Can't you see the agitations that party has been now carrying out on various issues in Delhi, in various states? A full yatra is being planned, a pan-India yatra. The first mass contact program after independence of this level is being planned out. These are all the outcomes of Chintan Shivar at Udaipur. So it is not that the Chintan Shivar decisions are not carried out. Yes, they may not be carried out in full, which is never the case in any party. But Mr. Azad himself has been part of those decision-making forums. My question only is that he was the leader of opposition till last year. Rahul Gandhi came into leadership in 2013. For 13 to 21, Mr. Azad was in various decision-making positions. What was the internal debate that was carried out in the party?
Can I tell you one thing? Sir, can I come in?
Yeah.
Can I come in? You know, we were speaking to PC Chako also earlier. Since you mentioned that he was leader of opposition, PC Chako said on air to me today that Ghulam Nabi Azad told him that even as I was leader of opposition in one of the houses, I could not get time to meet Rahul Gandhi for a full year. That is what Javish Shergill has said. That they just don't have time. They don't meet us.
Let me respond to various leaders that you have named and just interviewed. Mr. PC Chako himself was the General Secretary in charge of Delhi. During this very regime, he himself, and he sees the result of Delhi. So shouldn't PC Chako be responsible for those results?
No, you must hold your party men responsible. Of course, you must hold your party men responsible. But they are saying we don't get time with the leadership, with Rahul Gandhi especially.
No. The prime Rahul Gandhi is not the party president. Party president is Mrs. Sonia Gandhi.
Even with her, they're saying.
Has Mr. Azad not been able to meet Mrs. Sonia Gandhi in the last few months? He has been. We all know it. That's not the question. Question is that here is a group of leaders who by their own admission became leaders in early 20s when the Congress leadership picked them up. And now when a fresh crop of leaders is coming up, these people are not willing to make way. And therein lies the conflict.
Mr. Gurdeep, answer me this. Do you believe that these leaders, as Ghulam Nabi Azad is pointing out, have been shunned? The consultative mechanism has been demolished since Rahul Gandhi took over. Do these leaders, even if they're not position holders and not decision makers, do they have nothing to offer to the Congress party? Do they have no experience to offer? Are you saying they are no good?
No. The case can't be that if I am not part of the consultation, then there is no consultation. I think that is the case being brought out. If same thing happens in Bharatiya Janata Party, where senior leaders are set aside, then it is called a master stroke. In Congress party, when some similar process is happening,
the problem is, sir, they set their leaders aside. You are not doing it, and your leaders are quitting.
Pardon?
I'm saying the difference is that Congress leaders quit their party, write stinging letters. I don't remember the last time a BJP leader did so.
From Yashwant Sinha to Shatrughan Sinha to Eknath Khadse to Swami Prasad Maurya to Yediyurappa to Keshubhai Patel, nobody quit Congress, BJP. No BJP leader has ever quit BJP.
Some of them quit because of ideology and decision. No, some of them quit because of ideology and all. That is fine. You can quit. I don't have a problem. Nobody has a problem. My point is that they are not raising the same questions on the leadership.
I can rattle out names after names of senior leaders of BJP who quit BJP once Mr. Modi came to power. Name after name I can rattle out. So this selective amnesia doesn't work. Issue is when there is a generational change happening, I think Mr. Azad should have supported it.
Okay.
He was a senior leader who has been in the decision-making role for
So,
more
sir,
than 4
explain
decades.
this generational, before I go across and open this up to our other guests, explain this generational change. Rahul Gandhi has been a power center in the Congress party as president or otherwise since 2013. अभी 10 साल होने को आए हैं. आप बताइए ये generational change चल ही रहा है अभी तक, ये क्या हो रहा है?
Okay, generational change doesn't include Mr. Bhupesh Baghel. Generational change does not include the young Dalit the CLP leader in Tamil Nadu. Generational change does not include new leadership in Jharkhand, where we are in power. I think we are looking only near the four walls, near the boundary of Lutyens zone and forming our perceptions from that.
Okay.
In state after state, a new leadership of Congress party has come up. It's a fact. It may have succeeded some places, it may not have succeeded some places.
Okay.
But there has been, you see the whole panelist of media person, spokesperson on various channels today. Can't you see a new generation coming up? If we are oblivious to this reality, then I think we are only rattling out something which is being spread out by certain
The trouble
individuals.
for the Congress though is your election results are not showing. And I don't think people have a problem with the other second run, third run, your state leaders. You've got great state leaders who can give the BJP a fight. People particularly have a problem with Rahul Gandhi.
Shivani, that can happen in politics. Politics, you sometimes go down, sometimes you come up.
Okay, fair
Congress
enough.
party is going back to its root. We are going back to people. We are having a mass agitational program lined up. And issue is what is Rahul Gandhi saying? He has been consistent that today the need is an ideological fight. Everybody else who's not on this side of ideology is not comfortable in fighting that war.
Okay, fair enough.
today.
Gurdeep
And this
ji,
is
let
what
me
Rahul
open this
Gandhi is
up to
leading in
others
Congress
now.
today.
Shazia Ilmi, what do you make of the situation in the Congress party? The larger question I'm wondering about today is if the Congress will continue to lose leaders in dribs and drabs like this, or when a party comes to a situation like this where there's a very clear line and divide over what the direction the party should be taking and both sides are very firm on their view, will that party split? And Congress has split many times in the past. But anyways, your first response to Ghulam Nabi Azad and what Gurdeep ji has said.
Well, the fact of the matter is that this seems to be a never-ending story. The list of complaints is the same. The content of the complaint, so to speak, is the same. So I don't know. It's for the Congress party to really look into it and introspect. But the fact of the matter is, people like Ghulam Nabi Azad have been veterans. When Gurdeep ji talks about the generational change and the new crop of leaders, we were looking at a fairly young crop, which actually was very disenchanted by Rahul Gandhi's leadership as well. If you look at RPN Singh, if you look at a young Jaivir Shergill, if you look at even other
Jyotiraditya
leaders,
Scindia, Jitin Prasad,
Jyotiraditya and
Sushmita Dev, Priyanka
and
Chaturvedi.
Jitin Prasad, and what have you. So it's across the generations. It's nothing to do with a particular generation or an age. It's just the way things are, and something's got to give. And now what it takes for it to give is something that's not happening. And I think we all know what we're talking about. And nobody wants to just act upon it. And it's not, BJP doesn't want it because BJP does not have a stake. You can have a larger stake because of what it means for the BJP if there was to be a fallout of it. But internally, for the Congress leaders, I'm sure, and I speak also as a journalist who has been a journalist for several years, it's really sad that the oldest party looks like a sinking ship and people want to go. Maybe some with very selfish reasons, as I might agree to the preceding speaker, agree with the preceding speaker. But the fact of the matter is that something is not all right. Something is amiss. And you're not ready to address it. And that is a problem.
Okay, Rashid Kidwai, is it fair for the Congress leaders? Sir, I'll come back to you. Gurdeep ji, I'll come back to you. Rashid Kidwai, is it fair for the Congress party to keep attacking the individuals who leave them? As if, if they had positions in the Congress party, then it was some sort of a favor. Well, if you're going to have a party, there will be position holders as well. इसमें बार-बार याद दिलाने वाली क्या बात है कि आप 20 साल तक ये थे, 30 साल तक ये थे, तो उन्होंने काम भी तो किया है ना फिर. Do you think this is the right way or the wrong way?
Absolutely. Shivani, we must remember two, three things which are very basic and elementary. The political loyalty is extremely transactional. It is not like religion and faith when there is a kind of unconditional loyalty. So whenever somebody gets an opportunity and an opening from the other side, the greener pastures, they always move. It's a feature of Indian parliamentary democracy. Second thing is when political party goes down, particularly the Congress that 1967, so it led to a massive split in 1969. Same thing happened in 1977, and same thing happened after 1996 when several breakaway groups of Tiwari Congress and Sindhya Congress and Bangarappa Congress and later on Mamata Banerjee Congress and Jagan Mohan Reddy Congress, they were all formed. Very interestingly and intriguingly, no split took place after 2014 or 19. Back to
All right, I think I've lost him in between there. He was making an interesting point. We'll go back to him. Suman C. Raman, the problem also is that they keep attacking these leaders. And
I think
and one more thing, the leaders themselves are laughing off even the upcoming elections of the Congress party, where where the hope is that the party will revive itself, have a new president, a non-Gandhi, etc. They're leaving before this Bharat Jodo Yatra. In some senses, they don't have any faith, even if some measures are being taken.
Yeah, Shivani, first of all, Ghulam Nabi Azad has been, singularly ungrateful. I think that he's, as Mr. Gehlot pointed out today, over a period of 40 years, there has been hardly any significant time frame when he has neither had a senior role either in the party or in the government. So I think it's being extremely, ungracious and disloyal of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad to do what he did. But having said that, the elephant in the room is the leadership of the Congress party, is Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Why can't the Congress party, for God's sake, see that that is the fundamental issue? All of them are going out because the Congress High Command is now non-serious, as Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad says it. He simply does not have the will to actually be a politician full-time.
Yes.
A Congress party, a party which has ruled India for the largest portion of its time since independence, cannot have a part-time leader. It is simply not possible. And certainly not when you're taking on a party like the BJP, which is like 24/7 by 365 in an electoral mode. So I think that Mr. Azad has made one very valid point. And I think the most important point that he has made in the letter is about the non-serious leader. Now, whether he should have, said whatever it is, this party has given him almost everything that he is known for today. All the recognition has come thanks to his proximity and the support that he has received from the Gandhi family. And to do what he is doing today is pure and simple treachery. I don't see any other word for it, but the Congress does have a serious problem, and that serious problem is right
Rahul
at
Gandhi.
the top.
So,
no, the point
Gurdeep
is,
Sapal,
point about, one second, Shivani. The point about these leaders, look, they had a government in Madhya Pradesh. They knew Sindhya was unhappy. The leadership simply did not know how to handle it. And in 3 months, it was crystal clear to the whole world except Rahul Gandhi that Sindhya was going to quit and join the BJP. They weren't able to prevent it. Take Karnataka, which goes to the poll next year. Who is their chief ministerial candidate? They don't know. They are
no, they've said we will go collective leadership because they don't want to upset anybody.
Absolutely. So it won't work. DK Shivkumar needs to be named as a chief ministerial candidate. And without doing that, they will snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, as they have done in so many other places also.
Okay.
What
So
did they do?
basically, nothing succeeds like success. Gurdeep ji, you may point out to leaders who leave the BJP unhappy with Modi, unhappy with ideology, unhappy with the turn the party has taken, etc. The problem is for you that BJP is winning, Congress is not. An answer to what Suman C. Raman said, your central problem continues to be Rahul Gandhi, yet we continue to see a clamour for him to become the next president, even when he himself is saying, I don't want to be. But then even if he's not, he will still be a power center. It's a mess.
Well, there's a different way of looking at things today. Today, coming to winning elections is not only a question of coming to power. After BJP has consolidated itself in this particular run after 2014, it is also about ideology. Rahul Gandhi is not just representing generational change, but also the ideological clarity within the Congress. And today, anybody who wants a secular India, who wants an India that is not divisive, where bigotry is not promoted, stands with Rahul Gandhi. And
Sir,
today,
they are
it is
choosing
like in
Mamata
words of
Banerjee,
Kabir,
they are
in words of,
choosing Arvind
I'll tell
Kejriwal,
you,
they are
I'll
choosing your
tell
other
you.
regional former
Yes,
allies.
yes.
They are not choosing Rahul Gandhi.
He's a part-time leader.
I know Kejriwal who keeps mum in Delhi riots or Bilkis Bano case. He's only pandering to the sentiments which are being promoted by Bharatiya Janata Party and RSS. So I am not getting into that debate. Question is, if you want to save this Atma of India, then in words of Kabir, it's very famous couplet Doha कि कबीरा खड़ा बाजार में लिए लुखाटी हाथ जो घर फूके आप ना चले हमारे साथ. Today, joining Congress, today struggling by being in Congress is like by you are ready to give up everything, you are ready to sacrifice everything for the cause of this nation. It's not just about Congress party.
But
And
sir,
that is why
the
it's a
point
difficult
is
fight.
that it's not
And that is
ideology
why-
that people have a
that is
problem with.
why-
There are people
no,
who believe
issue-
in Congress's ideology, but Rahul Gandhi is not a 24/7 politician, not a serious politician. That's the point.
That's only a projection. That's only a defamation created by the IT cell of Bharatiya Janata Party.
Your own
He
leaders
is
say
a-
this. Come on, that's
no,
not
no,
fair.
he
Gurdeep
is
ji,
a
that's
commi-
not
no,
fair.
no.
Your
It's-
own
it's
leaders
not-
say this.
look.
What does the BJP have to do with this?
Pardon?
Your own leaders say this.
The entire image, which is also fortified by the disgruntled elements who leave Congress, has been in first place generated by BJP's IT cell. Anybody who meets Rahul Gandhi will vouch for him that he's not the person who is
From
projected by
Hemanta Biswa
BJP.
Sarma
But today,
in 2015
well,
to
we know,
Ghulam Nabi Azad in
yes,
2022.
I'll answer to this. Hemanta Biswa Sarma and his bigotry is out in open. The way he has been running this government, it is right that Rahul Gandhi identified him that he is not on the ideological
By
side
ignoring
that Rahul
him.
Gandhi wants Congress to represent. Now, rest are the stories created by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. He may be a very good politician, but he does not represent the same values that Rahul Gandhi wants Congress to carry in this
Okay,
country.
let Shazia come in.
And his
Shazia,
entire
all of this is
tenure
your
in,
fault.
As Assam CM,
All of this is your fault.
As Assam CM,
I
he has
see
been
Mr.
not
Gurdeep
above
ji
my
trying
country,
so
but
hard
he's
and
been
giving a spin on
he's
everything
been case of
and trying to be
Naina
clever by
Mulla
half.
Jor ki bole.
And even saying that retrospectively Rahul Gandhi knew what Hemanta would be like, which is why he ignored him and treated him badly, because
It's
he
not
could foresee
retrospective.
as a
It
kind of a
is laying
clairvoyant
down a
that he would
criteria.
become a bigot later. So this is quite hilarious. I mean, and if this is the mode you're in, God help Congress. I mean, that's your loss entirely. I can only speak.
We are not.
I can only
We are
empathize with
talking
you,
today
but only
because
to some
we are
extent,
talking
because I
today
do
because
belong
of
to
this
the other
incident. We
party.
are going to
But I would like to
people.
say something
We are
else
going
here.
to people. We are going to them.
No,
In
no, I
democracy,
think
it is
it's
people
a
who
lot of
matter.
balderdash. You hide behind these words. This is you just hide behind the semantics, ideological clarity. I think it's a lot of bunkum. I think there is zero clarity. And it doesn't take much for any IT cell to
Maybe
see
your
things for
view.
what they are.
But
It is for everybody to
any
see. For
independent
Rahul
observer
Gandhi to
knows
out there.
that there is an
Oh,
ideological
keep
divide
talking, sir.
between what
It is
Rahul
not
Gandhi
helping. All the
represents and
constant
what RSS
talking,
represents.
it doesn't help.
Any
Keep
independent
talking, sir.
observer would know it.
You're so great with forming a sentence here and there. If you think this is what's going to help you, go ahead. Keep yapping, sir. Keep talking. Keep using these great words and trying to give this noble tint and tilt to everything that you're saying. It's not going to help at all, because everybody knows the truth. It's out there. You can't run away from it. So, you can give it a very cool look and a spin. But the fact of the matter is that if truth is out there, it has a way of being seen and heard, even if you try to. Conversely, I can say that the entire media cell of Congress party and in the perception game, the kind of things you try to make Modi ji to be, to be some kind of abomination, and eventually the truth prevailed, right? And we know what is the truth out there. And I can say the same thing. Anybody who meets Modi ji will know what kind of a man he is and how he's talked about.
Okay.
But the fact is, Rahul Gandhi has been given a chance not once, but thousands of times in the parliament, outside the parliament. And he has yet to prove himself and make a mark. And it's just one act of immaturity to the other. I'm not saying that others are like that. They would be great leaders, but you are doing such a great disservice to them by shortchanging them.
Okay,
Just
Rashid
to-
Kidwai
just
is
to-
back
just
with
to
us.
showcase
Rashid
them as a
Kidwai
leader.
was making such an important point. Once again, I'll come back to both of you. Rashid Kidwai, you were making an important point about the splits that the Congress have seen. Now, that's the larger question I'm also asking. When crises like this happen, Congress has split in the past. Do you believe it is going to split again, or it's going to just, keep wavering, losing leaders in dribs and drabs, keep tottering?
Yeah, that is what Shivani is happening. So one time split would have been a huge setback, but this kind of periodical split by one leader after another is this Congress is bleeding white, and this is a real kind of crisis because you cannot manage it, you cannot give any spin. But Shivani, for a moment, just think of it away from all these things. There are dozens of political parties in India at national level and state level. Have you come across any political party where a huge number of a huge number of leaders who were relevant in 1970s, were relevant in 1980s, in 1990s, in the first part of the millennium, and now? I can go on so many names. It's not just one Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. There is Ashok Gehlot, Kamal Nath, Ambika Soni, so many things. And of course, some of those people have unfortunately lost their lives. So now I don't want to mention them. But this relevance of the, that leadership factory that Sanjay Gandhi had produced is still in force in the Congress party. Digvijay Singh, there are so many people are there.
Okay.
I look at the backbone of the Congress, it dates back to, to 1970. That's not the case with the BJP. Now, look at that. You can count the number of people who are there from the, Atal Bihari Vajpayee regime of 1998 to 2003.
No, but sir,
So
the problem
that
is
kind of-
different parties can have different models. The BJP can easily argue that they are a cadre-based party. People rise from the
Whatever
cadre.
be
They
the
work
case,
for years in organization. They come to
Shivani, the-
positions and they get rewarded. In Congress, the problem is your loyalty is the fact that determines how close you are or how high you are, not your
Shivani, the
performance.
point I'm making is very simple. Point is that this kind of the status quoist and who've been existed and held prominence for 50 years. They surpassed your age group, Shazia's age group. Now imagine in a political party what kind of work culture, what kind of ethics, what kind of hierarchy will be there. Just ponder over it. I'm not saying that what Congress is doing is right. Of course, the electoral success or lack of it explains everything.
But do you not believe some change is needed? For example, Suman Sri Raman, even their next elections are being laughed off. I find that problematic. Everybody is saying that, these are not going to be elections. It's a sham. That's the problem for the Congress.
Look, first of all, let us be very clear, and I think this is a question which I will pose to the Congress spokesperson here. Does he not believe that his party deserves a full-time leader? I mean, come on, this is the grand old party of India. How can you run it on a part-time basis? In Parliament, the Union Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, gives a statement saying that the gentleman, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, has made over 1,000 visits abroad. And that is not even challenged by the Congress. If he was lying in Parliament, why did the Congress not launch an agitation and ask him to retract his statement? 1,000 visits in 7 years or 6 years. I mean, that translates, and I think it translated into one visit every 9 days or something. So how is it possible for anyone who hopes to lead a large political party in a country like India to simply do it when you're not even there?
Okay, let Gurdeep ji answer that for 30 seconds
Yeah,
because I'm running out of time.
Let me finish the point.
Okay, let Sumant finish, then you come in. Yeah.
Let me outrightly reject this data. 1,000 visits in 2,000 days. 6 to 7 years, 2,000 days. So do you believe this? This cannot? That Rahul Gandhi has traveled 1,000 days in 2,000 days? This is just a canard being spread.
Did you challenge
leader,
it, sir?
Please let me complete. B, Congress party does have a full-time president. Mrs. Sonia Gandhi in last CWC last year made it very clear, and election process is on. A person who has quit the party today, if he says that election process is a sham, that does not discredit the election process by itself. We have a schedule, 28th.
Two people today told me this.
And,
two people
and
today
next
told me
few
this.
weeks,
Ashwini Kumar,
pardon?
who you heard, Sanjay Jha, also former Congress party suspended, said the same
They're
thing.
not part of Congress.
No, they're not.
part of
They're
Congress.
not. But they're saying कि इलेक्शन हो रहे हैं, लेकिन हवा ये चल रही है कि अशोक गहलोत को बोला है कि आप टेक ओवर कर लो. इसका क्या मतलब बनता है? फिर तो इलेक्टेड है ना, सिलेक्टेड है.
Tell me who brought in JP Nadda or Jana Krishna Murthy or so many leaders who brought in BJP?
अरे सर बीजेपी की प्रॉब्लम बीजेपी की प्रॉब्लम है. बीजेपी की प्रॉब्लम बीजेपी की प्रॉब्लम है. आप क्यों कंपेयर कर रहे हो अपने आप को बीजेपी से?
Please tell me. Please tell me.
Shivani, 1 minute.
I'll come to you, Sumant. I'll come to you.
और Jana Krishna Murthy और Amit Shah और Rajnath Singh.
Their system works for them. Your system is not working anymore, sir. आप बीजेपी को देखते रहोगे तो अपना घर कैसे सुधारोगे?
हम आप ये बताना चाह रहे हैं कि as if all other parties have an election in which all the
मैं तो नहीं कह रही हूँ ये. But people don't revolt in other parties like they're revolting in the Congress. All right, Sumant, 30 seconds. I'm running out of time. Final 20 seconds to all of our guests. Sumant.
Mr. Gurdeep, between 2015 and 2019, 4 years, Rahul Gandhi travelled abroad 247 times, an average of 62 trips in a year, which amounts to 5 trips a month. The data was provided by Home Minister Amit Shah when discussing special protection.
Let me refute that also. From 1,000 to 247. So you are saying he's travelling once every week?
Okay.
No.
Okay, I have to move on from this. The non-serious question has been answered by Gurdeep ji. It is what it is as it stands. Rashid Kidwai, is any change needed? You talked about a structure. You said what else can the Congress do? Is any change needed? Will any change happen? Rashid Kidwai.
Let me respond to this.
Shivani, you look at that, you look at that tone and tenor. If Ashok Gehlot, comes in as a probability, he's being dubbed as a, Nehru Gandhi family nominee. So that's the thing. I think it's nothing to do who heads the Congress. Unless the Congress starts winning elections, it will continue to draw flag. Perhaps Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad felt slighted that Ashok Gehlot is being considered, whereas in the kind of party hierarchy and in the past, he had been senior to Ashok Gehlot. So all these considerations are there. I have said political loyalty is highly transactional, and anybody who's getting a chance from the other side is lapping it up.
Okay, I have to leave it at that. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. And let me also now throw over to this conversation I had with Sanjay Jha. I mentioned him, the former Congress leader, now suspended, who was equally scathing on Rahul Gandhi and the Congress culture.
You can't be living in you can't be delusional about Congress's problems. I mean, I look at politics from a very simple angle. Who's winning? Or if you're losing, how are you fighting back? It's simple. You're not winning and you're not fighting back. So that's a problem for the Congress party. All these veterans who are leaving, what does it tell you, right? It tells you that they are not optimistic anymore. They're not hopeful anymore. They don't have sanguine expectations of the party's future, which is so sad because the Congress is part of India's historic freedom struggle. Yes. It's been in government for 55 years. And for the last 10 years, it's been on its own internal implosion. And nothing is being done to arrest it. And I think, let me give you just one example, right? Yesterday, Javid Shergill quit. I know him. Javid is a young guy, bright, dynamic. And Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad on the other side of the, if you call it as the age spectrum, he's quit too. And both of them have said something very similar. And that to me is symptomatic of the larger problem within the Congress. In simple words, leadership needs to communicate and engage, especially with dissidents. But if you are going to have political entrepreneurs around you, many of the people around the party leadership are those who are so self-seeking people. They have no political impulse. They basically are there because they are creating their own future. They have their own private agendas. They have misled Rahul Gandhi. The question is that Rahul Gandhi has to be smart enough to not be misled. I mean, that is the whole challenge.
You said Rahul Gandhi needs to be smarter to not be controlled by these entrepreneurs around him. But the same issue has been raised multiple times. Two things. One, he's a non-serious politician. So you can't always depend on him. The Congress leadership itself cannot always depend on him. He comes and goes. His foreign trips are often talked about. So not a 24/7 politician. That is one thing. Always a consistent criticism of him. The second is that he's being controlled by this coterie. Now, if it's been nearly 10 years and you haven't been able to get out of that, you haven't been able to grow out of that, what's the answer then? The answer Should it not be to look beyond Rahul Gandhi?
Well, I have a very simple thumb rule based on my corporate and political experience. If you find the kitchen too hot, step out of it. Simple. And leadership is not everybody's cup of tea or coffee. It's a tough job. You got to firstly know what you're saying. You got to be a great communicator, hopefully bilingual. You got to lead a team of people whom you trust. You also got to listen to people whom you don't possibly like, but they are part of the team. You can't ignore them. Then you got to have strategy. You got to know how to raise funds. You got to know how to understand your data. You also got to know how to campaign and travel all over the country. It's a tough job. And therefore, I believe, leadership is an exceptional challenge. And if Rahul is not measuring up to it, I have always said it, and I say so despite the fact that I like him personally enormously, that Rahul should have just taken a break from leadership. I hope he does even in the September election, and let a Sachin Pilot and a Priyanka Gandhi combination lead the Congress.
The worst thing is that this Azad resignation, JV leaving is coming even as we're all looking forward to that election within the Congress party for the next president. So they're not even waiting for that process to get over. It just goes on to show that they have no hope.
Well, let me tell you, how does this sound when media reports tell you that Mrs. Gandhi has said to Mr. Gehlot, please take over? How does it sound? That there is an election on and there is a report that says that Mr. Gehlot has been asked to take over. Yes. So is this entire election a sham or what? I mean, that is the problem. Yes. I believe that today, if we had a presidential system and, people could fight for Congress president, I think a Manish, a Sachin Pilot, a Shashi Tharoor, I'll be very honest, I would have put my hat in the ring as well. Well, you put an ideology, you put a philosophy, you tell what you're going to do if you become the president of the party and pitch for it. But unfortunately, we can't do that. None of us, unfortunately, can do it on our own. I tell you what, I'll be very honest, I haven't said it to any TV channel. If I wasn't suspended, and I would have loved to throw my hat in the ring, if nothing else, to tell people that there is an alternate philosophy. And I'm not dynastic. I have no corruption charges against me. I pay all my taxes on time. And I'm a very passionate believer in Congress's ideology. I'm sure there are many people like me in the Congress who would love to say, well, why don't I fight? Yeah. But this is the problem. This is the problem. And the Congress has to figure out an answer.
It is a problem that the principal opposition party in the country to the BJP is just disintegrating month after month, if not day after day. That is the problem for everybody. And the media also often talks about it, because if the Congress keeps disintegrating like this, doesn't put up a front, a cohesive front, alone or otherwise, with other parties to the BJP, it is a problem for our democracy.
Yeah, it is. And can I answer you, or I'll tell you something else. I believe one of the reasons why Rahul Gandhi has struggled to resurrect the Congress is because he just doesn't engage with the media. I'm being very frank with you. I have said it in internal conversations. You can't be the leader of a party and call it Godi media. You know what? Media will have views. Some will be ideologically left of center, right of center. I can understand that. But, as a leader, you have a platform. I mean, I could have said, I'm not going to go on CNN because I've got something else to do. But because I'm speaking with you, whether people agree or they don't agree with me, at least they're hearing my viewpoint. And I always believe that Rahul Gandhi, if he were to engage with everyone, an NDTV, a CNN, a Times Now, an Aaj Tak, an ABP, India Today, NewsX, engage with people. People hear you. That's what politics is all about. Democrats go to Fox News and Republicans go to CNN and MSNBC. But that politics is about engagement.
Yeah, fight for your ideology, right? You cannot expect it will be smooth sailing. You'll have to fight for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me tell you something. I feel that the media has got every right to question the Congress for being so sloppy in a fight back. I mean, I always believe that the government is going to get away with murder. The BJP is having a walk in the park because the Congress has made it easy. Simple.
Do you believe the Congress will finally move on in a way that actually, enthuses them and brings some fresh energy? Or is it going to be more of the same?
Well, I hope not. I mean, there is a saying that, as a banker, I remember we used to talk about it, too big to fail. Organizations believe they're too big to fail. And I think the Congress has got itself into this hallucination that we are too old, great, and big to fail. I think you're making a fundamental mistake. Let me tell you, politics is fluid. organizations vanish. It's happened. I'll give you an example of the French elections. Emmanuel Macron became a president in a party that was created 3 years ago before he became president. And the grand socialist and the right conservatives, they are obliterated today in France. So things can change. Aam Aadmi Party is a threat for the Congress. TMC is a threat for the Congress. And the BJP always has remained a formidable challenge. So you can't take it for granted that people are going to vote for you all the time. They need to see a leader. They need to see passion. They need to see a fight back. The party has been very sporadic. It's done some good work. It just is not consistent. And you know what? Let me tell you the truth, because in television, you know it, and I, as a spokesperson, have been aware of it for a long time. Elections have always been quasi-presidential. It's never just parliamentary. You know, you always like to know who's a leader. Mrs. Gandhi made it presidential. She was part of the Congress. So we can't blame Narendra Modi for making it extremely, self-styled, individualistic politics. It's a nature of the beast. People want to know, Mera Pradhan Mantri kaun banne wala hai? So you tell them who it's going to be. A party or a company or a country becomes like its leader. If you look at the BJP and the Congress, you'll feel the difference. Mr. Modi is ambitious, hungry, a very aggressive communicator. Look at the BJP today, from the spokesperson down to the workers. They are always on the prowl.
Yeah.
Look at the Congress. Mr. Gandhi doesn't communicate. He's conservative. He speaks very sporadically. The Congress is becoming a little old-fashioned. It's not looking very savvy with the times. So the Congress has become to a great extent like his leadership. Cocooned, not vibrant, not communicating, not available for conversations, and somewhere down the line, as a result, self-destructing in slow motion.
A case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August. 3 terrorists were killed as security forces foiled an infiltration bid along the line of control in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth foliage and rainfall and low clouds to infiltrate. 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 Chinese M16 rifle and other ammunition has been recovered. The Indian Army is hiring via the JEE Main 2022 exam. Now here are the details. Let's take you through the details of these online applications from male candidate recruitment under 10+2. The technical entry scheme candidates can submit applications till the 21st of September. Hiring to be conducted to fill the total of about 90 vacant positions. Candidates must have appeared in the JEE main examination. Now, Taiwan has unveiled its plan for record boost in defense spending.
After China staged unprecedented military exercises near Taiwan, the island is getting battle-ready. Taiwan has announced a 14% increase in defense spending for new fighting jets and other military equipment. This is a sharp increase in defense spending for the country, considering it has only been 4 to 5% in recent years. The tipping point has been China's muscle flexing. Ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented visit to the island last month, China's People's Liberation Army rolled out a series of military exercises surrounding the island. From launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan to sending Chinese warships to the Taiwan Strait and PLA warplanes breaching the median line. China wants Taiwan reunified with the mainland and has accused the US of trying to overturn decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in the PLA air show. And a video of British Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak performing Gau Puja in London is going viral. The 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshita Murthy, and together they performed the Aarti of the cow. Sunak, who has declared himself to be a proud Hindu, had recently gone to a temple to celebrate Janmashtami. Three-time champion Novak Djokovic will not play in the upcoming US Open, which begins on Monday. Now, Djokovic is ineligible to travel to the US due to COVID protocols, which require him to be vaccinated. This is the second Grand Slam that he will miss for not being vaccinated. He was deported before the Australian Open earlier this year. In bizarre retribution.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As a large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow, causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between two parties. After the video went viral, police has now started investigating the matter.
The Goa police has registered a murder case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspicion.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's get you a quick check of some of the day's biggest stories. The last rites of BJP Haryana leader Sonali Phogat were held today in her hometown Hisar, 2 days after she was found dead under mysterious circumstances in Goa. Apart from her immediate family, who were inconsolable, hundreds turned up to pay their tributes to Phogat, who before her political journey made her name through TikTok and acted in a few movies as well.
आज तक वो बढ़ चढ़ी नहीं, उसकी कोई बीमारी नहीं थी, कोई ब्लड प्रेशर की बीमारी नहीं थी. अगर मान लो हार्ट अटैक होएगा भी तो 5-7 मिनट का तो वो मिलता है. हमारे बच्चे गए, उन्होंने देखा तो उसके मुंह लीला हुआ था, उसमें ड्रग्स दी गई थी काफ़ी मात्रा में, मुंह वगैरह नीला था, कान सूजे हुए थे.
Goa police have revealed that the BJP Haryana leader Sonali was fed drugs which led to her death. The cops in detail explained that this drug was a synthetic one. The police are trying to ascertain the exact chemical which was fed to her and have said a confirmation can only be given post a chemical examination.
और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है. प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में दोनों एक्यूज एस्टेब्लिश हो रहे हैं और उनको 302/34 धारा के तहत गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसमें भी इनका कोई ना कोई इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट है.
Meanwhile, a new video of Sonali Phogat has emerged of that fateful night, hours before she was allegedly murdered. In the visuals, the BJP leader can be seen in a sorry state, struggling to stand and walk and being carried by one of her associates. Now, the person accompanying her is said to be one of the accused, while the other accused is also seen in this video. 2 people have been taken into custody, in fact, in connection with Sonali's death. As per the police, both are part of her personal staff and they fed the BJP leader drugs. Goa cops have said that the two have confessed to the crime and were taken for a medical earlier today. After liquor scam, Delhi government is facing corruption charges in connection to construction of classes in schools. Delhi LG has sought a report from the Chief Secretary over the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department in acting on a CVC inquiry report into the construction of additional classrooms in Delhi government schools.
फिर इनके ऊपर एक और मामला करा कि वो कोई स्कूलों के ऊपर घोटाला कर दिया मनीष सिसोदिया ने, उसकी भी जांच कर ली और जांच कर लें, सारी जांच कर लें जितनी तुम्हारी जांच एजेंसी है. ये शोभा नहीं देता. सुबह से शाम तक सवेरे उठते आप ये सोचते हो अब मैं इसको महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराऊं, अब मैं गोवा की सरकार गिराऊं, अब मैं मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार गिराऊं, अब मैं दिल्ली की सरकार गिराऊं. काम कब करोगे? देश की तरक्की कब करोगे?
Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana has referred a petition seeking a ban on irrational freebies by political parties to a 3-judge bench. The CJI-led bench said that there can be no denying that in an electoral democracy, the true power lies with the electorate and the electorate judges the parties and candidates. But they have often repeated that irrational freebies are a concern.
इन सारे चीज़ों को जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं इस पे चर्चा करेंगे और सभी तथ्यों को रखते हुए हमें लगता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट आगे निर्णय लेगा। निश्चित रूप से इन चीज़ों पे अगर डिटेल स्टडी होती है तो मुझे लगता है कि हम संविधान तक पहुंचेंगे और फिर अगर इस पर चर्चा होती है, सरकारें भी करती हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी करता है कि भारत के संविधान का जो प्रियम्बल है उस लक्ष्य को कैसे हासिल किया जाए, उसका रास्ता तय करें सभी लोग मिलकर के।
Election Commission has suggested disqualifying Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren as an MLA, though sources say the poll panel has not recommended debarring him from contesting elections. This comes in connection with the mining scam where the JMM chief is accused of using his office for profit.
लोकतंत्र में चाहे प्रधानमंत्री जी हों चाहे मुख्यमंत्री जी हों, लोक सेवक के रूप में जाना जाता है, लेकिन ये झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी गठबंधन की सरकार बनने के साथ ही इन लोग की मानसिकता जो परिवारवाद की पार्टी है, तो ये इस राज्य में राजतंत्र चलाना चाहता है। जैसे एक राजा राजतंत्र में जो चाहे हम कर ले अपने राज्य में, प्रजा हमारा कुछ बिगाड़ नहीं सकती है।
After Congress leader B.K. Hari Prasad sparked a row by equating Savarkar with Jinnah and blaming them for ruining the country, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai advised Hari Prasad to read history again. He alleged that Congress loves Jinnah because they came to power after dividing the country. According to a survey by global decision intelligence company Morning Consult, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the world's most popular leader. At least 75% of Indians surveyed by Morning Consult approved of PM Narendra Modi. The survey was carried out between August 17 and August 23 this year. The only other world leaders who were highly approved by their citizens were Mexican President Andres Manuel, newly elected Australian Prime Minister Anthony, and Mario Draghi of Italy. A video of a woman in Texas is going viral because in it she is verbally and physically assaulting 4 Indian American women in a parking lot. She made statements like, "You Indians are everywhere." The 5.5-minute video posted on a Facebook page of Rani Banerjee, one of the victims of the assault, showed Esmeralda Upton hitting one of the women in the face and swiping at the phones of the 2 women who were filming the incident. She also reached into her bag, threatening to shoot the 4 women. She's been arrested by the police and charged with assault and terroristic threats. The incident is being treated as a hate crime. And finally, the fervor is increasing for yet another India-Pakistan clash. We leave you today with these visuals of Indian players, including Virat Kohli and others, extending their sympathies to Shaheen Afridi, who's part of the Pakistan contingent but is missing in action due to an injury.
Unstoppable 18-week sprint. India's indisputable #1. CNN News 18 on your side.
23 मार्च 2003 को शाम को चंद दहशतगर्द आ गए आर्मी वर्दी लगा के, पहले उनका लूटपाट किया और बाद में उनको मारा पीटा घसीटा, फिर उनको गोलियों से भून दिया। और कि इस केस को ओपन अगर करते जल्दी से जल्दी और कसूरवारों को सज़ा मिल जाती, वो हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा होता।
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand, ladies and gentlemen. And on this Friday, or on this edition of The Right Stand, one has to say that the Jammu and Kashmir government, the administration, indeed has taken the right stand to re-examine those cases that were shut, those cases that were just brushed under the carpet, just to try and cover up, perhaps and mask, an attempt at ethnic cleansing and genocide in Jammu and Kashmir. For all those who say nothing happened, for whom Nadimarg massacre is not even a memory because they don't even remember, now they will be made to account for and accept that indeed out of the 50-odd Kashmiri Pandits in this small little town in the Pulwama district on the 23rd of March 2003, it was horrific, it was a nightmare as 24 of them were massacred, killed in cold blood by these pan-Islamists, members of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. And imagine what would have happened had it been a continuation of a pre-abrogation era, where in 2011 a criminal revision petition was just dumped, not even allowed. And one of the terrorists this time around was trying to argue that the court does not have the powers or the jurisdiction to go back and revisit its own judgment or its own calls. The Jammu and Kashmir High Court reopening the Nadimarg massacre case, ladies and gentlemen, and the next hearing will be on the 15th of September. But tonight, here on The Right Stand, not only do we want to come out and say that the Jammu and Kashmir administration has indeed taken the right stand, but it is for the rest of India, to wake up to this reality. And for all those who scoffed at the Kashmir files and this entire aspect of the Kashmir Hindu genocide, this should be a stark reminder. This should be a stark reminder that this was not the 70s, 80s or the 90s. It was after the turn of the millennia, in the 21st century, that this massacre was conducted, and there was an effort, a brazen effort to cover it up. So much so that there are claims that are made that some of the eyewitnesses, some of the perpetrators were actually neutralized before they sang like a canary, just to hamper the prosecution and leave no trail behind. 24th of March 2003, the Nadimarg massacre, Shopian. 24 Kashmiri Pandits gunned down by terrorists in army fatigues. They were wearing army fatigues. There was a narrative at that time to push to say that it was the soldiers, it was the Indian army that actually killed these people. And then that lie was busted. 10th of April 2003, Zia Mustafa, Lashkar commander, was arrested. April 2003, 3 other terrorists were named in the FIR. They were actually killed by the BSF in an encounter. On the 1st of October 2003, charges framed against Zia and 7 cops who failed to guard the village. This is the entire case history. Nadimarg massacre, this entire period of justice muzzled, ladies and gentlemen, because in 2009, a trial court blocked the hearing of witnesses to the level to which the courts denied the prosecution even cross-examination. Of the 38 witnesses listed by the prosecution, only 9 were allowed to be examined. The court citing delay in hearing. In February 2009, there was an appeal in the High Court that was dismissed, saying delay cannot be condoned. Delay. 2015, Supreme Court asked the Jammu and Kashmir High Court to reopen the matter. But in October 17, 2021, so in 2015, the Supreme Court told the Jammu and Kashmir High Court to open the matter. It took the abrogation of Article 370 and 1.5 years thereafter, that in 2021 October, the alleged mastermind Zia Mustafa was killed during an operation. The hope for justice yet, because on the 25th of August 2022, The Jammu and Kashmir High Court has ordered reopening of the Nadimarg massacre cases. Bhushan Lalji, one of the witnesses, one of the survivors, has come out. He's spoken from Jammu, where they say they all fled to seek refuge in Jammu. Have the genocide deniers been blunted? That's a straight question that we ask on the Nadimarg massacre. Joining us this evening, Vivek Agnihotri, film director, Amit Malviya, spokesperson of the BJP and also IT cell head, who said that this is also, there is a civilizational aspect to it, and Amit Raina, spokesperson, roots in Kashmir and Kashmiri activist. Namaste, gentlemen. We have not made it a debate, we have not made it a firefight and a tutu-meme, because the facts of the case themselves have not been highlighted. Vivek Agnihotri ji, did the Nadimarg massacre form a part of your Kashmir files among the very pages that you turned in terms of research?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Anand, for holding this discussion. It's very, very important. And if you know the climax of the Kashmir files, we showed Nadimarg massacre. Actually, you know, we diluted the whole thing because it's so barbaric and it's so gruesome, inhuman. It's impossible for any sensible person, anybody with any kind of emotion or empathy to even be able to picturize it. We couldn't. When we did it, there were like 400-500 people. Everybody was stunned. You know, these people came dressed as army. They went to the police station. They said, we are Indian army and we have to protect Kashmiri Pandits. And therefore you leave this, and they took all their arms and ammunition. And then they killed 24 people one by one. And there was a little child also, I think,
2-year-old.
2.5, a 2-year-old child. And then they, about 800 meters they went ahead and they heard the child crying. And they came back all the way and then they shot the child. Who would do something like this? But the problem is, this is a human tragedy. Okay, anybody, 6 were killed, 6 were also killed by these terrorists. Every tragedy, any nation which fails to document, catalog, and remember these tragedies has no right, has absolutely no right to call itself secular or democratic or liberal or anything. And which is why I fought with the world and showed this. But then you know what happened as an aftermath. Then Arvind Kejriwal called it a jhuti kahani. For him, Nadimarg massacre never happened. Rahul Gandhi, on his instruction, all Congress party members, senior members, some of the senior most members called it propaganda. Some my friends in Bollywood, they said this film must not go to Oscar. Now, what is their compulsion that they deny that it happened? Genocide deniers, I understand. They don't want the world to know about it. What is their interest? I'm failing to understand. There are people from roots of Kashmir. Amit ji is there, you are there. Even I want to understand what is their compulsion. Are they agents of terrorists? Why do they want to stop the world to know the tragedy and the killing of our own brothers and sisters? Or under the garb of secularism, they have decided that not even one person from the minority community, nothing should happen to them, even if we have to sacrifice all Hindus, it's fine. And I'm saying it very bluntly, very, because I'm researching right now on Mopla, genocide and direct action day. I'm not being able to sleep. I think by the end of it, I may go insane. Not because these genocides took place, that anyways very barbaric, but why as an aware citizen of India, even a person like me, who takes pride in believing that I'm so socio-politically aware, even a person like me doesn't know the kind of inhuman barbaric things which were taken in the name of religion, even in Mopla 100 years ago, direct action day, and same thing has happened in Kashmir. So why they don't want the world to know? Please enlighten me.
No, and before I go across to Amit Raina to take this forward, and then also Amit Malviya, it's just the three of you gentlemen, so we'll just talk about it in detail. See, there are many who are watching the broadcast, and they are saying March 23rd, 2003, March 2000, you had Sikhs in Hola Mohalla who were again gunned down. 35 Sikhs were massacred. And once again, that was the first time that these people did this. The terrorists started dressing up as the Indian army personnel, coming up in army fatigues and killing people. And this is again Chhattis Singhpura, the massacre which happened, and they're saying, how can we forget that? So at all points in time, these massacres are not part of social consciousness. This is not taught in textbooks. It's just brushed under the carpet, Amit Raina. Why is it that we do not know what has been perpetrated on us?
See, we for 30 years have been telling this nation that you need to understand that there is a civilizational onslaught that is happening on this nation. And that is a jihad that is being waged against this nation. Now, today, Sar Tan Se Juda has become a norm. It has become now norm in India, which was norm in Kashmir in 1990.
And this is not the only massacre which has gone unpunished. Every massacre in Kashmir has gone unpunished, whether it was the Doda massacre, whether it was Chhattis Singhpura, whether it was Bandhama, or whether it was Sangrampura and Nadimarg. It is thanks to this government, at least after the application of Article 370, that they went and pursued with the legal authorities and got the case reopened. Otherwise, this case was as good as closed. So that is definitely the first benefit that has happened out of application of Article 370. Otherwise, every establishment in Jammu and Kashmir was interested in getting cases closed, which were against on crimes that were committed against Kashmiri Hindus. So that is why you do not have a single conviction in last 32 years on any killing that has happened in Kashmir. And you do not have any conviction will happen in this country also for killings that have happened in Udaipur and attacks that have happened in the rest of India, because there's a certain section which is now trying to copy what is happening in Kashmir and spread it to the rest of India. So it is a wake-up call for rest of India that they need to realize that what has happened in Kashmir in past 32 years is now getting spread to rest of India, and that is most worrying. So and people still call me. This morning, a gentleman from London sent me a message saying that, can you tell me Kashmir Files is true or not? So this is the level. So you have multiple reports. You have books written on Kashmir. We have TV debates. You regularly have been highlighting Kashmiri Hindu massacres in JN&K, Hindu massacres in JN&K. And still people. This afternoon, I got a message from London from a gentleman saying that I saw Kashmir Files. Can you confirm it is true or not? So that's the level of awareness. And we, unfortunately, have not woken up from the slumber as a community. When I say community, as Indians, as Hindus, we have not opened from slumber, and we will, by the time we'll wake up, it will be too late because it will be at our door. It is already at our door. We already have seen Razakars controlling Hyderabad again. Who could believe that you could have Sar Tan Se Juda happening in heart of this India at Hyderabad? So if we do not, and I've been saying this for last 30 years, if you do not ensure quicker delivery of justice on killings of minorities across country, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, you are condoning the crimes. You are in fact promoting. You are in fact somewhere giving hope to the people who commit these crimes that this country's legal system, this country's government, this country's executive is not willing to prosecute you and make you pay for the crimes you have committed. So welcome decision from Jammu and Kashmir High Court, especially in 2011 when it was dismissed by a judge who has a political affiliation. I think today's judgment is quite welcome, and I hope the country wakes up and ensures that there's a justice delivered to people in Jammu and Kashmir.
It's not about the country not waking up. One is the denial, that you're not ready to believe that something like this has happened and you didn't even know about it. That's one aspect, that's disbelief. The other part is that the counter narrative has been so long and so far pushed so strongly that you are unwilling to believe that this is actually the truth and what you were thinking all this while was actually false. So that's the other part, where somebody is unable to get out of that inertia and say, listen, I have to unlearn what I have learned because this is the truth. Amit Malviya, please come in, and then I'll go back to Vivek Agnihotri. Amit Malviya, you said that this is a civilizational battle. Yes, it is. But why are we waking up and realizing this now, when Sar Tan Se Juda has left Srinagar and now gone down to Bhagyanagari?
Look, Anand, this is a very deep-rooted problem, and we as a country must not forget that India was partitioned purely on religious lines because a certain community believed that they could not live in a Hindu majority country. Yet, the polity of that time chose to undermine the reasons why we were partitioned, and our politics went into a direction that made us pacifists as a country. We are talking about Kashmir here, but do you know West Bengal, for instance, does not celebrate its formation day? Why? Because West Bengal was formed purely or carved out of what is now Bangladesh to protect the Hindu Bengali community.
Yeah.
And the politicians there, the Congress, then the Communists, and now the TMC, refuses to acknowledge the very reason why West Bengal was formed or carved out, because it doesn't suit their politics. It's the same case with Kashmir. For a very long time, we were not even willing to acknowledge the problem in Kashmir. And let me say this unequivocally on your program, that this was about establishing Nizam-e-Mustafa in the valley. It wasn't about Azadi, it wasn't about autonomy, it wasn't about self-rule, because the Indian government was in fact treating Kashmir with kid gloves. But it was eventually about imposing an Islamist doctrine, a regime that would run on Islamic principles, and that is why this genocide was perpetrated. Now, the Kashmir Valley has seen several such genocides, but this is the most recent and the most horrific one. Particularly, it happened in a democratic republic where politicians sitting in Delhi soared by principles of secularism and so on and so forth. Yet they chose to look the other way because the aggressors were from the Muslim community and those at the receiving end were the Hindus who are minority in the valley. Now, if you look at the history of Valley and why I call it a civilizational battle, Kashmir in many ways has nurtured the Indic thought. Whether it is the Shaivite movement or, there have been intellectual movements that have emanated from there. The knowledge stream has emerged from Kashmir, and so it has a very prominent space in the entire Indic narrative, so to say. And there was an attempt to deny all of it. There was an attempt to perhaps even obliterate all of it. And it was done systematically because people did not find it convenient to raise issues that were important. And what we see today in terms of these barbaric slogans and killing in the name of religion that is sort of sweeping the country right now is going to take us in a similar direction if we do not act now. Imposing burqa on unsuspecting young girls. I've seen that happen in Valley. Girls as young as 4-5 years wear burqa. It's really not about choice. But that is the debate that you see in Karnataka today.
Yes.
And clearly these are young brainwashed girls who are falling prey to the religious doctrine that is being sought to be established in at least pockets of this country. And they are very ably supported by those who believe in a communist worldview, which somehow seems to use the Islamists as cannon fodder in their fight against dismembering India. And this is what happened in 1947 when the communists used the Muslim community as their foot soldiers to dismember India, create Pakistan and what is now Bangladesh. It continued after that, the 71 war in Bangladesh, the genocide that started in Kashmir Valley, and the radicalization that we are seeing in states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, parts of Karnataka. And one last point, Anand here. This entire idea of blasphemy is alien to India. And let me forewarn the people the pitfalls of where we could land up. Today in Pakistan, Muslims are using the blasphemy law against the Muslims to settle personal scores. It has become the most notorious law or statute in their books because nobody can oppose it. The judge would not opine the other way. The facts are always convoluted to make it look like blasphemy, and it has acquired a monstrous proposition. We can't allow that to happen in a plural, secular, democratic India. And it requires not just the non-Muslim community to wake up to the menace, but also the Muslim community, because they'll be the first ones to be targeted. Their women will be the first one to be targeted. Their young kids will be radicalized and used as cannon fodder in the name of jihad or religion or whatever you will. And they will end up falling behind the rest of the society on educational parameters, on social indices, on general acceptability in the society, and you will end up creating a ghetto which will be completely unsustainable.
So, but what are you going to do about it? That's the larger question, because this has been allowed to perpetrate. The other aspect is that, is it inconvenient for the human rights activists to talk about Hindu killings? Vivek Agnihotri ji, why is this that this massacre is not talked about? Why is this that it is not headlined?
See, mostly people try to be politically correct, but let me tell you something very bluntly, and I'm saying it on the basis of facts and evidences. What has happened is, since the discovery of oil in the Middle East and with the coming money, and after 9/11, what happened was that Middle East, especially these oil-rich countries, they pumped in lots and millions and billions of dollars in image correction. And therefore they lobbied and they have funded right from New York Times. I was there. Qatar had given $50 million to New York Times. And so they have politicians in US, UK, media, everywhere. And they coined Islamophobia as a political weapon to shut up people. Now, because of that, what has happened, because these wokes and the seculars of India follow the Western model, they are compelled, and I'm sure lots of people are on the payrolls and they have been paid lobbying monies. But otherwise, why? Give me one reason. Why would anybody deny that?
Right.
It's impossible. Why would a filmmaker, a director would say that Kashmir files specifically must not be shown to the world, because if it goes to Oscars, then the whole world sees it? Why? There must be a compelling reason. So that is one aspect of it. The lobbying and the money of Gulf is stopping people from let this truth come out. Second thing I want to tell you, what is the problem with this country? I think India, please, if I'm saying anything which is politically wrong or which is going to hurt people, please stop me, because I don't know what is correct and what is incorrect to speak on it. The biggest problem is Khilafat movement. With Khilafat, the movement, Gandhi ji gave approval to Khilafat movement. Mopla massacre, the genocide happened, where they cut the heads of Hindus who were not ready to convert and threw them in the well. Because of that, direct action they took place. The Calcutta killings took place. And now what we are seeing is, and how I realized Khilafat 2.0, when Delhi Shaheen Bagh was happening at that time, in Aligarh Muslim University's walls, it was written Khilafat 2.0, Khilafat 2.0. In fact, they also held a symposium which was called Khilafat 2.0. Now the problem is, as long as our constitution acknowledges people on the basis of majority and minority, I don't think we can ever solve this problem. The thing is, we are all Indians and they are not minority. And when we are doing this research, Anand, Amit ji, aapko bhi bata raha hu, when we are doing this research, it's on paper in front of me right now here. Statistically, whenever they come to close to 35 to 45% in any territory, genocide happens. In Mopla, the regions where it happened, the exact regions where it happened, it had Muslim majority at that time. In fact, in some places, they were 75%. But wherever they were above 35%, genocide happened. Same thing happened in Direct Action Day, where in the pockets of Calcutta and West Bengal, wherever they were more than 30-35%, in all those places genocide happened. Same thing happened in Kashmir. And also, if you see, don't go by cities, see the localities. In whichever locality there is a minority majority, I mean the Muslim majority, or if their numbers are equal or more or less equal, you will find that on Friday there will be riots, or there will be some kind of a religious conflict or communal conflict will take place. And this is very alarming. And very beautifully he said this country is slowly, very slowly, but definitely is trying to suppress the Hindu civilization. What is this country? This country is founded by who? America also keeps saying founding fathers every time. What are the fundamental values and what are the fundamental culture and thinking and philosophy of this country? It's not Islamic.
Yeah.
It is Hindu, and not Hindu in terms of religion, but in philosophically speaking, ideologically speaking.
Yeah.
The problem is that we are surrounded by Islamic countries on one side, we are surrounded by communist countries on one side, and these people have created a nexus, and they are trying to break Hindu society. If you don't believe me, ask anybody how this Islamic Dalit nexus they are trying to, the corridor they are trying to create.
Yeah.
And these are very serious questions. Somebody has to address, after 75 years of independence, how long we are going to call a 18-20 crore community of 18-20 crore people as minority.
They are the second largest majority.
A fully able, competent boy, grown-up boy, but the parents still keep calling him that he's weak and he's weak. I think the only solution to stop tension or conflict in this country, to stop civilizational decay of Bharat, I think first thing we have to do is stop this majority and minority.
No, correct. And see,
last 5 seconds. I think 2 terms. Anybody in this country, in Bharat, in this Republic of India, anybody who says kafir or sartan se juda or blasphemy, these 3 things anybody talks about should be declared a terrorist, and for life he should be put inside the prison. Maybe I am over.
No, you're not the first person to make that demand. No, Vivekji, you're not the first person. There are many people who have said there should be a law that bans the use of the word kafir, use of the word idiom sartan se juda, and this entire aspect of khilafat, etc. But more importantly, these 2 words should be done away with. They should not be allowed. And blasphemy also, there is no logic of blasphemy in our country. So that's what hurting somebody's religious sentiments is punishable by law, but that's different. But this blasphemy, hang this person, the legal version of behead this person is hang this person. That's what these people are saying. It's not. It's alien to our country. But you talked about Khilafat movement and Amit Raina. Khilafat is exactly 100 years ago. So this is around the time that 1920 when the Khilafat movement started picking up. I was reading the Vikram Sampat's commentary on Savarkar. There is in 1922, 1923 there is an argument that happens between Shaukat Ali and Veer Savarkar, and he says, call back this Khilafat and al-ulema. You give this up and I will give up Shuddhi. So it's more than 100 years old. This is going on. And Khilafat was what? Khilafat was establishing a caliphate in Turkey. What's happening in Turkey? What does that got to do with India? And India is getting massacred.
And don't forget, during Delhi riots, after Shaheen Bagh, Ankit and all these people who were killed, stabbed 50, this is all part of Khilafat. I have been screaming on your channel, every channel I have said, that in Kashmir, they have an agenda. They are saying we'll create 500 mini Kashmirs in India. What happened during Shaheen Bagh and aftermath of that was part of that. What is happening in Hyderabad today is part of that. All these burqa movements and hijab movements are part of that. It's very strategically done. But what we are doing, we are watching it and debating. We are not countering it with action.
Yes, Amit Raina.
You rightly said what we had to do with Khilafat. The fact is that for hundreds of years, we have been fed lies. We have been told that Mahatma Gandhi said he saw a ray of light in Kashmir when this country was in fire during 1947 because of partition. I don't know what ray of light he saw, that when entire Muzaffarabad, the entire Pakistan occupied Jammu Kashmir was getting rid of Hindus and Sikhs. You had 40% population in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Today it is 0. They killed thousands of Sikhs and Hindus. They raped thousands and Sikhs and Hindu women. They took and traded them as slave in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So I don't know what ray of light they saw, and that is the lies that has been perpetrated for 75 years, saying Jammu Kashmir में तो हिंदुओं के खिलाफ कुछ होता नहीं था. अरे हिंदू बचे ही नहीं वहाँ, तो होना क्या है उनके खिलाफ? You have ensured that Kashmiri Hindus and Hindus in Jammu Kashmir and Pakistan occupied Jammu Kashmir are almost, you have multiple massacres. You have Pranakot, you have Chhatri Singhpura, you have Doda massacre, single zero conviction. My expectation from this government again has been that while I welcome Jammu and Kashmir administration to continue on this Nadimarg case and get this case reopened. There are multiple cases of killings in Kashmir. And if you want to convey a message that Sartan se juda killing of Indians, if you don't even want to say to appease a certain section of vote population, at least say killing of Hindus, killings of Indians is not acceptable anywhere. Killing of Indians, and you need to reopen the cases. Why do we need to keep on going to courts to get cases reopened? You should get up and get those cases reopened. You cannot go and sack an MLA for his views, and then you have Andhra police today writing an FIR a word called blasphemy. हमारे तो कानून में blasphemy नहीं है. I don't know under what section they have put that word called blasphemy, and he has committed blasphemy. Are we copying Pakistan today now and putting this FIR? Are we going to create Islamic Republic of Jammu and Kashmir, Islamic Republic of Hyderabad, Islamic Republic of Bhukna and Kerala and West Bengal is already halfway of what Kashmir is. So I think it is time you step in. You need to stop this distinction of minority. Please take away this minority affairs ministry first and foremost. Everyone in this country is equal, and you start treating every and any killing of anyone without any political opportunity being seen in that. You need to investigate and you need to prosecute those people and punish them.
Now this is if indeed the word blasphemy has been included in the FIR in Telangana, then that itself should be taken needs to be put under legal scrutiny and say how dare and who's put it out, because where is the law for that? But Amit Malviya, please respond.
Look, Anand, the problem here is that unless there is reform within Islam and within the Muslim community, this problem will continue. It's not as if it's just emerged from nowhere. It's been around since the 1930s. If you read Ambedkar, he has written very eloquently about the problems like pelting of stones on Ramanavami, Julus and Hanuman Jayanti is something that he wrote way back in 1930s.
Yes.
And it continues till date. So clearly it's not an issue that has emerged suddenly. It's an issue that is long-standing. It has to do with fundamental beliefs of the adherents of Islam and of course the teachings that they are imparted in madrasas and masjids. But what is really interesting here, Anand, is that the Middle East, for example, where Islam originated, do you see any of these radical elements thriving there? I haven't seen a single protest against any other foreign government or an issue that has happened anywhere else in the world, in the Middle East, for instance. The Crown Prince of the Middle East and the people responsible for the region are actually making efforts to liberalize Islam and the way it is interpreted in the Middle East, so that it becomes a more welcoming place and a more assimilating place.
Right.
But the problem, except for, of course, Pakistan and Bangladesh, where radicalization has gone to a completely different level, I don't see this happening in the Islamic world. It is happening in Europe though. It is happening in the United Kingdom, where people are driven by guilt and perhaps far too accommodating and willing to assimilate without realizing that you're dealing with a set of people whose beliefs do not allow them to do so.
Right.
But in India, if we have to make this a reality, the community has to come together, they have to reform from within, and they have to believe that they essentially come from Indian cultural ethos, which is different from, say, the rest of the world.
No, but along with that...
Amit, I'm sorry to say, just a minute. You do not have a single example in history in last 1400 years where this religion has been in peace with itself. If you're talking about certain countries in Middle East where you do not see all this nonsense because they do not give a long rope. Otherwise, there are countries in Middle East which have given long rope and are fighting amongst themselves. Countries which have managed this menace is because they do not give a long rope, they ensure quick and instant justice, and that is the only solution. You will have to create that fear of quick and instant justice. Otherwise, we will continue to fight this, and probably a few years down the line, we will be wondering what happened to us.
Now, one aspect of reform...
Can I just finish on the point that I was making?
Yes.
You know, I understand Amit Raina's angst, but I would strongly suggest that we do not sound so reactionary, because at the end of the day, if this problem has existed around for centuries, it's not going to disappear tomorrow. But there have been instances in the past. There was a time when Christianity was seen as this very dominating faith around the world, and there were similar issues in the community, and the world was grappling with, and eventually it has come to a point where it is settled. Now, how soon do we get there, and whether we learn from examples of history is important. But as a country, and as people who live in this geographical territory of India, something that drives the division further is completely unacceptable.
No, but
we cannot afford another partition in the name of religion or creation of ghettos in the name of religion.
But Amit Malviya, that is exactly what it is building up to. If you were to see, all of Seemanchal has been carved out. Jumma holidays have already started being decided. Nearly 2,000 square kilometers of land acreage has been already occupied by illegals who have come from Bangladesh and from the Rakhine state. The same thing is happening in Assam. All across the Indo-Nepal border is already illegally occupied, and they've already enforced themselves, and they're saying it is our rate that will run. And governments, state governments don't have the gumption to change it. So what you're talking about is already being worked out. What they are trying to underline is that yes, you want reform in society and people to understand what the Indian ethos is. But you also need laws which will point them in the right direction and tell them, learn this, otherwise you are going to be dealt with the hard hand of the law. That also has to come into place.
Anand, I must just step in here. The states where you have a problem are the ones where the people of the state have elected governments which have been thriving on appeasement. You don't see similar things happening in, say, Uttar Pradesh. Did you see stone pelting instance anywhere in Uttar Pradesh?
700 kilometers of the border with Nepal lies in Uttar Pradesh, and even there, Bahraich and all of these areas are all infested with illegals, and it's a hub for radicalization, it's a hub for drugs, it's a hub for arms, it's a hub for mafia. You have not cleared that land. It's all on no man's land. It's not supposed to be occupied, but they are squatting there and they are entering the country. So it's endemic. It's not restricted to one political party. See, for the large part of Bihar, with Nitish Kumar, BJP has been in power. So I'm not going to get into individual political parties. I'm just saying that the hard hand of the law has to come into place.
How much of that infiltration has happened in the last few years when you've had governments which do not shy away from implementing
it has happened.
law?
The numbers show that when there have been appeasement-oriented governments, the numbers have gone up, but the numbers have not drastically come down in non-appeasement government, and they have not gone back. They are here and they have naturalized. Now they are going to change the habitat based on their naturalization, and then in each of these pockets there are exoduses happening, sir. On a daily basis, Hindus are being forced out. From Bengal, from Bihar, from various districts in Uttar Pradesh, it is happening. In Kerala, North Kerala, clearly if you have a Gaza street there, sir, you know the situation, what is happening there in Malappuram. So it's not, let's wake up to that reality, what I'm trying to say.
I am not closing myself to the realities that you put out. That is the truth.
Correct.
And that is why the awareness is important. Unless you have awareness, the society will not come together to take on this challenge. In earlier regimes, under secular garb, people were normalizing these things. It's not happening anymore. And that is the big shift that has happened in the last 8 years. And we have to recognize that.
Right. Not just recognize, but there has to be law which will guide them in the right direction, which will not allow them to play and have a field day with the rule of law, saying, Chit mein jeeta pat tumhare. That cannot be done. Nadimarg perhaps is a good beginning, but there will be lots more that needs to be done. Wonderful speaking with you, gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. Very, very engaging conversation, enlightening conversation. Always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you very much. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, big development, insight on the Bihar CBI scam of the land for job scam, and of course, what's happening within the Congress party. Azad breaks free. Stay with us.
Decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in the PLA air show. And a video of British Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak performing Gau Puja in London is going viral. The 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshata Murthy, and together they performed the Aarti of the cow. Sunak, who has declared himself to be a proud Hindu, had recently gone to a temple to celebrate Janmashtami. Three-time champion Novak Djokovic will not play in the upcoming US Open, which begins on Monday. Now, Djokovic is ineligible to travel to the US due to COVID protocols, which require him to be vaccinated. This is the second Grand Slam that he will miss for not being vaccinated. He was deported before the Australian Open earlier this year. In bizarre retribution.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As a large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow, causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between two parties. After the video went viral, police has now started investigating the matter.
The Goa police has registered a murder case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August. 3 terrorists were killed as security forces foiled an infiltration bid along the line of control in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth foliage and rainfall and low clouds to infiltrate. 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 Chinese M16 rifle and other ammunition has been recovered. The Indian Army is hiring via the JEE Main 2022 exam. Now here are the details. Let's take you through the details of these online applications from male candidate recruitment under 10+2. The technical entry scheme candidates can submit applications till the 21st of September. Hiring to be conducted to fill the total of about 90 vacant positions. Candidates must have appeared in the JEE main examination. Now, Taiwan has unveiled its plan for record boost in defense spending.
After China staged unprecedented military exercises near Taiwan, the island is getting battle-ready. Taiwan has announced a 14% increase in defense spending for new fighting jets and other military equipment. This is a sharp increase in defense spending for the country, considering it has only been 4 to 5% in recent years. The tipping point has been China's muscle flexing. Ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented visit to the island last month, China's People's Liberation Army rolled out a series of military exercises surrounding the island. From launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan to sending Chinese warships to the Taiwan Strait and PLA warplanes breaching the median line. China wants Taiwan reunified with the mainland and has accused the US of trying to overturn decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in the PLA air show. And a video of British Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak performing Gau Puja in London is going viral. The 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshata Murthy, and together they performed the Aarti of the cow. Sunak, who has declared himself to be a proud Hindu, had recently gone to a temple to celebrate Janmashtami. 3-time champion Novak Djokovic will not play in the upcoming US Open, which begins on Monday.
Back on the right stand with news just coming through. Exclusive inputs that Arunima is just sharing with us on the Bihar land for crop scam that's coming through. It looks like it was being run like a call center and a turnkey project. Zameen do, paisa do, puri training lo, that kind of an aspect that CBI estimates this entire scam could be worth more than 100 crore rupees. At least 16 sets of property documents have been verified which show that land was sold or gifted in lieu of money, and that the entire scam was being run like by a specialized cell setup or a specialized cell setup in Lalu Yadav's residence itself. When he was the railway minister, उनके घर से ये कारोबार चल रहा था. The scam was being run like a turnkey project where all services were provided to aspirants from fake degree to interview training to the actual job, all in lieu of land or cash. Arunima joining us with more details. So it is like a project, full project. That's what she's the information that we have, and it comes to nearly 100 crore rupees. And a lot of this land has been converted into hard cash, and there are at least 16 sets of documents that the CBI now have that point in that particular direction. So it was like, if you give us cash or if you give us zameen, then it's like a turnkey project. आपको बिठाएंगे, fake degree देंगे, interview कराएंगे, job भी दे देंगे, सब कुछ करा देंगे. पैसा दो या cash दो या zameen दो. Arunima now joins us with more. Yes, Arunima.
The details that are coming out are, of unimaginable lack of fear of law. What investigators have found out is that when job aspirants reached Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence, that's the allegation, there was a complete corporate setup. It was like a call center operating. There were professionals waiting there to scrutinize your qualification and see if you fitted the bill or not. If you did fine, the money would be taken, the land deed would be taken, and your appointment would be processed. If not, they would take it like a turnkey project. That's the terminology being used by the investigators. They say that they would actually get in touch with some schools, provide fake degrees for class 10th or class 12th or whatever qualification was required. Some schools, in fact, have told investigators that they didn't even know that their names were being used. Obviously, these were forged fake degrees of class 10th completion that was being provided. If there was any kind of interview or interaction that was required, these professionals, quote-unquote professionals, were ready to train you for that as well. The tune of the scam is being estimated at 100 crores. Already in 16 cases, in 16 land record cases, a direct linkage has been established between the job aspirant's family and other accused who have been named in the FIR. 250 other such land records are there with the CBI, and 1,000 job aspirants who finally got the job. They are under the scanner, so this could be well worth more than 100 crores.
Well, thank you for your inputs. Big revelation there. CBI has got hard proof now, and they also have proof enough to link that the land was converted into cash, and this cash has found its way somewhere. 100 crores, ladies and gentlemen, 100 crores in this land for job scam. It was all being run from Lalu Yadav's residence. Moving on to the second debate, and what's happening within the Congress party is a question that we've been asking for many years now. But right now, the biggest development is this person, Ghulam Nabi Azad, one of the longest serving members of the Congress party, who's still around at 73, with nearly 47 years with the Congress party since the 70s, has written a 5-page scathing letter. A 5-page scathing letter to Sonia Gandhi, and where he's blamed it all, literally blamed it all on Rahul Gandhi and his coterie, saying it is his behavior, childish, quote-unquote, that's what he's called it, when he tore the ordinance that led to the debacle in 2014, and thereafter, he's the one who quits in a huff but still runs the party via remote control. Him and his PA and security guard. All of this is made part of the letter, not my figment of imagination. That's exactly what Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has written. Let's try and see. So even as they're hunting for a new president, Ghulam Nabi Azad has called it out, saying that it's just a proxy and it's a sham again. That's what he said. List prepared by a coterie that runs the AICC, he has said. It's a sham process. And he says handpicked lieutenants coerced to sign these lists. Electoral roll has not been published at all. Nominations have not been invited. And no polling booth set up or elections have been held. So what kind of a process is this? AICC leadership is perpetrating a giant fraud on the entire party. Then he's also looked at what has he said. As he dumps the party, what is the consequence? Senior G23 leader quits, party not serious on reforms. Because this G23 said our mandate is reforms. But now they are all revolting one by one. No inner party democracy. Gandhi supporters are attacking the dissenters. JN&K ka DNA modified, says Mr. Jairam Ramesh. Sends message to other dissenters. No real change. Quit if you want. Jo dar gaya, wo azad hai. That's what Rahul Gandhi has been quoted saying today. A loss seen as one of the tallest leaders across the party lines. He's somebody who commands respect. A former chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir. He joined the party when Congress was literally a pariah in Jammu and Kashmir. That's when he joined the party. Former CM of Jammu and Kashmir is experienced, mass leader, but does he have that current kind of currency? Is the coterie really running the Congress is the question that we ask. Let's dive into the debate as the hashtag is Azad Quits Congress. Mr. Dilip Cherian, founder Perfect Relations, and Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, author and journalist, is also with us at this point. Let's go to them. Namaste, gentlemen. Dilip Cherian ji, is there a coterie that is running the Congress party? How much merit would you give, weight would you give to Ghulam Nabi Azad's words?
I think that there's no doubt that Mr. Azad is what I call the quintessential insider. Probably nobody knows the inner workings of the Congress party as well as Mr. Azad does. There are two reasons for this. One, he is essentially an organization man. And number two, he has linkages across the length and breadth of the country. So he understands what's going on in the party in its nooks and crannies. So would I give credibility to that? The answer is yes, I would. Because unlike a lot of other leaders, this is a man who knows what he's talking about, and therefore what he says is bound to have bigger impact and higher credibility.
There is also the aspect of respect and being humiliated. Now, they say that somebody who was termed as Azad Bhai then became Ghulam Nabi ko chai la ke do. So that was the change in tone and tenor as the leadership or the mantle also shifted. So how much of that carries weight, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay? Or would you say that ab bhav kam ho gaya to bo maar rahe? That means he's making a noise, shouting.
You know, I was a bit surprised at the timing of Mr. Azad's resignation. In fact, I had been expecting it much earlier. We've really not been having any clear answers as to why he delayed the resignation till all this while. There have been a spate of resignations over the past few years. Possibly, Mr. Azad was waiting to complete 50 years in the Congress. I am told that today is exactly the day in 1972 that he joined the Congress party. So maybe he just wanted to mark, a personal milestone and then move on. But, we also have to understand that in these 50 years, at least 18 years have been spent when Rahul Gandhi has been part of the Congress. Rahul Gandhi in 2024 would complete 2 decades in Parliament. A lot of points which he's making in the letter, Rahul Gandhi infamously tearing up a UPA government's bill. Mr. Azad was very much part of the ruling coterie. That's what we are talking about then. The paradox is that we have at the moment, we see that a leader who does not want to lead, yet does not want to take responsibility of leading, yet definitely is not willing to shed control. You have a leader who's resigning, who's actually really speaking a non-electable. We all know that he's come from Jammu and Kashmir, but he's never won a popular parliamentary election from Jammu and Kashmir. The 2 times that he's been in Lok Sabha, way back in 1980 and 84, was from Washim, Maharashtra. And that too, one election courtesy Indira Gandhi, her decision that you go and contest there, after which she made him a deputy minister because she required somebody to represent from Kashmir. That is the beginning of real trouble in Kashmir. Under Indira Gandhi, the early 80s is when the rot really sets in.
Right.
And Ghulam Nabi Azad representing Kashmir is very much part of it. 84, he again contests from Maharashtra. That is an election which is actually the, Indira Gandhi, as the martyred Indira Gandhi is the one who was the campaigner. So really speaking, I do not know that what was Mr. Azad really bringing into the party except quote unquote a lot of respectability.
But he's also he's presided over a lot of the Congress organization, especially when electoral victories have happened, not personally for him, but for the party. That's what many people say.
The real paradox is that prior to the G23, Mr. Sibal Kapil Sibal stepping out, Ghulam Nabi Azad today. There have been a lot of people, who were identified as the Rahul group, Jyotiraditya Scindia, RPN Singh, Jitendra Prasad, Jitin Prasad, Jitin Prasad, my mistake.
Pradyot Burman.
A lot of them. And at that time, they said that the old coterie is not allowing us to function. So you have the old coterie versus the new coterie. The problem is that coterie is actually an endemic problem of the Congress.
So coterie always was there. Some people are old coterie, some are new coterie. Exactly. So then there is a tussle between the two, and that's where it's happening. But this is not healthy, Dilip Cherianji. Can the Congress current leadership, or let's say Rahul Gandhi and his team, can they brazen it out by saying, oh, Sachin, it is not the time for Sachin Tendulkar or Sunil Gavaskar and Kapil Dev. It is Virat Kohli, and Rahul Gandhi is the Virat Kohli. That's exactly what Manikyam Tagore said. So these people are done. They should retire hurt now. Can they brazen it out like that?
I don't think that it's a matter of age and ageism at this point of time. It's a matter of commitment to the party, and Mr. Azad's, I think, commitment to the party has never been in question. Also, while he may not have had a huge track record of personal electoral victories, he has at least led the Congress to victory in 6 states. But is this a good time to lose people? The answer is the kind of exits that you've seen are damaging for any party. I think that Mr. Azad's letter says it quite correctly, that it is more a need for Congress Jodo rather than Bharat Jodo. And I think that the other thing is, it is not a matter of coteries versus coteries, because Mr. Azad has been part of multiple coteries over the years, starting with Indiraji. And at that time, he was seen as Sanjay Gandhi's coterie. So this is a man who is adept at inner party workings, and he knows what coterie needs to be allowed to do. But when he says you've left it, not only the post, but you've left the party to security guards and PAs, that is scathing and that is damaging. And this is no time for the Congress party to postpone its internal elections. I think Mr. Azad's real angst is to do with the fact that process is being given the go-by. You cannot suddenly say that for astrological reasons, we want to postpone the presidential election. So I think these are the issues which have been bothering him. And I think these issues cannot be swept under any carpet, irrespective of what attempts are made to belittle him.
Because there can be a counter argument which can say that, yeah, okay, coterie or sycophancy and some of these aspects can be endemic to every political party. It is there in every organizational setup. Let's largely say that, Niranjan Mukherjee. But there has to be a process. When he says that the entire electoral process itself is a sham, there is no election booth, it's a AICC prepared list, there is nobody who can file their own nomination, then it's exactly what repeat of what happened when Rahul Gandhi was made president of the party. And then at that time you had somebody like a Shehzad Poonawala coming out and saying this is a selection, not an election, I can't even file my nomination. So then why go through this entire exercise? Why have this entire charade or sham of democracy at all? That's one question. The other part is, cannot a new leadership decide how things should be done? Cannot Rahul Gandhi and his team decide how they want to take this party forward and take responsibility for it? But is that also really happening?
As far as electoral due processes not being followed, I think this is something which has ailed the Congress party for several decades. It was there right up to the time till the early years of Indira Gandhi, but after 69, very gradually all processes started disappearing. I really do not know, having seen the Congress party elections, internal elections, really have never really seen a very democratic election in the last 4 decades that I have personally kept track of. So we really do not know, and Mr. Azad very well knew that this is the same process which is going to continue, that there will never be a process. My question which I was flagging, that why wait for so long? Was he really expecting miracles? I don't think so he was expecting miracles, because in 2019, when Rahul Gandhi stepped down, I think it was very clear that he was stepping down, but he was not wanting to take responsibility. What really was not, leaving control of the party. It was always the remote control was in his hand. That was very clear right from the beginning.
Right.
So why not resign in 2019? Okay, you can wait for 6 months. Doesn't happen. 2020, but thereafter there have been ample opportunities. So it comes at a time. Of course, it comes at a time when you say that Bharat Jodo campaign is Rahul Gandhi instead of Bharat Jodo, Party Jodo, Congress Jodo.
Correct.
That is what the BJP is. Immediately they started saying कि समय की जरूरत है, Congress जोड़ो. ये तो भारत जोड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं. Can't unite the Congress. What is he going to unite in all about? So there is basically what we are seeing in India, and this is something which we must keep track of, that there has been a general erosion of electoral processes and democratic functioning among all political parties.
Well,
we see that
we will talk about that at length. I have run out of time, but this entire aspect of coterie and what's happening within the Congress party, that discussion and debate continues into brass tacks. But Dilip Cherianji and Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, thank you very much. Winding up the right stand on that note. Bye-bye.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Brass Tacks. I'm Anusha Soni. Tonight we debate the existential crisis of the grand old party, the Indian National Congress. The resignation of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has once again put the leadership of the Congress party in dock. A party which has a history of over 130 years is today in tatters because veterans and the young netas continue their exodus from the party. The present crisis and challenge is perhaps one of the most difficult ones that the party faces in contemporary politics. The party is being criticized for being dynastic, for being run by sycophants, and for having an anti-democratic temper. And all these barbs and attacks are not coming from political opponents. The taunt actually comes from home. There's no doubt that the party right now is fighting for survival, and this grand old party is crumbling, because their very own are perhaps leaving the shrinking ship. Our top focus on brass tacks tonight. Let's begin with the special report by Anasuya.
It's perhaps the final nail in Congress's coffin. Ghulam Nabi Azad, the man who worked with Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, has resigned from all posts in the party. In a 5-page resignation letter to interim President Sonia Gandhi, Ghulam Nabi Azad all but attributed Rahul Gandhi as the reason for his exit, calling him childish, immature, non-serious. Azad said that Rahul Gandhi destroyed the party's consultative mechanism. He sidelined all senior and experienced leaders in the party and replaced them with a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants. Azad claimed that all important decisions are being taken by Rahul Gandhi or his guards or his PAs, while proxies are being propped up to take over the party's leadership. He also pointed out specific instances of Rahul Gandhi's erratic behavior, like how the tearing up of a UPA ordinance in 2013 was childish and immature, or that he resigned in a huff after Congress badly lost the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And Azad attributed Congress conceding political space to the BJP because the party had foisted a non-serious person at the helm for the last 8 years.
I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad Saab's letter is the complete and correct diagnosis of the problems ailing the Indian National Congress as an organization and as a political party.
I only hope that the powers that be within the party will correct the aberrations and restore the Congress party to what is expected of it.
But minutes after Azad's open criticism, the so-called coterie hit back.
प्रदेश कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष, चीफ मिनिस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर का सब कुछ मिला हो, उनसे कोई देश में उम्मीद नहीं करता था कि आजाद साहब इस प्रकार का पत्र लिख देंगे।
ये सब बहानेबाजी बंद करिए गुलाम नबी जी। सीधी सी एक बात है कि उन लोगों के साथ आपके संबंध जुट गए हैं जिन्होंने कश्मीर की धारा 370 समाप्त की।
Azad was a leading member of the G23, or the group of 23 dissenters
who wrote to Sonia Gandhi in 2020 calling for a complete overhaul of the organisation and a full-time leadership. He said that after the letter, the group was attacked, vilified and humiliated. Months before Azad's resignation, another prominent face of the G23, Kapil Sibal, had quit. And now all eyes are on whether another member, Anand Sharma, will follow suit.
इसीलिए हमने सामूहिक सोच और सामूहिक निर्णय की हमेशा बात रखी। उसको तोड़ दिया गया, उसका सम्मान नहीं हुआ।
Azad is only the latest in a long line of high-profile exits from the Congress party, all citing inaccessibility and indecision of the top leadership. The resignations aside, the party has lost 2 Lok Sabha elections quite badly and won only 9 out of 50 assembly elections ever since 2014. Currently, it's only in power in 2 states. So is the Congress at a point of no return?
Well, is the Congress party at a point of no return? Well, joining us on the broadcast is J.V. Shergill, a young politician who recently quit the Congress party, citing somewhat similar reason. J.V., thank you so much for speaking to us and joining us on the broadcast. My first question, with the resignation of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, a direct allegation has been made on the Congress party and the leadership once again that it is run by sycophants and the party lacks internal democracy. Do you agree with everything that has been said in that letter by Mr. Azad?
I agree with Mr. Ghulam Nabi's points as far as the coterie is running the show, and I disagree with some points. The points I agree with, that now the decision makers within the Indian National Congress are influenced by darbaris who works towards serving their self-interest and not serving the interest of the Congress party. Second, the fact that today there is a sinister attempt by these darbaris and the coterie to hijack the Indian National Congress, disconnect the top leadership from ground reality, to have a complete kabza, and to elbow out, push out well-meaning workers and leaders who want to work in tandem with the top leadership for the betterment of the party. And the fact which I said, because we have limited time, which I disagree with, all the points made by Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, definitely in the letter, personal remarks against Mr. Rahul Gandhi could have been avoided and still those points could have been made.
But let's go to the core of it. What is this coterie that is running the Congress party, and was that also your experience as a Karyakarta or the former worker for the Congress party?
Perception which matches the reality also, largely, and I will not say all, largely, yes, right from giving appointments, right from making recommendations, to right from making appointments of state in charges, to all the ministers, if in any state government, the coterie, the darbars, the cabal of these PAs and OSD, their fingerprints can be seen all over. Yes, that is a reality. There is no doubt about it.
All right, J.V., thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Let's take you through some numbers. Is there any substance to the allegations that most of the veteran leaders are really talking about? From a Kapil Sibal to a Ghulam Nabi Azad, how has the Congress party really fared from 2014 to 2022? 2 Lok Sabha elections, we saw the manner in which the Congress party has lost these elections. These were badly lost by the Congress party. They have been decimated in multiple states and multiple constituencies. 50 assembly elections, they lost 41 of them. That's a huge number we're talking about. And they've been reduced to only 2 state governments. They're ruling in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. If you look at their alliance partners, even they've been dumped by their allies, junior partners in Jharkhand and in Bihar. And we have seen the manner in which different political parties have been very wary of the manner in which they want to associate with the Congress party. Joining us on the broadcast is a panel of guests. Sanju Verma, the BJP national spokesperson, is joining us on the show. Charan Singh Sapra of the Congress party. Sanjay Kumar, who is a professor and a former director at the CSDS, is also joining us. We also have Mr. Kailash Adhikari, who is a political analyst and managing director of Governance Now. And Neerja Chaudhary, who is a senior journalist, joins us on the broadcast. Mr. Sapra, coming to you first. This has been a painful and a hurtful exit from the Congress party. Are you miffed with Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad because he showed a mirror to the Congress party?
See, Anusha, of course, this is a very unfortunate thing to happen, I would like to say.
But I would also like to highlight, the chronology. Please pay attention towards the chronology. The farewell speech of the Prime Minister with moist eyes. Thereafter, Padma Vibhushan for Shri Ghulam Nabi Azad, and also the extension of the residence or the bungalow in Lutyens, Delhi. So this shows that somewhere there is a connect between him and Bharatiya Janata Party. And also you see the timing. The timing is, when Congress Party is protesting in the entire country, taking major issues like inflation, issue of inflation or the price rise or the unemployment, the farmers issue, and also the dwindling economy, and also the issue of polarization.
Mr. Sapra, I listened to your chronology, I listened to your arguments. This is a leader who has given his entire life for the Congress Party. This is a leader which worked for the Congress Party in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. This is a leader who's written a 5-page letter, who still pays personal regards to Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, but is not happy with in the manner in which Rahul Gandhi has been running the affairs of the party. He's also saying in that letter that it's not that he did not try and give feedback. Multiple Chintan Shivers were held. He gave feedback. There were letters written, but the Congress Party paid no heed. It is run by sycophants who know nothing about politics and how politics ought to be run. And this is not a standalone allegation that you can put it on the BJP. From a Kapil Sibal to a Jyotiraditya Scindia to even a new neta like a Hardik Patel, none of them had great things to say about the Congress Party. And in fact, there is a pattern in the criticism that they have put out in the public domain. You can't deny all of it, can you?
See, Anusha, you are trying to say that this letter is damaging for Congress Party. I would also like to put it that way, that it is also damaging for the author of the letter. See, in 1.5 page, he has written about the designations of the posts, whether they were the constitutional posts or whether they were the organizational posts which he has enjoyed in the last 5 decades. And then he's also writing that he has done a selfless work. Now, I don't remember a person doing selfless work and taking all the perks of constitutional posts and the organizational posts. So it is, a counterproductive letter. Likewise, Mr. Azad, where he has complained about Shri Rahul Gandhi, he has mentioned the event of 2013. Why he did not protest at that time when he was a minister in 2013? He never protested. He never protested later. He has worked with Shri Rahul Gandhi, or maybe under Rahul Gandhi's leadership, for around 17 years. Why he has not protested for all these 17 years? Why now? Because his Rajya Sabha term is over and he's viewing that there will be no other term for him. That's why, I would like to...
Mr. Sapra, one more question before I go to Sanju and my other guests. You're saying you basically work with a leader who's an opportunist, who's hungry for power, did not have any talent. Is that your argument? Because if you're saying you gave Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad constitutional positions, or he was a member of the Rajya Sabha, this is also a veteran leader who gave his entire career to the Congress Party. It's a two-way street, isn't it?
See, I agree he has given the career. Even I am there into Congress Party since 36 years. But I was not that lucky to get such important posts right from beginning, right from 1975 onwards till date. All the years he have been on some post or other, 46 years as Congress Working Committee member, 35 years as AICC General Secretary, Union Minister under 4 Prime Ministers, Chief Minister Jammu and Kashmir, and various other All India Youth Congress President. Such important posts he has held.
So, why did a Sunil Jakhar quit the Congress Party? Why did a Kapil Sibal quit a Congress Party? I'll come back to you. Sanju, coming to you. You can make your points that you want, but let me add one question. The allegation that the Congress Party is making is that you're poaching talent from them. You are wooing these leaders and you're creating a dissent within their party. That's the allegation being made by the BJP only, by the Congress Party on the BJP.
You know, Anusha, the fact of the matter is that in politics, A, you need to keep your flock together. B, if you look at the Congress history, particularly in the last 8 years, ever since Prime Minister Narendra Modi stormed to power in 2014, 45 small and big elections have been lost by Rahul Gandhi. And yet, every time he loses an election, rather than doing an introspection, an Atmachintan, the entire Congress cabal comes out rooting. बाकी सबकी गलती है, but Rahul Gandhi पर कोई सवाल खड़े ना करे, राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ कोई उंगली तक ना उठाए. This is the attitude. I think the Congress is actually a private limited company where the chairperson, the directors are 4 family members: Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka, and Robert Vadra. You know, the entire narrative that the BJP is poaching Congress people. I want to ask you something. If you look at the letter by Jaiveer Shergill, you look at the letter of Himanta Biswa Sarma, who was in the Congress before he became, a BJP person and is now the Chief Minister of Assam. If you look at Himanta Biswa Sarma's letter of 2015, and you look at Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter now, or even for that matter, if you look at what Amrinder Singh said to Sonia Gandhi earlier in the year before quitting the Congress, one thing is very common. The Congress has no room for meritocracy, point number 1. The Congress has no room for competence, point number 2. The Congress thrives on psychopathy, and if you look at Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter today, what struck me the most was there is no institutional integrity and there is control via a remote...
Well, Sanju, I have one question for you. You know, I am very clear on this, that as far as introspection within the Congress party, run by being a coterie of sycophants, these criticisms are persistent from all the leaders, top leaders who have quit the Congress party, and the Congress party needs introspection on that. You cannot also deny the fact that a lot of these veterans have joined the BJP. They have been given good positions within the BJP. And while you may say that there is no merit or no meritocracy within the Congress party, or these are dynasts, you are actually poaching a lot of these dynasts, or you're actually getting a lot of these dynasts into your own party, BJP.
Let me be very clear with you, Anusha. I worked in the corporate sector for donkey's years. Now you are, a reputed anchor of a reputed channel. If you slog it day and night, right? And at the end of the day, apart from just giving, you your fat paycheck, your boss never has a good thing to say about you. You're constantly humiliated. Your talent is constantly undermined. Tell me honestly, would you not look for greener pastures? I mean, that is the nature of the beast. And I want to think, if you look at Himanta Biswa Sarma, he was a career Congress person. How is it that he's doing so phenomenally well in Assam? How is it that N. Biren Singh, who's now the Chief Minister of Manipur, he's doing so phenomenally well? How is it that Pema Khandu, who's now the Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, an ex-congressman, is doing so phenomenally well in the BJP? So you have to give credit where it is due. The BJP respects and nurtures meritocracy, and it is exactly the opposite with Congress. I will just tell you, Congress ka C is only for 3 things: chamchagiri, and then some more chamchagiri.
All right.
The Darbari culture is not going to work in today's polity.
Mr. Sapra, a quick reaction from you, and then I want to bring in my other experts also on the broadcast with us into the discussion. Yes, please, Mr. Sapra.
BJP spokesperson was talking about Himanta Biswa Sarma. Let me remind her that this is the same Himanta Biswa Sarma. When he was in Congress, you were mentioning him as a pani chor. You were mentioning him as sabse bada bhrashtachari. Then what happened? He became Chief Minister in BJP. Similarly, when Sukhwinder was in TMC, you said bhag Sukhwinder bhag. And now what happened? Sukhwinder is your leader now.
Apni baat karo. Your
Likewise,
people are leaving you and you have no clue. You're still clueless. Your people are leaving you and shamelessly you come and defend them.
Various examples of
Bharatiya Janata. You shamelessly come and defend the Congress party. Your Congress party has no room for talented people.
All right, Sanjay ji, unko unki baat kehne dijiye. Let him finish his point. I'll come back to you. I will give you the opportunity to respond. Mr. Sapra, please go ahead.
Yeah. See, I have given all these examples. And next, what I would like to say, a leader of Ghulam Nabi Azad's stature, who has worked with Congress party on various positions for 50 years, and the way he has written letter, it has not gone down well to the Congress workers. That a person who
but
got
Mr.
so
Sabra,
many...
I also have one question. I also live in this country. Sanjay ji, I'll come to you. I also live in this country. I want my democracy to be a multi-party democracy, a thriving opposition which questions the government. But if Hardik Patel says that I go and meet the leader of the party and the people are more worried about serving chicken sandwiches than actually worrying about what is happening in the state of Gujarat, or a Himanta Biswa Sarma who had something, something else very damaging to say about the leadership of Rahul Gandhi, or to this letter that Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has written in which he makes direct allegations on the leadership of the Congress party. isn't it time for some degree of introspection? You can do one Chintan Shivir after another, but if it actually doesn't translate into real changes in the party, what is it good for? Is it good for democracy within the party and democracy of the country? Mr. Sapra, there has to be some room for introspection.
Of course, Congress party has been doing introspection, but what to do of these leaders like Himanta Biswa, or you have mentioned the other two names also.
Sanjay, I'll come to you.
When they have personal aspiration, when Himanta Biswa knows that Congress cannot give him any more posts, he goes to BJP. Now Ghulam Nabi Azad ji, he knows that he cannot get a Rajya Sabha membership from Congress party because we gave it to Imran Pratap.
Sir, the only explanation that the Congress party is that these are greedy people, hungry for power, and that is why they're going. Okay, I also want to bring in other guests into the discussion. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, coming to you. Talking about what does it mean, A, first for the Congress party, and B, for the multi-party thriving democracy that we have in this country, because at the national level, the Congress party does play a very, very important role. Not to forget that this is a very strong government led by the BJP, and we do need a strong opposition in the country as well.
There is a setback for both the question, for both the things.
Yeah.
You asked the question about what does it mean for the Congress party. It is a setback for Congress party. Look at the, the person who has left the party, has served the party for 4 decades, more than 4 decades. I think more damaging, there are several important issues in this resignation. The kind of letter, the kind of accusation he has made against Rahul Gandhi. So the central leadership is being challenged. It's not that one leader is leaving the party. In the last 6-8 months or last couple of years, many senior leaders have left the party.
Yep.
Earlier there was a talk about these senior leaders leaving the party and the young Turks taking sides with Rahul Gandhi. That's not even that's not happening right now. We know that large number of young leaders have also left the party. So it is a setback for the Congress party. The Congress party is losing the confidence of the people. People are losing confidence in the Congress party. Also about the democracy, multi-party democracy. We all know that Congress is a national party, but which is posing, which can, and there's a talk that this is the party which can pose the challenge to BJP at the national level. It only now remains in theory. There are regional parties which are posing challenge to BJP in different states. We can keep taking names of regional parties. But wherever Congress is in contest against BJP, BJP wins hands down. Congress gets defeated badly. So it is also a huge setback for a multi-party democracy, and we all know that in a functioning democracy we also need a strong opposition. So it is a setback to that as well.
Absolutely. Mr. Kailash Adhikari, talking about another facet or layer of this entire implosion within the Congress, it has ramifications for the so-called opposition unity. We have seen that opposition unity, this entire idea has been disarray on various important occasions, whether it was the presidential election, the vice president election, or various other issues where the opposition should have been a united bloc. With the Congress party in the kind of disarray that it is right now, what does it mean for the opposition, and is it good news for the BJP?
I'd like to first mention by saying that Shri Ghulam Nabi Azad ji has been one of the most tallest and the senior and most respected leaders of our country, and a member of the Congress party since the last 5 decades. And our colleague on the panel from the Congress party mentioning that the idea could be of him leaving the party so that any position he could not, the Congress party cannot give him. I mean, he's above, such positions now. I mean, look at his age, look at his stature. So such kind of allegations should not have been, or such kind of anticipations should not have been made for a senior leader like him. Having said that, now it is high time, and we have said this in multiple debates on your channel also, that it's high time that the party now introspects. Earlier, there were 23 senior leaders of the Congress party writing to the president. Now, in his letter, Shri Ghulam Nabi Azad ji has also written to Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji about the fact that what are the hindrances or what are the pain points within the party. And if now, I mean, it's more than high time. And if now heed is not paid, and as rightly said by the gentleman who just spoke before me, that it's more than the Congress party. It could be the regional parties of some states, where they could give a fight to the BJP. Otherwise, I don't see the Congress party as the principal opposition party, or they could even in the near future giving fight to the BJP.
Neerja Chaudhary, would you agree with what Kailash Adhikari is saying, that the manner in which the Congress party is introspecting or not introspecting, changing or not changing, they cannot give competition to the BJP in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections at the national level?
No doubt about that. I mean, there is not a remote chance at the moment that they'll give a fight to the BJP in 2024, or even in the state elections that are due between now and 2024. No, this is bad news, but I would say ye to hona hi tha. For 2 years, over 2 years, senior leaders of the party, including Ghulam Nabi Azad, led by him, have been saying, have elections to your major bodies, CWCs, parliamentary board. I mean, what is so difficult about it when the party is in such deep crisis, existentialist crisis? And to, it is 3.25 years since Rahul Gandhi resigned as the Congress president. 3.25 years for a mainland party to hold an election? Not have a full-time president? I mean, where are your priorities? So, I mean, Ghulam Nabi Azad, you can now say, he wants Rajya Sabha, maybe he does, and even if he does, what's wrong with it? Every politician wants to aspire to some position or another, to the top positions. There's nothing wrong with it. But to say that he's held these positions and therefore he should be grateful, it's like, we've given you crumbs and you should be grateful. It's not somebody said it's a two-way process. So and to say the Congress should introspect, I used to also say that, but now I feel, agar karna hota to ab tak introspection kar liya hota. I think the Gandhi family has made up its mind. Jisko aana hai aaye, jisko jana hai jaye.
Sanjay ji, I'm coming back to you. I'm coming back to you.
And it's very sad. It's a sad day today for Indian democracy, for the Congress party. I would also say for the ruling party of India. It must be kept in check. Any ruling party must be kept in check.
And that can only be done by a strong opposition, And that is the tone and tenor in which we are discussing this entire implosion of the Congress party. Sanju, I'm sure you have a lot of points to make. I want to put one more question to you. What Mr. Sapra was saying, that Suvendu Adhikari or a Himant Biswa Sarma or various other leaders of the opposition parties, including the Congress party, have criminal cases against them. They are corrupt. But when they come to the BJP, they are suddenly celebrated. How does that work?
Anusha, first and foremost, let me take strong objection to the fact that, they are not corrupt. Nothing has been proven against them. And I have said this on your channel and on other channels where I debate regularly, that if the Congress feels that they have a strong case against Himanta Biswa Sarma, or if the TMC feels they have a strong case against Suvendu Adhikari, don't you trust the Indian judiciary? Don't you trust the Supreme Court? Don't you trust the law of the land? Go and file a petition and ask them to review their past judgments. But don't sit in TV studios and start whining. And, the fact of the matter is this, that, let's not restrict this debate only to Himanta Biswa Sarma or Suvendu Adhikari. Anusha, just in 2022, we've not even finished, 12 months of the year. We are still in August, and already 11 heavyweights have left. Kapil Sibal, Sunil Jhakar, Hardik Patel, Ashwani Kumar, RPN Singh, Kuldeep Bishnoi, Raju Parmar, Naresh Rawal, a heavyweight from Telangana, K. Rajagopal Reddy, again a heavyweight from Telangana, and Jaivir Shergill. The point I'm trying to make is, if you look at even today's statements, particularly I was amused by listening to B.K. Hari Prasad. What did he say after Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation letter came out? He said, look at this man. We made him Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Look at this man. Let me finish, Anusha. We made this man the leader of opposition. We made this man a minister in Indira Gandhi's cabinet. We made him a minister in Narasimha Rao's cabinet. We made him a minister in Rajiv Gandhi's cabinet. We made him a minister in Manmohan Singh's cabinet. And now he decides to leave. The point is that the very statement of B.K. Hari Prasad, which was echoed by the likes of Salman Khurshid, shows this attitude of entitlement. कि हमने आपको इतना कुछ दिया, आपकी जुर्रत कैसे हुई हमारी
नहीं,
party छोड़ने
सापरा
की।
साहब, इस तरह की भाषा का इस्तेमाल for a leader like Ghulam Nabi Azad, and that's what the panelists also said, other than BJP, and these are independent experts who are saying that you've not you can't speak in this tone and tenor about a leader like Ghulam Nabi Azad, who's been the chief minister of a state, held various positions like you said. I also want to add one more point, and then you can respond to it, that what were the G23 leaders really asking? A lot of them have already quit the party. These were not rebels. These were leaders from the Congress party who are veterans who waited for reform to happen from within. It did not happen. Why didn't you listen to them more often?
See, if you're talking about G23, let me tell you that G23, Mr. Dixit has spoken today, he said G23 was for reform, not for revolt. This is how G23 is today responding. In fact, I would not like to say G23 also, it is left to G3 or 4 only. So that is how the current situation is. Congress has done an introspection, and we have seen what are the grudges and what are the reasons of explanation what these G23.
But Mr. Sapra Sab, as we end this debate, I want to know as a journalist, what is the introspection that the Congress party did? What are the changes you made? Why did it take you more than 2 years to have a presidential election within your party? Please answer these questions.
See, Anusha, when we are in opposition and we have not many things to give to our senior leaders, it is a precarious situation for a party. Now, another thing, what you're talking about the party elections, let me tell you, the party membership drive was conducted and more than 2.5 crore people have enrolled as Congress members. The elections at ground level, at PCC level or the AICC members have been done. Now the only election of Congress
फिर से आपसे सवाल पूछती हूँ, साइकोफेंसी और कोटरी की समस्या कांग्रेस पार्टी में है या नहीं है? बार-बार बहुत सारे नेता ये बात कर रहे हैं, कहीं तो कुछ तो सच होगा इसमें कि सब कुछ झूठ है?
देखिए, आपने जो सवाल पूछा उसका उत्तर पूरी तरह से ले लीजिए, बीच में टोकेंगे तो उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है।
सापरा साहब, आप बोलिए।
अबाउट द पार्टी इलेक्शन, तो आप समझिए कि एक स्ट्रक्चर पार्टी का कंप्लीट हो चुका है। पार्टी के अध्यक्ष का चुनाव बाकी है, एआईसीसी मेंबर्स चुनेंगे, पीसीसी मेंबर्स चुनेंगे और सीडब्ल्यूसी मेंबर का चुनाव होगा। द डेट इज गोइंग टू बी अनाउंस्ड विद इन से अनदर 1 वीक। सो पार्टी का ये बीजेपी वाले की बात करते हैं, लेट रिमाइंड देम, क्या उन्होंने अमित शाह जी को या
one second, Sanju, let him finish. All right, Mr. Sapra, we're losing your audio as you're speaking. Sanju, 30 seconds to you, and then I have to wrap up the debate.
Anusha, I think, the likes of Jeff Bezos of Amazon, the likes of Bill Gates of Microsoft, I think they have a lot to learn from Rahul Gandhi. How do you survive and how are you resurrected as the next best thing after brown bread despite losing one after another election successively? I think Rahul Gandhi needs to be credited for that. And I just want to say one thing like Neerja Chaudhary said, which party today, especially if you're starting to take on the likes of Narendra Modi, who's a 24/7 politician, Amit Shah, a 24/7 politician, does not have a full-time president for more than 3.5 years.
Okay. Sanju, I take all of those points. I'm afraid I'm short of time. Sanju Verma, Mr. Charan Singh Sapra, Sanjay Kumar, Kailash Adhikari, and Neerja Chaudhary. Thank you everyone for joining us on the show. It's not just bad news for the Congress party, but when the oldest party of the country, a party that has such an important role to play in the national politics, one of the lead roles for an opposition party when you have a strong government, is crumbling today. We hope there is introspection, but as the experts are saying, perhaps the time for introspection is already past. With that, we're moving on to another big story of the day. Now, the Goa police on Thursday arrested 2 aides of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat for their alleged involvement in her murder. The action by the Goa police was taken after a post-mortem revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on the body of Phogat. She was initially suspected to have died due to heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August, but her family, since the beginning, were raising questions. They had called it a murder. Now, Phogat's personal assistant, Sudhir Sangwan, and his friend Sukhwinder were arrested late evening after hours of questioning. Sonali's brother Rinku had filed a complaint with Goa police alleging that his sister was raped and murdered by her personal assistant and his friend. Here's a special report.
Sonali Phogat, staggering out of a Goa restaurant, unable to walk on her own and being helped by Sudhir Sangwan, one of her associates. The very same man was earlier dancing away with Sonali along with another associate, Sukhwinder Singh. Both men are now in Goa police's custody and charged with her murder. According to the police, Sonali was force-fed a deadly concoction of synthetic drugs. The next morning, she was brought dead to the hospital.
एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है 302/34 धारा के तहत गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है.
Initially, it was seen as a case of a heart attack, but her family sensed something wrong and demanded a thorough probe.
दोनों टाइम व्यायाम करती, आज तक बुखार चढ़ी नहीं, उसके कोई बीमारी नहीं थी, कोई ब्लड प्रेशर की बीमारी नहीं थी. अगर मान लो हार्ट अटैक होएगा भी तो 5-7 मिनट का तो वो मिलता है.
The postmortem report revealed multiple blunt force injuries on her body, following which police filed a murder case. So did the cops try to downplay the murder angle? Well, joining us on the broadcast is Mr. Hemant Attri, who's a senior journalist. Hemant, thank you so much for speaking to us. There are multiple angles which are emerging in this investigation. I want to begin by understanding the role of Goa police. Many questions have been raised. Initially, a theory of natural death was almost accepted. It was only when the family made a hue and cry that further investigation was ordered. Your thoughts and your understanding in reading this investigation so far vis-a-vis the role of Goa police?
See, Anusha, whatever has happened in this particular case, there is much more beyond that meets the eye. Actually, what Goa police did initially, that was unbecoming of a police force. Initially, once there was a death, without getting into anything, they simply termed it as a cardiac arrest, which is not the case, number one. For that, you have to have a postmortem. And the postmortem was done exactly 60 hours over the first information, once the family was informed about the death, 60 hours after. So many of the things, those narcotics that we are discussing, that might have diluted in the system as such, number one. Number two, the second biggest problem with the investigation was the accused, Mr. Sudhir Sangwan, he was using the victim's telephone till next 12 hours, even after the death. Why didn't the Goa police not take the possession of that telephone? Point number two. Point number three, why it did 3 days? Why did it take 3 days to go for the postmortem report? These are the three glaring things. Now, all those CCTV footages, those should have been taken on the word go initially, wherever the situation had happened or arisen. Now, today, they have taken all those possessions. Now, had that been erased, what would have Goa police done? That is point number one. Number two.
Hemantji, I've noted all the points that you have said. And it only points out to glaring omissions by the police. And these are not coincidences. I'll come back to you on that. Derek Almeida, who's the former editor of the Go On Everyday, is also joining us on the broadcast. Derek, thank you so much for speaking to us. Simple question, straight question. Why did the Goa police make those omissions? Was it trying to protect somebody?
I don't think the Goa police were trying to protect anybody. You see, when the body was, when the lady was first taken to the hospital, the conclusion there was that she died of a heart attack. So a case of unnatural death was recorded. Okay, and that process continued. It's only after that, after Sonali's brother came to Goa and made all the allegations. You see that, and he also made one allegation saying that I will not allow you to have the post-mortem unless you register a case of murder. So he registered a complaint of murder, and then the post-mortem was conducted. So I don't see any sort of conspiracy by the Goa police to hide anything here.
But Derek, if there are marks on the body of a person who has died, and these are blunt force injuries, that's the term which has been used repeatedly across all the reportage that has come, and credible reportage on this entire story, then the police, with their basic sense of investigation, should have questioned the entire cardiac arrest theory.
Like in the beginning, okay, the DGP said there were no marks on the body, and that's when they concluded it was a heart attack. The post-mortem report came much later, and the post-mortem report said there were injuries caused by blunt force. Now, a blunt force injury, unless it is the cause of death, Okay, could be anything. It could be maybe she fell down. It could be maybe while carrying her, she must have bruised. So it could be anything. Yes, it needs to be investigated. So this is early investigation. I think it's really too early to blame the Goa police and say you've not done your job.
Okay. Hemantji, too early to make an allegation on the Goa police. Could it actually have been reasonable for them to believe the cardiac arrest theory? Because the blunt force injuries can happen even if you fall. I mean, that's why they concluded what they concluded. Is there explanation for what they have done?
Yeah, there is an explanation.
No, Anushaji, there are two things.
Yeah.
I am just pointing out the inadequacies and unprofessional behavior of the Goa police. I'm not indicting somebody on that basis. No, I'm sorry, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
There is a professional way of investigating a murder, right? If the body had turned blue, what do you and me, even a layman, make out? That there has been a poisoning. Now, what kind of poisoning is that? She was dancing just before falling into that bathroom, and she was kept in that bathroom for 3 hours, right? And the accused, see, once the family of the deceased, they reached there at about 2 p.m. on Tuesday. And when was the postmortem conducted? If the family is suspecting that there is a murder, the police could have simply lodged an FIR, and that FIR not is a Brahmastra. It can always be cancelled if found inadequate. The thing is, basically, there is something much more beyond that meets the eye. For the very simple reason, both the accused were rounded up yesterday evening only, after the postmortem report. Otherwise, what should have been done? What is the SOP in that case? Where is the deceased telephone? The accused was carrying that telephone, right? All those data must have been removed.
Yeah.
He was not taking the telephone calls of the deceased family. What was it? They briefed everything to Goa police. I'm just telling the unprofessional behavior. I'm not saying that they were trying to protect somebody. No, it's not my thing. Now the issue is, there are certain names which are cropping up. And Anusha, if you allow me, there are 2-3 things.
Sure.
Why was this murder conducted only in Goa? The lady, the star, the TikTok star, whatever you call her, she was bound to go to Chandigarh, right? She told her family that she is going to Chandigarh. All of a sudden, she lands in Goa, right? And from there, the family finds that there is no shooting going on. Why in the first place she was not carrying the government government security men with her? Number one. Number two, under what circumstances she was taken to Goa? Was there a larger conspiracy there? Why only in Goa? These things are collaborated basically.
Okay.
And the thing finally is, why these people? It took 60 hours to conduct a postmortem, number one, and then 60 hours to arrest them formally.
Okay.
They should have been taken into custody
Derek,
right away.
Derek,
and the phone should have been taken into custody.
Derek, if the family is suspecting murder and the family made that complaint to the Goa police authorities, shouldn't the basic SOP have been followed by the Goa police? Did they miss out on that as a professional police force?
No, the basic SOP is not to register murder. The basic SOP is to
but
register
to examine the phone, to
unnatural
look at the
death
body, or
case.
perhaps to speak to the family.
No, you register a case of unnatural death, and that's where the investigation begins. And then from there, then you scale it up. And as the evidence pours in, then you decide whether it's culpable homicide, whether it's murder, whether it's accidental death, whether it's overdose, whatever. But you never start with murder. You start with unnatural death. That is the SOP. So, and the other question of
the phone being examined, because the phone, as Hemant is pointing out, was with the accused, and a huge amount of data which could have been important for the investigation is arguably lost.
No. That is not true. Okay, that is not true. These two people who are with her, are they unknown to her? Are they some sinister guys? No, one is her assistant and the other person is his assistant. These are people who are known to her. That's how she, and this other allegation, she was taken to Goa. She's 42 years old. How do you take her to Goa? Is it a kidnapping? It's not true. They came to Goa. And why do you come to Goa? There is no shooting, there's nothing. So why does everyone come to Goa? It's a big party place.
Hemant,
That's why people
I think
come to
Derek
Goa.
does have a point there that, you know, you can't bring a 40-plus-year-old woman to Goa. She comes there of her own volition. She may have come for whatever reason she has really come in. What are the substantial reasons? Do we have substantial reasons to look at it? You know, perhaps Goa police did not do their job properly, or perhaps there's a larger angle to this entire case, as you're pointing out.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm just not pointing anything. I'm just simply telling the SOPs that should have been ideally followed. That is point number one. I'm not saying that she was kidnapped. There is a larger conspiracy to it. There can be a property feud which has been going on. The family is after that. They have, raised many points. They have even, to that extent, they have raised an issue of rape also, right? Under the some medication or some drugs, she was blackmailed, and she for last 3 years she was being done this and that, whatever. Now my thing is, if there was no shooting, the PA could have always misguided her and taken her to Goa. I'm not saying about kidnapping or something. No, she was completely misguided to go to Goa, and she called up the family at 10 p.m. in the night and telling her mother that they have poisoned me. My hand and feet are not working. They are getting, sensationless, and I am feeling giddiness and I am about to fall. And I want to tell you certain things which I am not able to tell, and then all of a sudden, Sudhir voice comes on the telephone, right? These are all a part of these complaints.
Okay.
What I am saying is that is something else. This is a case now which spreads into 2 states, right? The family has also complained simultaneously, despite being murdered.
Yeah.
The fellow called one of her accountants in Hisar at her farmhouse and got all those laptops and everything removed.
And Hemant, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you there, but as you're pointing out, there are various angles which will emerge to this. Derek Almeida and Hemant Attri, thank you both for joining us on the broadcast. Clearly, this is a very high-profile investigation and a very important one that the Goa police is doing right now. More and more angle emerge as the investigation proceeds. We're slipping into a very short break. Much more lined up on the other side. Play in the upcoming US Open, which begins on Monday. Now, Djokovic is ineligible to travel to the US due to COVID protocols which require him to be vaccinated. This is the second Grand Slam that he will miss for not being vaccinated. He was deported before the Australian Open earlier this year. In bizarre retribution.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As a large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow, causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between 2 parties. After the video went viral, police has now started investigating the matter.
The Goa police has registered a murder case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August. 3 terrorists were killed as security forces foiled an infiltration bid along the line of control in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth foliage and rainfall and low clouds to infiltrate. 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 Chinese M16 rifle and other ammunition has been recovered. The Indian Army is hiring via the JEE Main 2022 exam. Now here are the details. Let's take you through the details of these online applications from male candidate recruitment under 10+2. The technical entry scheme candidates can submit applications till the 21st of September. Hiring to be conducted to fill the total of about 90 vacant positions. Candidates must have appeared in the JEE main examination. Now, Taiwan has unveiled its plan for record boost in defense spending.
After China staged unprecedented military exercises near Taiwan, the island is getting battle ready. Taiwan has announced a 14% increase in defense spending for new fighting jets and other military equipment. This is a sharp increase in defense spending for the country, considering it has only been 4 to 5% in recent years. The tipping point has been China's muscle flexing. Ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented visit to the island last month, China's People's Liberation Army rolled out a series of military exercises surrounding the island. From launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan to sending Chinese warships to the Taiwan Strait and PLA warplanes breaching the median line. China wants Taiwan reunified with the mainland and has accused the US of trying to overturn decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in Welcome back. More than 900 people are dead in devastating floods in Pakistan. Have a look. Torrential rains and floods have wreaked havoc in Pakistan. The government declared a national emergency and called the crisis a climate-induced humanitarian crisis of epic proportions. Sindh province is the worst affected, with more than 3,000 people who have lost their lives. Roads and bridges have been washed away and thousands of homes have been destroyed. More than 30 million citizens in Pakistan have been left homeless with no access to clean water and sanitation. Pakistan's government has launched an international appeal seeking funds for relief and rehabilitation of the flood-affected people. And after the liquor scam, the Delhi government is facing corruption charges in connection to the construction of classes in schools. Delhi LG has sought a report from the Chief Secretary over the delay of 2.5 years on the part of the Vigilance Department in acting on CVC inquiry report into the construction of additional classroom in Delhi government schools.
फिर इनके ऊपर एक और मामला करा कि वो कोई स्कूलों के ऊपर घोटाला कर दिया मनीष सिसोदिया ने, उसकी भी जांच कर ली और जांच कर लें, सारी जांच कर लें जितनी तुम्हारी जांच एजेंसी है। ये शोभा नहीं देता। सुबह से शाम तक सवेरे उठते आप ये सोचते हो अब मैं इसको महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिराऊं, अब मैं गोवा की सरकार गिराऊं, अब मैं मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार गिराऊं, अब मैं दिल्ली की सरकार गिराऊं। काम कब करोगे? देश की तरक्की कब करोगे?
The Election Commission has suggested disqualifying Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren as MLA, though sources say that the poll panel has not recommended debarring him from contesting elections altogether. This comes in connection to the mining scam, where JMM chief is accused of using his office for profit. There was high drama in Patiala in Punjab over delay in documents and recruitment for electricity department. Have a look. Hundreds sat on a dharna in front of the electricity department in Patiala. As the numbers and the commotion increased, police swooped in and lathi charged the protesters. The protesters alleged that the electricity department had promised jobs after 2 years of training. But suddenly a condition was introduced that they have to first pass an exam. The aspirants hit the streets to protest against the decision. Several protesters were grievously injured in the lathi charge. And the Indian Army is boosting its mountain warfare prowess. Here's how. Indian Army is inducting swarm drone system that can be used in offensive and defensive operations. This is a drone technology. It's a force multiplier in military operations. It enhances combat potential of ground forces, increase in drone-related incidents at the border, and all of that can be put a check upon. Now, the Supreme Court has asked the three-judge bench to review a past judgment that had said that freebies are not a part of the corrupt practice. The bench said there can be no denying that in an electoral democracy, the true power lies with the people, and electorate judges the parties and their candidates. And for the very first time, the Supreme Court live-casted its proceedings from Court Number 1. On the day, Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, retired. Justice Ramana retired after a tenure of nearly 8 months at the Supreme Court and leaves behind a lasting legacy of judicial reforms. Chief Justice designate Justice U.U. Lalit will take charge on Saturday.
From the date I joined bench, I reached the highest possible position in the judiciary. I have subjected to conspiratorial scrutinies. My family and I suffered in silence. But ultimately, the truth will always prevail. Satyameva Jayate.
Therefore, let me place some of the parts which I intend to do in my next innings of 74 days. One area which is listing, and I must assure you that we will strive hard to make listing as simple, as clear and as transparent as possible. The area which is mentioning of urgent matters, that also I will certainly look into, and we will certainly sort that out.
And cloudbursts after torrential rains have caused widespread destruction in Uttarakhand. Have a look. A cloudburst near Rudraprayag resulted in flash floods. Muddy water flooded this village, uprooting trees and washing away homes. And with no let-up in the rains, there was no relief in sight. In Tehri too, flash floods wreaked havoc. Hundreds were marooned because there was water for as long as the eye can see. Landslides on the Gangotri highway triggered panic. Chunks of a mountain fell on the highway, causing a traffic jam for hours. Machines had to be brought in to clear the roads and restart the vehicular movement. And after Congress leader B.K. Hariprasad sparked a row by equating Savarkar with Muhammad Ali Jinnah and blamed them for ruining the country, Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai advised Hariprasad to read history again. Chief Minister Bommai alleged that the Congress loves Jinnah because they came to power after dividing the country. According to a survey by global decision intelligence company Morning Consult, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the world's most popular leader. The list featured 22 world leaders, including US President Joe Biden, Canadian President Justin Trudeau, and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. 4 Indian American women were racially abused and assaulted in Texas and US. Here's what happened.
The incident took place in a parking lot in Dallas, Texas. An American woman confronted 4 Indian American women and went on a tirade, hurling radical abuses, claiming that they are ruining America and should go back to India. She didn't stop there. The woman struck one person on the face, swiped at the phones of 2 of the women filming the incident, and then threatened to shoot them while reaching into her bag.
Oh my God! Oh, she's hitting me! Oh, she's hitting me! She's hitting me! I swear to God!
The woman, who's been identified as Esmeralda Upton, was arrested and charged with assault, bodily injury and terrorist threats.
And tensions between China and Taiwan are only going to increase as more US politicians visit the island. Defying warnings from China, US lawmakers continue to make a beeline for Taiwan. After House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and a congressional delegation, now Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn touched down in Taipei. Launching a series of attacks on China, she said US will not be bullied.
Xi Jinping and his military leaders are not prone to making sour-of-the-moment decisions. They planned for this moment, and they were just waiting for an excuse to bully Taiwan.
After Nancy Pelosi's visit last month, China responded with large-scale military exercises near Taiwan. They fired missiles over the island and sent ships across the midline of the Taiwan Strait. All because China claims self-ruled Taiwan as its own territory. And Taiwan has accused China of trying to rewrite the status quo across the Taiwan Strait. Here's how. 180-kilometer wide strait divides Taiwan from mainland Asia. China is treating the strait as its domestic waters. China is also pushing back against the median line. Now, the Chinese warships approach the median line. Hundreds of Chinese planes cross the median line, and that is how these incursions are happening. The Libyan National Army, they have shot down what could be an American drone near Benghazi. Have a look.
This video of a burning drone falling on the ground after being hit by a surface-to-air missile has gone viral. After looking at the crashed drone's wreckage, many experts believe it could be a US MQ-9 drone. The drone could be associated with the US Air Force, which frequently conducts its flights into Libya from Sigonella Air Station in Italy. The Libyan National Army has territorial control over eastern and southern Libya. Speculation is rife that NATO nations may have been monitoring LNA's operations in the region without permission from the Libyan government.
And we leave you with this video of an Indigo pilot's in-flight announcement, which is going viral.
Those sitting on the right side, after some time, we'll show you Hyderabad. Aage jaunge ji, Bhopal tode aapko sajje paase aauga, and then Jaipur tode khabbe paase aauga ji. Te jehde bande aisle che baithe ne, nothing much we can do ji. Turn left and right, look at each other, right? Lesson learned is what? Take an aisle, or window seat, right? And special mention for all persons uniformed on defense, paramilitary and veterans who are flying with us. I salute you. Small request, kindly wear a face mask at all time. हाले कोरोना चल रहा है क्या नहीं जी ते जब तक एयरक्राफ्ट रुक नहीं जाता चंडीगढ़ से दरवाजे खुल नहीं जाते बैठे रहो ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਪਿਆ ਉੱਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ I assure you that so your luggage in the overhead bin is safe.
बहुत सारे लोग इस डर नहीं रहे कांग्रेस के बाहर वो सब हमारे उनको अंदर लाओ और जो हमारे यहाँ डर रहे हो तो बाहर निकालो चलो भैया जाओ आरएसएस क्यों जाओ भागो मजे लो
Watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. There seems to be no end to the Congress exodus. These are the faces of the Congress that have jumped the ship over the years. A galaxy of leaders, from veterans to young guns, who have served and now ditched the Gandhis as the Congress ship continues to implode. The newest entrant to this club of former Congress leaders is Ghulam Nabi Azad, a party veteran who has served the Congress for over 40 years, has now delivered a massive blow, which will be clearly a body blow to the Gandhis, resigning from all party posts. Ghulam Nabi Azad wrote a scathing letter to Sonia Gandhi, raining fire on former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, essentially blaming him for the party's demise. This is the letter. He said, and I quote him, "After Rahul Gandhi's entry into the party, our consultative mechanism was demolished. All senior and experienced leaders were sidelined, and a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants ran the party. As the Congress is all set to pick its next party president, Azad has called Rahul Gandhi childish, immature and non-serious. He also said that the Congress is now at the point of no return and accused the High Command of fraud in the name of sham internal elections. This has already created a storm in the Congress unit in Jammu and Kashmir, with 5 top leaders resigning in solidarity with Ghulam Nabi Azad. This also comes as preparations are underway for assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir that are likely to take place next year. All indications suggest that Ghulam Nabi Azad will float his own party and contest the state elections next year. In fact, National Conference patron Farooq Abdullah has also extended an invitation to Azad to join his party ahead of the elections. Azad's resignation marks the most high-profile exit of one of the G23 leaders who had written to Sonia Gandhi 2 years ago for a collective and inclusive leadership, exposing the fault lines in the grand old party. However, the Gandhi camp has hit back at Ghulam Nabi Azad. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh did not mince his words, where he said, and I quote him, "A man who has been treated by the greatest respect by the Congress leadership has betrayed it by his vicious personal attacks, which reveals his true character. Azad's DNA has been modified," unquote. Amidst electoral setbacks and internal power struggles, such exits continue to jolt the Congress party, making it look like a house of cards versus the cohesive unit of Modi-led BJP and even other opposition parties like the Trinamool Congress and even the Aam Aadmi Party, which are eating away the Congress base. 4 big questions emerge from this latest jolt to the Gandhis. First, has Ghulam Nabi Azad shown a mirror to the Congress, or has he betrayed the Congress, a party he served for 40 years? With exits from Team Sonia Gandhi, because he was part of Team Sonia, and Rahul Gandhi, with so many likes of Jyotiraditya Scindia and others, is the Congress now at a point of no return? Can other opposition parties wait for the Congress churning to end? With opposition in complete disarray, is 2024 sealed for the BJP? We have a power-packed lineup of former and serving Congress leaders on the show today to decode Azad's exit and the state of the Congress party. These are the big newsmakers who will be joining me shortly. But first, here's how the drama unfolded today.
It's perhaps the final nail in Congress's coffin. Ghulam Nabi Azad, the man who worked with Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, has resigned from all posts in the party. In a 5-page resignation letter to interim president Sonia Gandhi, Ghulam Nabi Azad all but attributed Rahul Gandhi as the reason for his exit, calling him childish, immature, non-serious. Azad said that Rahul Gandhi destroyed the party's consultative mechanism. He sidelined all senior and experienced leaders in the party and replaced them with a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants. Azad claimed that all important decisions are being taken by Rahul Gandhi or his guards or his PAs, while proxies are being propped up to take over the party's leadership. He also pointed out specific instances of Rahul Gandhi's erratic behavior, like how the tearing up of a UPA ordinance in 2013 was childish and immature, or that he resigned in a huff after Congress badly lost the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And Azad attributed Congress conceding political space to the BJP because the party had foisted a non-serious person at the helm for the last 8 years.
I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad Saab's letter is the complete and correct diagnosis of the problems ailing the International Congress as an organization and as a political party.
I only hope that the powers that be within the party will correct the aberrations and restore the Congress party to what is expected of it.
But minutes after Azad's open criticism, the so-called coterie hit back.
प्रदेश कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष, चीफ मिनिस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर का सब कुछ मिला हो, उनसे कोई देश में उम्मीद नहीं करता था कि आजाद साहब इस प्रकार का पत्र लिख देंगे।
ये सब बहानेबाजी बंद करिए गुलाम नबी जी। सीधी सी एक बात है,
कि उन लोगों के साथ आपके संबंध जुट गए हैं जिन्होंने कश्मीर की धारा 370 समाप्त की।
Azad was a leading member of the G23, or the group of 23 dissenters who wrote to Sonia Gandhi in 2020 calling for a complete overhaul of the organization and a full-time leadership. He said that after the letter, the group was attacked, vilified and humiliated. Months before Azad's resignation, another prominent face of the G23, Kapil Sibbal, had quit. And now all eyes are on whether another member, Anand Sharma, will follow suit.
इसीलिए हमने सामूहिक सोच और सामूहिक निर्णय की हमेशा बात रखी। उसको तोड़ दिया गया, उसका सम्मान नहीं हुआ।
Azad is only the latest in a long line of high-profile exits from the Congress party, all citing inaccessibility and indecision of the top leadership. The resignations aside, the party has lost 2 Lok Sabha elections quite badly and won only 9 out of 50 assembly elections ever since 2014. Currently, it's only in power in 2 states. So is the Congress at a point of no return?
Let me take that question to the panelists who are joining me. Salman Khurshid, Congress leader. Priyanka Chaturvedi, Shiv Sena MP and former Congress leader. Prithvi Raj Chavan is member of G23. Really appreciate your time. Mr. Khurshid, I'm going to begin with you. We have seen many exit letters, but this one certainly seems to be most damaging to the Congress party, given that it is coming from an ultimate insider that Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad was, with whom you have worked for good 40 years. Your first thought on this letter?
Gosh, I think the if it's something that had to happen and has happened, it's just best to get on and not dwell upon this letter. When somebody takes a decision that makes them leave a path that they have treaded for 40 years or 50 years, then you need to spruce up your reasons to sound convincing, and perhaps that's what has happened. He may have justification for saying something or not saying it, but I don't think that we should now dwell too long on it, and I don't think that there is much that we can do about it, and therefore I think it's just best to just simply say goodbye.
Okay, you're saying goodbye to him. Prithvi Raj Chavan, he was a member of G23, and as a member of G23, did this resignation of Mr. Azad come as a surprise to you?
Well, I'm personally pained. It's very unfortunate. We had got together a couple of years back. We introspected about the affairs of the Congress party, the repeated defeats in both Lok Sabha elections, and almost after Lok Sabha election, almost 40 assembly elections we won. Whatever elections we got elected in, we lost 40 elections, but some elections we won, and there also we could not form the government like in Goa. So we're all concerned about happening in the Congress party. It was a consensus in that group, which you people, the media called G23. It was just 23 of us, senior members, former union ministers, former working committee members, former chief ministers. We wrote a letter because we could not get a personal appointment for over a month. She was not well, there was COVID, and we could understand that. And so we thought at least the leadership should know what we feel. We're all senior members. And so we wrote a letter, which was supposed to be a confidential letter, but unfortunately, somebody leaked it. And then we branded as rebels and asking questions and all that thing. All we had asked was 3 simple things. The Congress party should be led by somebody full-time. That secondly, there should be introspection why we lost, and that there should be elections to all organs of the Congress party as per the Congress constitution. A couple of months, 4 or 5 months later, Mrs. Gandhi did give us an audience. We had a 5-hour meeting. And by and large, agreed with all of whatever we had said. That yes, there'll be elections of the Congress party. Yes, there'll be Chintan Shibir, and there'll be more frequent meetings, which didn't happen. But both the promises she fulfilled. There was a Chintan Shibir, there was a Shibir, and the elections are on. Unfortunately, the Shibir got turned from a Chintan Shibir to a Nava Sankalpa Shibir. That means don't ask questions, let's look at the future. So be it. Udaipur, all of us met after 2 years. National leadership met, and there was some hope that things will happen. And elections are on. So I can't fault the Congress party leadership for that. Elections are on. But whether elections will be taken to the logical conclusion, which means whether all the organs, the parliamentary board, the parliamentary board, the working committee, and election committee, will there be elections for all these bodies? These elections have not been held for 24 years.
That's right.
So if you're going to accuse Mr. Modi of being dictatorial, that he's ushered in a police state, there is undeclared emergency, then do you have a right to accuse him of dictatorship? Our own party is not functioning democratically. This is always on. And unfortunately, there is a coterie, there's a group which kept on blaming us.
Okay, since you speak about the coterie, I'm going to ask you this question. Ghulam Nabi Azad has left. Kapil Sibal exited the Congress a month ago. Anand Sharma could be on his way out too. What remains of this group of G23?
Well, we'll continue to fight to the last man. There are 20 of us still there. I mean, many of them pleaded with us to leave the party. That was not acceptable. After all, nobody else can take on Mr. Modi. And it's a historical responsibility to the Congress party to provide a viable, a credible alternative to Mr. Modi, because a regional party cannot do that. But maybe Congress party alone cannot defeat Mr. Modi today. But if Congress party was to lead a broad alliance of all the opposition parties, leave our petty differences along, egos along, and fight the election, maybe you don't have to declare a prime ministerial candidate. Mr. Jayaprakash Narayan did not declare a prime ministerial candidate. Still, he defeated Mrs. Gandhi. Maybe it is a Jayaprakash Narayan kind of movement has arrived. And responsibility for leading that alliance is Congress party, because no regional party can do it. All we are asking within the party is for those reforms. Okay. And those reforms will continue to ask for.
Okay. Mr. Chaturvedi, come in on this. Ghulam Nabi Azad says that Rahul Gandhi demolished the entire consultative mechanism. He has called him immature and childish as well. You have worked with Rahul Gandhi, but when you quit the Congress, there was no personal attack against Rahul Gandhi. You have been rather graceful in your exit. How are you looking at this letter of Ghulam Nabi Azad?
I think your question itself nails it, graceful and graceless. As far as this particular letter is concerned, everybody knew this was coming. Sooner or later, it was to happen. And since the first letter was written to Mrs. Gandhi, and then we saw the to and fro that was happening. But however, in hindsight, to blame one particular party president for functioning in a particular manner, which may or may not have had you in the same position that you've enjoyed over many years, does not mean that you can call him immature, childish. Must understand, for past 40 years, over 4 decades of being in governments, being minister, being the chief minister, in the top 5 organizational positions of a political party, I would want you to today, Mariaji, tell me one particular person that comes to your mind across political parties in India who've enjoyed seniority as well as senior ranks, not just the organization, but also in governments when Congress was in power, and you'd be able to name none. That speaks of the respect that he commanded over the years in the Congress party. It is a known fact that the Congress is seeing a massive churning. Many may disagree with new style of functioning, many may agree with the new style of functioning. But the point here is that everybody has got a chance to work. It is, when I used to be in the Congress party, at times I used to wonder that with these senior leaders not choosing to retire, I'm sorry to say this, and holding on to those top 5 positions all the time, would we youngsters ever be able to get a chance to prove ourselves in any position possible? So yes, it is saddening to see the tone and tenor of the letter and accusing somebody in hindsight.
Mr. Khurshid, has Ghulam Nabi Azad shown mirror to the Congress, or has he betrayed the party? Because the jury is divided. Many think that the tone and tenor of the letter is almost similar to what other leaders have said in the past. And those who are presently in the Congress, they are saying that this is betrayal.
I just wonder, this is like people living a full life. And then somebody you've known all your life happens to pass away. Upon the demise, you don't think of being the next and you don't think of how things will be when you pass away, etc. But that's how life is, that people line up, you reach a top, and then you slide down or just generally fade away. These things happen, and when these are all exaggerated and escalated by events which are adverse events that are going against the interests and the success of your organization and your party, then all these things get amplified. And I think we just have to take them in our stride. It's deeply disappointing. It's deeply disappointing if somebody that you worked with for such a long time takes such a decision. I would be in a better position to talk about it if any one of them who've left had actually discussed it with me or with some of us. But this wasn't discussed. It became like a monopoly, an exclusive club where the people who felt let down, about whom many people would have felt let down in the past, decided to just walk away. I don't think that was necessary, but I think it became inevitable because of circumstances. Now, to dwell upon that and to rip things apart and say things which are unpleasant, etc., may just not be the occasion. I don't think it helps anybody for us to do that. It's deeply disappointing, obviously deeply disappointing, and to an extent, for me to say it doesn't matter would be wrong. It matters, but we have to go on. We have to move on and put our act together and then work for the tomorrow and the day after and the day after that.
So you're essentially saying that the show must go on. But you're looking at, someone who has worked with 3 generations of Gandhis. Ghulam Nabi Azad was essentially part of the Congress system. Many say that he was the architect of the current Congress system, which he has exited. The system which he has called as a system of sycophants or of coterie. It is similar to what has been echoed by many who have quit Congress and many of whom who have worked very closely with Rahul Gandhi.
What would I say to that? I would say that people don't really have have a very, very remarkable imagination. They all seem to find the same words and the same phrases and the same reasons to give for the decision they are taking. But be that as it may, of course, he has worked 3 generations in the Congress party, but many things that he would have done, and like most of us do, many things that he would have done would have not been very comfortable for others in the party or for different generation of people. But you just have to live with it. I mean, you have to, you can't just become a baby and say, nobody is listening to me, nobody is doing anything for me. You have to work your way through, get successes and you get failures, and you have to live with all of them. And then if you've done it all your life, and a new generation takes over, and the new generation has its own systems, you just have to accept it. You can't just simply freeze everything as it was 30 years ago and expect that things will continue in the same manner. So I'm not quite sure that I can make much of what has been said in terms of the complaints that are made. And I frankly think it's not worth our while to dwell too much on it.
Okay, let me bring in Prithviraj Chavan. Mr. Chavan, you said that you're pained at Mr. Azad's exit. Are you pained with the exit, or are you pained at the scathing tone of this letter? I mean, we have seen so many exit letters, but this one certainly really hurts the Congress because of the manner in which he has cited instances, and many say this is fact.
No, let's not broaden the scope of the debate. I think we have asked for reforms within the Congress party, 23 of us, 3 of them are left, we have 20 of us are left. We still continue to ask for reform. What reforms are you asking for? All we are saying that let the Congress party be run as per the 135-year-old Congress constitution. Now, what's wrong with that? Now, Mr. Ghulam Nabi has made some serious scathing allegations and made some accusations. Unfortunately, those are his personal views and all that. But again, the criticism from the Congress party against Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad is also very unfortunate. That we gave you so much, the Congress party gave you so much. This is a Darbari attitude. After all, it's a democratic party. Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad got elected to the Congress Working Committee whenever elections were held. Now, after Calcutta 1997, no elections have been held for the last 24 years. And therefore, you say, can we made him a member of the cabinet? Well, cabinet is formed of the most competent people that party has at that given point. If you happen to be a competent member and was made a minister, now do you see like the Mughal dynasty that I gave you this thing, that I give you so much and all that thing? This whole attitude is a Darbari attitude. And that's why we feel, leave apart the allegations in the letter, let us have democratic elections. If Rahul Gandhi sincerely wants to lead the opposition and oppose Mr. Modi, then let him contest the election, let him be democratically elected president, that he will have the legitimate authority to forge an alliance with the opposition party. But what Mr. Modi wants Congress to fight every single seat so that the opposition votes get divided and Modi rules forever.
Okay. Priyanka Chaturvedi, the fact is also that Rahul Gandhi has been a reluctant leader. Someone who is constantly pushed by his party to take a particular role, but he seems to be declining it. Several opposition leaders, including Mamata Banerjee, have been vocal in their views that Congress lacks that fire in the belly to take on the Modi-Shah juggernaut and to also be a responsible opposition. What are your thoughts?
So, I just like to say one thing here. Everybody might have an opinion. So do I. I may also have an opinion. But it is for the Congress party members and Congress party office bearers to choose who they want as their party president. And if it is overwhelmingly Shri Rahul Gandhi, then I think across political parties it needs to be respected. I just like to say one thing here. You can have many issues with the style of functioning, reluctant leadership, etc. But that is how Congress workers want it to be. Why are we running away from the fact that internally most of the political party members of the Congress party believe in his leadership? Whether he's being able to connect with the larger audience in the nation is something we can all question and challenge. But Congress party members overwhelmingly believe that, barring the 23 who felt in a certain way, overwhelmingly, and I think as Sandeep Dixit ji has gone and said, this was a banner for reform, not for rebellion. So now that or revolt, I think his word is revolt.
Yes.
So I think it is for the larger narrative to come into picture, and having worked, Mr. Azad having worked in various positions, to grudge any new leadership emerging and to grudge any youngsters taking over or not being part of decision making. I think that has to happen as a smooth transition process.
Ma'am, what about this charge that the Congress party has reached a point of no return? This is what Ghulam Nabi Azad has said in his letter. And if the principal opposition party has reached a point of no return, this isn't really good news for the entire opposition.
I totally agree with you that there needs to be a strong opposition to Bharatiya Janata Party, which has become overwhelmingly a centralized force, which is using all central agencies to hit out at opposition, try to weaken its own alliance partners, to use various agencies to silence opposition. And the last thing that the opposition needs is this kind of rebellion within the ranks in any of the opposition political parties. That's point one. Now, the point two that you speak about with regards to coterie. Are we trying to say that Ghulam Nabi Azad ji, for over 40 years, he's been in the party, he did not himself have a coterie? Are we saying that most of the general secretaries who've been serving in the Congress for many, many years now did not have their own coteries? For Priyanka Chaturvedi, I'm just giving you one example. For one Priyanka Chaturvedi to rise through the ranks, I must say it came because she smashed those coteries, but failed those coteries as well. So, I mean, you know, every political party, it is not the Congress party alone. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party, everybody. When they reach these levels of seniority, they have their own coteries, and for them to accuse each other, I'm not making a case for anybody. All I'm trying to say is that at this point in time, the opposition weakens every time we see this kind of rebellion, especially when it's coming close to 2024, where we go for an all-important election and we have to go as one unit who are standing up against the growing authoritarianism coming from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And that is for the Congress party also to introspect.
And Salman Khurshid, would you also say that the time has come for old to make way for the new in the Congress? And that is the reason why, because there is this ongoing tussle in multiple states. One of the reasons being cited is this, that the old guard doesn't give way to or responsibility to the young Turks. Many members of the G23, I'm not too sure if what is left of G23 now, have left, but there is also an indication that there has to be some kind of an arrangement between the old and the new. That the old must give way.
And why is the new generation going? A lot of people in the new generation have gone.
Fine enough.
I mean, I can understand that the old feel that they're not wanted anymore, but I think that's not true about the party. The party has emphatically and repeatedly said that you've got to have a decent mix of the old and the new, of the old and the young. That's what the party has repeatedly said. And this is not rocket science that you require every organization. But the trouble here is a lot of very, let us say, talented young people have left. Now, they were talented undoubtedly because we saw that they were talented, but that they could sustain their place and their commitment to a party. Obviously had question marks, because the very fact that they slipped that easily and decided to go elsewhere indicates that their commitment was somehow lacking. Either the ideology issue was lacking, or just their acceptance of the manner in which politics happens in our country, that you can't be at the top all the time. It's not like the past when the Congress leadership was at the top all the time. Now you have the highs and you have the lows, and we are in a particularly bad low. And if people can't take, it's like not being able to take the heat of the kitchen, then you have to leave, then you have to go. But there are many of us who've learned to live with the heat. We've learned to live with the bad times, and we are committed, and we believe that our commitment is not wasted. It's the commitment to the party, because I believe the party is today essential, and its welfare is essential for the country. And what is required in the country is a pluralistic, inclusive society, which only the Congress can ensure. And that's why we are here. So I would suggest the story should be not about those who've left. The story should be about those who are here. I pardon my being so self-centered in this.
That's a very well taken point, Mr. Khurshid. The story should be about those who continue to be in the Congress. So tell me, Mr. Chavan, what next for you if your closest friends have all exited?
No, all people have not existed. Out of 23, we had hundreds of people who wanted to join, but we said no, only former union ministers, former working committee members, and former chief ministers. Now, okay, 3 of them have left. They argued with us. We had long discussions whether they should leave the party or not. We advised him against it. But Mr. Kapil Sibal was firm that nothing is going to happen. This party will continue to be run the way it was run. What accusation Mr. Azad has made in his letter. And finally, I think Mr. Azad also has taken that stand that there is no space for him. I'll just narrate one small incident in a minute. Yes. Mr. Anand Sharma, who is also a member of the working committee and a colleague of ours in the letter that we wrote, he was made a chairman of the screening committee in Himachal election. He is a tall leader from Himachal Pradesh, a very senior leader. And Mrs. Gandhi wants to bring all the senior people together. She made Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad chairman of the campaign committee in JN&K. But what happens? The screening committee met 5 times, and Mr. Anand Sharma was not even invited for the committee meeting of which he was supposed to chair. Now, will Mrs. Gandhi ask who is responsible for this attitude? Why humiliate such a leader like that? You did not have to nominate him to the screening committee, but Mrs. Gandhi invited him to the screening committee, and then somebody down below. Now, who is that somebody? Who is part of the coterie, part of these people who are running the party? They humiliated him. He has resigned from the chairmanship of that committee.
All right, Mr. Chavan, Mrs. Salman Khurshid and Priyanka Chaturvedi, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Earlier today, I also spoke to Congress MP and Team Rahul member Manikam Tagore on Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit. This is what he had to say. He's joining us live. Manikam Tagore, really appreciate your time. I'm looking at this letter that has been written by Ghulam Nabi Azad, your senior former colleague, and he has been scathing in his criticism, particularly against Rahul Gandhi. He says that Rahul Gandhi is immature and childish. Doesn't it hurt? Although, it almost gives weight to all those leaders who have been talking about Rahul Gandhi and holding him solely responsible for the position the Congress is at present.
Yeah, Maria, thank you for having me in the show. But one thing is that Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji is going to start a historic Padayatra on 7th of September and 2000 from Kanyakumari to Kashmir for around 3,700 kilometers for around 160 days on Bharat Jodo, which is the decision of the Udaipur declaration, to taking the message to the people of India across India. He is going to walk 3,700 kilometers. When that decision to have the Bharat Jodo Yatra has come, and we are all preparing for that preparations, suddenly this resignation of Azad Sahab comes. It is very unfortunate that Azad Sahab, who should have been part of this Bharat Jodo, the person, the difficult times of the Congress party, he has decided to leave Congress and take his own path. This is personal decisions, but the way he has attacked Congress party and Congress leadership is very, very unfortunate, and that shows that he is walking into a trap by those people who are always against Congress.
But Manikam, why are you saying that this some kind of trap? Because he is talking about instances. He says that how Rahul Gandhi, under his stewardship, the Congress has been losing one election after after the other. It has lost 39 out of 49 assembly elections held between 2014 and 2022. He has talked about a coterie which works around Rahul Gandhi and is responsible for most of the decisions. So the entire consultative process which was there in the Congress party is no longer there.
With due respect to Azad Sahab, I'd like to ask how many states he was in charge of that 14 when we were losing. When you count on that, I can count many states on that thing. He was the in-charge general secretary of that thing. How we can run away and put the blame on Mr. Gandhi? Rahul Gandhi ji was only a Congress president for only 2 years. He was elected in 2017 end and he resigned in 2019. It is very unfortunate. Azad Sahab has been a minister in the UPA government, which has lost elections at performance of the UPA government. And we have to, committee thought over it, and senior leadership has sat together, found the reasons for it. We have tried to correct it. There are decisions has to be taken, but to blame on Rahul Gandhi ji for every decision is completely unacceptable. That is, it shows that there is a pattern which usually Amit Shah and Modi wanted to insert into the minds of people, that every wrong thing is being committed because of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. That is completely wrong. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is the face of opposition. He fights day and night, and he fought for the price rise. He was the person who was leading from front in the Rashtra side.
Many would say, and again a part of the letter that I'm quoting of Azad Sahab, he says all seniors and experienced leaders were sidelined. A new coterie of inexperienced sycophants started running the affairs of the party, and that consultative mechanism which was earlier there was demolished by Rahul Gandhi. These are scathing words.
With due respect to Azad Sahab, he's senior to us, and I always believe that thing, that this is the case with every generation of the Congress leaders. It has been the case when they were young, and those people, senior leaders who left in that time, has blamed them as coteries and others. We had seen that word coterie. It is not a new word he has invented. That has been for long. Whomever he has been blamed one of those people in the coterie. There is no coterie at all. We have to understand it. Generations are there is a generational shift happening in the Congress party. Sunil Gavaskar and Kapil Dev has won World Cup for us, but they can't play with Virat Kohli and the team now.
So who is Virat Kohli? So who is Virat Kohli that you're talking about in the Congress party right now?
Virat Kohli is Rahul Gandhi for us.
And this Virat Kohli doesn't win matches.
Virat Kohli has tough times also. He also wins matches in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh also was matches. This Virat Kohli has only got those selections also.
Shifting focus to debate 2 on News Epicenter, a sensational twist has emerged in the Sonali Phogat murder case after the Goa police in fact revealed that Sonali Phogat was forcefully drugged before she died. CNN News 18 has also accessed CCTV footage showing Sonali Phogat under the influence of a substance at a club in Goa. According to the police, the man in this video who's walking Sonali out is Sudhir Sangwan. He is seen with Sonali along with his friend Sukhwinder Singh. Sonali was then taken to the washroom where she stayed for 2 hours. Sonali died on Tuesday in Goa, and initially it was said that it was a case of heart attack. However, the mystery has deepened after the autopsy report mentioned blunt force injuries all over her body. Many big questions have emerged in connection to her death, and we get you the 5 big mysteries that need to be cracked. Were Sonali's aides ordered to drug her? So who were they acting at the behest of? Who were they taking orders from? What happened in that bathroom for 2 hours when Sonali, soon after that footage that you see on your television screens, which is the CCTV footage where she was seen, 2 men accompanying her, and then they took her to that washroom. How did she receive blunt force trauma? There were those blunt injuries, and why did the Goa police really not read all those that has happened to her and come to the conclusion that it was a case of heart attack? Has Gopal Kanda, who is a member of Legislative Assembly in Haryana, played a role in this incident? Who would have gained from this death? I'll be taking all these questions to the panelists who will be joining me shortly. But first, what happened today?
प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में दोनों एक्यूज एस्टेब्लिश हो रहे हैं और उनको 302/34 धारा के तहत गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया। और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है।
तो शुरू से यही कहते आ रहे हैं कि हार्ट अटैक नहीं है, उसकी हत्या की गई है।
Up on the show is Vikas Chaudhary. He is Sonali Phogat's nephew. He is joining me live. Vikas, परिवार को कब पता चला कि कुछ गलत हुआ है, ये केस ऑफ हार्ट अटैक नहीं है?
का शक हमें उसी दिन हो गया था जब सुधीर सांगवान के साथ सोनाली फोगाट गए थे, क्योंकि एक सोची समझी चाल के तहत सुधीर सांगवान सोनाली फोगाट को गोवा लेके गया था।
सुखविंदर का क्या रोल है?
मैडम, सुखविंदर का रोल तो अब सामने आने से उसने बता दिया है कि मेरे साथ सुखविंदर था। हमें तो ये पता था कि ये सुधीर पीए ही यहाँ से गया है अकेला, सुखविंदर यहाँ से नहीं गया था, यहाँ से सिर्फ सुधीर सांगवान गया था।
गोवा पुलिस ने उन लोग दोनों को अरेस्ट कर लिया है और गोपाल कांडा का भी नाम आ रहा है। उनका क्या रिश्ता था सोनाली फोगाट के साथ? वो उनका क्या है रोल इसमें?
गोपाल कांडा से सोनाली फोगाट का कोई रिश्ता नहीं था। और जो सुखविंदर है, इसका बताया जा रहा है कि कुछ रिश्ता होगा उनसे, गोपाल कांडा से।
ये कहा जा रहा है और गोवा की पुलिस ये कह रही है कि उनके ड्रिंक में कुछ मिलाया गया था, शायद इसी की वजह से उनकी हालत ऐसी हुई, और उसके बाद ब्लंट ऑब्जेक्ट्स भी हैं, तो शायद मौत से पहले उन पे अटैक भी किया गया है। क्या परिवार अभी भी सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन की मांग करेगी? क्या आपको लगता है कि ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन सही तरह से जा रहा है?
मैडम, ये सच्चाई पता चल गई है हमें, क्योंकि वहां के प्रशासन ने साफ तौर पर खुलासा कर दिया है कि इसके सुधीर सांगवान ने अपने कबूल कर लिया है, सुधीर सांगवान ने, कि हम इसको मतलब कुछ ना कुछ नशीली पदार्थ पिलाया करते थे।
क्यों पिलाया करते थे?
मैडम, ये कोई मतलब कुछ भी हो सकता है, प्रॉपर्टी का इशू भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि इसको पता था कि सोनाली मैडम ये अकेले रहते हैं, और इन्हें परिवार वालों से सोनाली मैडम को बिल्कुल अलग कर दिया था सुधीर पीए ने, इसलिए प्रॉपर्टी हड़पने का भी इशू हो सकता है इसके अंदर।
क्या परिवार में किसी से उनकी बात नहीं होती थी?
मैडम, हम बात करते थे तो फोन सुधीर सांगवान पीए उठाता था। मुझे शक है कि उसने फोनों को भी हैक किया हुआ था। हम मैसेज करते थे तो मैसेज भी वो सोनाली फोगाट जी को नहीं दिखाता था।
तो कैसे आपको लगा कि सुधीर सांगवान जिम्मेदार है?
मैडम, हम तो शुरू से कह रहे हैं सुधीर सांगवान जिम्मेदार है, क्योंकि इसने सोची समझी चाल के तहत गोवा ले जाया गया और कहा कि वहां पे शूटिंग है। वहां कोई शूटिंग नहीं थी, ये एक प्लेनेट मर्डर है बिल्कुल, और जो सुधीर सांगवान ने ही किया है।
अब सोनाली फोगाट के परिवार में कौन कौन है?
उनके परिवार में सभी हैं, देवर है, सास है, भतीजे हैं, सिस्टर है, सब है मैम। एक बेटी है उनकी 15 साल की।
All right, Vikas, thank you so much for joining us. Let me bring in my guests. Dr. Tanuj Kanchan is Additional Professor, Department of Forensic Medicine. We have Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, and Vipin Babbi, senior journalist. I'm going to begin with you, Vikram Singh. Did the Goa police make some omissions? How did they conclude that it was a case of heart attack when there were marks on the body, blunt force injuries?
A very pertinent question, Maria. I would say that in any such case, the ante-mortem injury is a very telltale sign, and it is indicative of the fact that it is an unnatural death, certainly not a heart attack. And that too not from one injury, but several multiple injuries from a sharp-edged pointed weapon, and having the presence of ante-mortem injuries is an indication that it is certainly cannot be a death due to heart attack. And then the post-mortem report also indicated a very cliche-ridden remark: cause of death could not be ascertained, viscera preserved. Probably it was heart attack. And then I believe the resourceful assassins got this rumor spread that it was due to heart attack, and you had many channels covering the heart attack story. But the fact of the matter is that the CCTV footages were there for any skillful investigator to see the purpose of the visit and also the antecedents of Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder. It was certainly, everything was not natural, everything was not falling into place, and therefore any skill. But now, at least better late than never, Omveer Singh Vishnoi, the IG, has been proactive and has reopened the case, incorporated section 302, section 34, common intention of the IPC, and reopened the cases under the provision of 174 Criminal Procedure Code. And I feel he's on the right track. But my advice would be that the deceased husband also had an unnatural death in 2016. That also needs to be reopened. And if there are common denominators, the dots have to be added.
Okay. And Vipin Babbi, why did it take the family to highlight the glaring mistakes in the investigation? I mean, did the Goa police, in concluding that this is a case of cardiac arrest, did they actually not investigate the case till the time the family said that this is a case of unnatural death, that there is much more than what meets the eye?
Maria, yes, certainly. Goa Police Act has been, it's a shame. The kind of evidence that was there, one could see that there could be blunt injuries. Her body had turned blue. So there were several indicators, and yet they played on with that, theory that she had died of a heart attack. So it was great negligence on the part of Goa police. They took so much time and they did not, get to the clues earlier. So this is something very, very, very serious what Goa police has done. It's a clear case of negligence. But at the same time, I must say that Sonali had a very fascinating, although short life. And there are so many mysteries related to that. She started off as a Doordarshan presenter and went on to become a TikTok star and went to the Big Boss and all that. And she really rose from very levels which were very elementary. But so many things about her life are still under shroud of mystery. For instance, she tweeted a couple of weeks ago that Sherni Khunkar ho gayi hai. So what does that mean? It means something was brewing up. And family coming up now saying that they have suspicion on the PA and all that. Evidently, a lot of things had been brewing up, and the family is also not coming out very clearly. If they thought that there was something suspicious about the PA, why didn't they raise the red flag earlier? And also Sonali going to Goa and that hotel being booked only for 2 days, while the so-called shooting was on the 3rd or 4th days. I think there are all very mysterious things that are building up here, and it needs a thorough
that
and
footage that
independent
we are running on
investigation.
our screens right now of her dancing just before her death, then her drink is spiked. What is the motive behind this murder? And and are there some political connections as well? Dr. Tanuj, come in on this, and purely on the basis of the post-mortem report and how the initial theory, the police concluded that it was a case of heart attack, and only when the family of the deceased spoke about it that they started looking into the larger conspiracy.
Yeah, namaskar everybody. Actually, based on the facts which I know about the findings in the PM report, post-mortem report, once, as has rightly been pointed out, once there are some injuries present on the body, then there has to be some suspicion about the death. But as I see what has been out in the media about the cause of death mentioned by the doctor who has conducted autopsy, I think he has preserved all the viscera for analysis. If there is any drug or substance or something added to the drink, that will come out in this thing. Plus, he has mentioned about keeping pathology samples, histopathology of various tissues. So if there is a component of cardiac component behind death, that also would come out. Now, the important here is that in his report, what as per my information goes, he has mentioned about keeping the opinion pending viscera and pathology reports. So this is indicative that grossly on PM examination, he was not able to find out exact cause of death. So I don't know how exactly this cardiac death thing prompted in the media and everywhere. And also he mentions about multiple blunt force injuries or multiple injuries on the body. So I'm not very sure why this thing of cardiac death in this particular case cropped up from where it came out, because as per the autopsy surgeon's report or doctor's report, he is still not clear about the cause of death. And I think he also mentions about the police's role in commenting on the circumstances or manner of death. So
yes, and
that is what I have to say
because
on this.
the police came to the conclusion much before the entire investigation, and that's the reason why the questions are being asked to the Goa police. Were they protecting someone really powerful? Thank you so much for joining us, Vikram Singh, Vipin Pabbi and Dr. Tanuj Kanchan. We are slipping at a short break. After that, there's some good news. In fact, the FIFA has lifted ban on All India Football Federation. I'll get you details when I return. So stay with us.
Bizarre retribution.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As a large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow, causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between two parties. After the video went viral, police has now started investigating the matter.
The Goa police has registered a murder case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August. 3 terrorists were killed as security forces foiled an infiltration bid along the line of control in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth foliage and rainfall and low clouds to infiltrate. 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 Chinese M16 rifle and other ammunition has been recovered. The Indian Army is hiring via the JEE Main 2022 exam. Now here are the details. Let's take you through the details of these online applications from male candidate recruitment under 10+2. The technical entry scheme candidates can submit applications till the 21st of September. Hiring to be conducted to fill the total of about 90 vacant positions. Candidates must have appeared in the JEE main examination. Now, Taiwan has unveiled its plan for record boost in defense spending.
After China staged unprecedented military exercises near Taiwan, the island is getting battle-ready. Taiwan has announced a 14% increase in defense spending for new fighting jets and other military equipment. This is a sharp increase in defense spending for the country, considering it has only been 4 to 5% in recent years. The tipping point has been China's muscle flexing. Ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented visit to the island last month, China's People's Liberation Army rolled out a series of military exercises surrounding the island. From launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan to sending Chinese warships to the Taiwan Strait and PLA warplanes breaching the median line. China wants Taiwan reunified with the mainland and has accused the US of trying to overturn decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much.
And news is coming in that FIFA has lifted ban of All India Football Federation. And as per this, the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup scheduled to take place in October will be held in India as per plan. Shivani Gupta is joining me on the phone line. This certainly is a huge relief for all the players. Shivani, what made FIFA lift this ban?
Yes, this is certainly good news, and this was expected because all the demands that FIFA had, the objections that they had raised, were actually cleared in the last hearing of this matter in the Supreme Court. As we had also reported exclusively, FIFA had 3 demands which they communicated to the Sports Ministry. First is that the COA term has to end. The Committee of Administrators have to go. And the Supreme Court dissolved that committee in their last hearing. Secondly, the AIFF daily affairs have to be managed by an interim Secretary General, which the Supreme Court gave a nod to last time. And also that the elections must be deferred till about August 28th so that the voters list can be sorted out. The FIFA also had raised an objection that there cannot be independent members in the Electoral College, as the COA was wanting to do as per its constitution that it wanted to bring in for the AIFF. And that is not agreeable to FIFA, and that is not agreeable to most international sports bodies. So the Supreme Court also agreed to that there will be state associations and union territory associations, and they will be the members, but they will not be independent voters as the COA wanted. So since most of their objections, in fact, all of their objections and all of their concerns were met, on third-party interference, quote-unquote, FIFA has obviously taken this welcome decision, and this is massive relief because the most immediate concern was that the Under-17 Women's World Cup should be held in India.
Shivani Gupta, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. With that, it's a wrap from me. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Thanks so much.
The Indian Army is hiring via the JEE Main 2022 exam. Now here are the details. Let's take you through the details of these online applications from male candidate recruitment under 10+2. The technical entry scheme candidates can submit applications till the 21st of September. Hiring to be conducted to fill the total of about 90 vacant positions. Candidates must have appeared in the JEE main examination. Now, Taiwan has unveiled its plan for record boost in defense spending.
After China staged unprecedented military exercises near Taiwan, the island is getting battle ready. Taiwan has announced a 14% increase in defense spending for new fighting jets and other military equipment. This is a sharp increase in defense spending for the country, considering it has only been 4 to 5% in recent years. The tipping point has been China's muscle flexing. Ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented visit to the island last month, China's People's Liberation Army rolled out a series of military exercises surrounding the island. From launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan to sending Chinese warships to the Taiwan Strait and PLA warplanes breaching the median line. China wants Taiwan reunified with the mainland and has accused the US of trying to overturn decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in the PLA air show. And a video of British Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak performing Gau Puja in London is going viral. The 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshata Murthy, and together they performed the Aarti of the cow. Sunak, who has declared himself to be a proud Hindu, had recently gone to a temple to celebrate Janmashtami. Three-time champion Novak Djokovic will not play in the upcoming US Open, which begins on Monday. Now, Djokovic is ineligible to travel to the US due to COVID protocols, which require him to be vaccinated. This is the second Grand Slam that he will miss for not being vaccinated. He was deported before the Australian Open earlier this year. In bizarre retribution.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As a large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow, causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between two parties. After the video went viral, police has now started.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Big breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin, where FIFA has lifted the suspension on the All India Football Federation. As per this, the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup, scheduled to take place in October, will be held in India as planned. That's the big piece of news coming in. I'm joined by my colleague Shivani Gupta on the phone line. Shivani, this statement coming in from FIFA as well, saying that FIFA and the AFC will continue to monitor the situation and will support the AIFF in organizing its elections in a timely manner. So that onus on the AIFF to ensure that these elections take place properly, so that this is not repeated once again, because it was a huge blow to India's image globally when that suspension order was given by FIFA.
Yes, that's right. If you would remember last time when this matter came up for hearing in the Supreme Court, all the objections and the demands that FIFA had set forth via the Sports Ministry were raised, and the Supreme Court, looking at the pressing nature of this matter, had actually accepted all of those demands. Those included that the Committee of Administrators' term has to end, and that committee was dissolved by the Supreme Court. It extended the date for the AIFF election for 1 week. From what we had also learned, FIFA wanted that the elections should be postponed till at least August 28 so that the voters list, etc., can be sorted out. They had objected that independent members cannot be part of the electoral college, and therefore that was also agreed upon, that voting list will only include representatives, one each from 36 associations. Supreme Court has also obviously authorized returning officers who will be authorized by the court to hold the elections. They will monitor the elections. The third big demand of of FIFA was that the AIFF day-to-day affairs have to be managed by an acting secretary general till a new body is selected, and that also was cleared by the Supreme Court. So then primary demands were met. Now all eyes will be, of course, on those elections, and it will be incumbent on AIFF and others to ensure that those elections go on smoothly. Given this experience, given that the Under-17 World Cup is just around the corner, and we wouldn't want the ignominy of facing the ire of FIFA once again, I don't sense that there will be any problems. We should have the elections go on smoothly, especially with the court observers also monitoring the situation, FIFA and AFC monitors also monitoring the situation, and therefore I hope the situation will resolve once the elections are
Also,
held.
we're getting that reaction from Anurag Thakur also. He said, delighted to share that the Bureau of FIFA Council decided today to lift the suspension of the AIFF with immediate effect. The FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup 2022, scheduled to take place on the 11th to the 30th of October, will be held in India as planned. A victory for all football fans. That reaction coming in from Anurag Thakur. Shivani, decode the significance of that tournament being held in India and what it means for India on the global stage when it comes to the sport of football.
Well, this is an Under-17 Women's World Cup. India has not hosted many such big events when it comes to the sport of football. It is a matter of great pride. It is obviously a showcase event for India and has been projected as one ever since India won the rights. The fact that FIFA awarded it to India also shows the faith that the international body has in wanting India, to be able to attract more football talent and, of course, grow football in the country. But it isn't just about the Under-17 Women's World Cup. Of course, the larger issue was that any kind of participation by Indian players, Indian clubs, was barred when AIFF was suspended. So while the immediate relief is that the FIFA World Cup can go on in India, there is obviously ultimately a larger relief for all players concerned, for all officials, for all clubs, for all teams. You would remember, Ayushman, there was one team that had gone overseas for one of the club competitions and was stranded because even as they landed in the foreign country, the FIFA ban was announced. Obviously, the sports ministry had to intervene in that case and request that they be allowed to play because they had already landed. So overall, this just clears the way. This ban shouldn't have happened in the first place. We knew that FIFA had certain objections to what the COA was recommending, and it was great that the Supreme Court finally, cleared the way for the ban to be reversed.
Right. Thank you, Shivani, for joining us on the broadcast and decoding the significance of this suspension being lifted by FIFA, and the Women's Under-17 World Cup is going to be held as scheduled in October in India. A huge win for the country after that massive embarrassment when FIFA suspended the AIFF. But shifting focus to the tussle that is taking place inside the Congress, there seems to be no end to the exodus of top Congress leaders. Now, these are the faces of the Congress that have jumped ship over the years. A galaxy of leaders from veterans to young guns who have served and now ditched the Gandhis as the Congress ship continues to implode. The newest entrant to this club of former Congress leaders is Ghulam Nabi Azad, the party veteran who has served the Congress for over 40 years. And he has delivered a massive blow to the Gandhis resigning from all party positions. Now, Azad wrote a scathing letter to Sonia Gandhi raining fire on former Congress President Rahul Gandhi, essentially blaming him for the party's demise. He said, and I quote, "After Rahul Gandhi's entry into the party, our consultative mechanism was demolished. All senior and experienced leaders were sidelined, and a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants ran the party." Now, as the Congress is set to pick its next party president, Azad has called Rahul Gandhi childish, immature and non-serious. This has already created a storm in the Congress unit in Jammu and Kashmir, with 5 top leaders resigning in solidarity with Ghulam Nabi Azad. This also comes as preparations are underway for assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir that are likely to take place next year. All indications suggest that Ghulam Nabi Azad will float his own party and contest the state assembly elections. However, the Gandhi camp has hit back at Ghulam Nabi Azad. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh did not mince his words, where he said, and I quote, "A man who has been treated by the greatest respect by the Congress leadership has betrayed it by his vicious personal attacks, which reveals his true character. Azad's DNA has been modified." That's the pitch coming in from Ghulam Nabi Azad.
It's perhaps the final nail in Congress's coffin. Ghulam Nabi Azad, the man who worked with Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, has resigned from all posts in the party. In a 5-page resignation letter to interim President Sonia Gandhi, Ghulam Nabi Azad all but attributed Rahul Gandhi as the reason for his exit, calling him childish, immature, non-serious. Azad said that Rahul Gandhi destroyed the party's consultative mechanism. He sidelined all senior and experienced leaders in the party and replaced them with a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants. Azad claimed that all important decisions are being taken by Rahul Gandhi or his guards or his PAs, while proxies are being propped up to take over the party's leadership. He also pointed out specific instances of Rahul Gandhi's erratic behavior, like how the tearing up of a UPA ordinance in 2013 was childish and immature, or that he resigned in a huff after Congress badly lost the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And Azad attributed Congress conceding political space to the BJP because the party had foisted a non-serious person at the helm for the last 8 years.
I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad Saab's letter is the complete and correct diagnosis of the problems ailing the International Congress as an organization and as a political party.
I only hope that the powers that be within the party will correct the aberrations and restore the Congress party to what is expected of it.
But minutes after Azad's open criticism, the so-called coterie hit back.
प्रदेश कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष, चीफ मिनिस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर का सब कुछ मिला हो, उनसे कोई देश में उम्मीद नहीं करता था कि आजाद साहब इस प्रकार का पत्र लिख देंगे।
ये सब बहानेबाजी बंद करिए गुलाम नबी जी। सीधी सी एक बात है कि उन लोगों के साथ आपके संबंध जुट गए हैं जिन्होंने कश्मीर की धारा 370 समाप्त की।
Azad was a leading member of the G23, or the group of 23 dissenters who wrote to Sonia Gandhi in 2020 calling for a complete overhaul of the organization and a full-time leadership. He said that after the letter, the group was attacked, vilified and humiliated. Months before Azad's resignation, another prominent face of the G23, Kapil Sibal, had quit. And now all eyes are on whether another member, Anand Sharma, will follow suit.
इसीलिए हमने सामूहिक सोच और सामूहिक निर्णय की हमेशा बात रखी। उसको तोड़ दिया गया, उसका सम्मान नहीं हुआ।
Azad is only the latest in a long line of high-profile exits from the Congress party, all citing inaccessibility and indecision of the top leadership. The resignations aside, the party has lost 2 Lok Sabha elections quite badly and won only 9 out of 50 assembly elections ever since 2014. Currently, it's only in power in 2 states. So is the Congress at a point of no return?
So the pitch coming in from the Gandhi camp is that Ghulam Nabi Azad has been modified, and this is also coming right ahead as preparations are underway for the JN&K assembly elections, which are likely to take place next year. So to answer all the political dynamics that are taking place in Jammu and Kashmir, I'm joined by former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Nirmal Singh, on the broadcast. Dr. Singh, thank you for joining us on CNN News 18. मेरा पहला सवाल ये है कि आपको क्या लगता है गुलाम नबी आज़ाद का ये जो मूव है जब उन्होंने रिजाइन कर दिया है कांग्रेस से, क्या ये उनकी पॉलिटिकल सर्वाइवल के लिए एक मूव था?
देखिए, हमारे लिए एक बहुत हैरानगी की बात थी कि कुछ ऐसे लोग जिनमें अभी कुछ हद तक इंसानियत कहा जाए, सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट कहा जाए, वो बची हुई थी, अभी तक वो कांग्रेस में क्यों थे? ठीक है, G23 बना और कुछ लोगों ने कोशिश की कि कांग्रेस में इस प्रकार का सुधार हो, लेकिन उन्होंने जो है उनकी कोई सुनी नहीं गई और अल्टीमेटली वो कांग्रेस से बाहर आने लगे हैं। तो ये एक नेचुरल था, क्योंकि वो कांग्रेस जो कभी क्लेम करती थी कि महात्मा गांधी उनके नेता थे, सरदार पटेल, जवाहरलाल नेहरू और ये लोग थे, लाल बहादुर शास्त्री थे, वो कांग्रेस का एक परिवार में भी एक ऐसे व्यक्ति के जो है उसका नेतृत्व में, जिसको जैसे आज बिल्कुल सही कहा कि चाइल्डिश कहा, इनकैपेबल कहा, जिसने 2 इलेक्शन जो हैं बुरी तरह उनकी जो है कांग्रेस की फजीयत हुई, उसके बावजूद भी क्यों, क्योंकि सोनिया गांधी का बेटा है और गांधी परिवार से उसको ढोना है। लेकिन जो है अभी ये जो क्रैक आना शुरू हुए हैं और सीनियर लोग बाहर आ रहे हैं, ये तो होना ही था। और मैं कहूंगा कि ये लोकतंत्र के लिए भी एक अच्छी बात है कि अपोजिशन स्ट्रांग होना चाहिए। अपोजिशन अगर कंस्ट्रक्टिव अपोजिशन हो तो उसका फायदा होता है, देश को फायदा होता है, लोकतंत्र को फायदा होता है। लेकिन इनका एक ही काम है कि मोदी जी का विरोध करना, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विरोध करना। और जम्मू कश्मीर में हमने देखा इनको कि 370 और जाने के बाद 35 जाने के बाद, और वो संविधान जो कांग्रेस के वक्त में बना और क्लेम भी कर डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद जो जिसके अध्यक्ष थे और डॉक्टर अंबेडकर ने बनाया था, ऐसे संविधान को जब लागू करते हुए और जो टेम्पररी 370 धारा थी उसको तोड़ा भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अब पार्लियामेंट के द्वारा नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के नेतृत्व में, तो किस प्रकार का इन्होंने स्टांस ले लिया। मणिशंकर अय्यर पाकिस्तान में जाके वहां पर जो है उनसे कनाइव करते हैं कि किस तरीके से हम जो है मोदी को हटाना कैसे है। और ये जो है कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ चाइना के साथ एमओयू साइन करते हैं राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी। तो ऐसी कांग्रेस, मैं कहता हूं परिवार में भी वो एक व्यक्ति तक पहुंच गई थी उस स्तर के ऊपर। तो ये एक अच्छा मूव है। और जो मोदी जी का जो एक कहना था कि कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत, और मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की तरफ हम बढ़ रहे हैं और ये भारत के लोकतंत्र के लिए एक बहुत ही शुभ संकेत है।
डॉक्टर सिंह, अभी ये इंफॉर्मेशन आई कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ने अपने दरवाजे खोल दिए हैं गुलाम नबी आज़ाद के लिए। अब ज़्यादा लोग ये नहीं जानते हैं कि गुलाम नबी आज़ाद डोडा रीजन से आते हैं जो जम्मू रीजन से है, और जम्मू रीजन में बीजेपी का सबसे बड़ा इन्फ्लुएंस है। उसको देखते हुए नाउ दैट द इलेक्शंस आर आल्सो राइट अराउंड द कॉर्नर, सोर्सेज ये कहते हैं कि लाइकली नेक्स्ट ईयर JNK में इलेक्शंस होंगे। क्या बीजेपी के दरवाजे गुलाम नबी आज़ाद के लिए खुले हैं?
देखिए, इट्स अप टू गुलाम नबी आज़ाद और द सेंट्रल लीडरशिप, आवर नेशनल लीडरशिप टू डिसाइड। But I don't think that Ghulam Nabi Azad will join a national conference or they will ally with national conference. As we have seen that 2 days back, there is the Congress leadership, the newly appointed president of the Congress and other leaders. They were sitting with the Gupkar people, and they were just creating non-issue with regard to this registration of new votes. And yes, misleading these people of Jammu and Kashmir, be fooling them. So Ghulam Nabi Azad, I think he has got some, you can say, respect, and he has some, you can say, sense. He won't join national conference because national conference is doing everything to defame the nation.
Ji. And
Dr. Farooq Abdullah is the same man who once said that we will bring back there's 370 with the help of China. So these are the people who were playing with the sentiments of the nation, who are working against the nation. So I don't think that after taking this a great decision, this Ghulam Nabi Azad will again join the same, you can say, group which are working against the interests of the Jammu Kashmir and also of the nation.
राइट एंड डॉक्टर सिंह, ऑल इंडिकेशंस आर, ये इंडिकेशन आ रही है कि गुलाम नबी आज़ाद अपनी खुद की पार्टी फ्लोट करके इलेक्शंस कंटेस्ट कर सकते हैं। आपके हिसाब से उस पार्टी का, उस यूनिट अगर वो फ्लोट हुई जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में, उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है?
देखिए, डेफिनेटली कांग्रेस तो जो है वो तो बिल्कुल यहाँ लगभग समाप्त हो गई है। कांग्रेस का कोई वजूद नहीं रहा है। कश्मीर में पहले भी नहीं था, तो कुछ गिने चुने लोग थे, और जो थे जो डोडा वाला एरिया में थे वो भी उन्होंने भी रिजाइन कर दिया है, जो उनके नेता थे
जी।
तो जम्मू कश्मीर में तो कांग्रेस मुक्त जम्मू कश्मीर तो हो गया है। और गुलाम नबी आज़ाद डेफिनेटली उनका अपना एरिया इन्फ्लुएंस है, उसका जरूर वो जो है उनका इलेक्शन लड़ेंगे तो उससे कम से कम कांग्रेस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस PDP को नुकसान होगा
जी।
उनको पर इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा, ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट लगता है
जी। और डॉक्टर साहब, ये भी बीजेपी के बारे में बात करते हैं व्हेन इट कम्स टू द JNK इलेक्शंस। अभी जम्मू एंड कश्मीर की टॉप ब्रास की मीटिंग हुई थी अमित शाह के साथ। अब जम्मू रीजन में बीजेपी का तो डोमिनेंस है ही, पर 3 साल एब्रोगेशन ऑफ आर्टिकल 370 के बाद क्या आपको लगता है बीजेपी इज मेकिंग इनरोड्स इन द कश्मीर वैली एंड होल्डिंग ऑन टू इट्स इन्फ्लुएंस इन जम्मू?
In Jammu Kashmir, the larger picture is that even Kashmir is looking towards BJP, as they have seen everybody. They have seen National Conference, PDP, Congress, and after this abrogation of Article 370, because of the new situation which has emerged, there is peace. There are no stone pelting. The terrorism has come down. Terrorists are being eliminated. Now the people of Kashmir, they are looking for better prospects. As we have seen that this tourist season was bumper. Then Amarnath Yatra went on very smoothly. So this is the situation. Now the youth of Kashmir is also looking towards BJP for its prospects, for its future. So that's the situation on the ground. But definitely BJP, as we are doing hard work in Jammu, we are working there in Kashmir also.
Kashmir as well, yes. And my final question, Dr. Singh, the Nadimarg massacre, that was a shocking incident which took place in 2003, and now the Jammu and Kashmir High Court has reopened the case. Now, हमने हफ्तों से देखा है targeted killings, targeting Kashmiri pandits in the Kashmir Valley. और उसकी वजह से बहुत सारे प्रोटेस्ट आए हैं कश्मीरी पंडित्स की तरफ से अगेंस्ट द JN&K एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. आपको क्या लगता है, बाय मेकिंग दिस सिग्नल टूवर्ड्स द कश्मीरी पंडित्स, क्या बीजेपी ने उनका कॉन्फिडेंस अभी तक होल्ड किया है? क्योंकि बहुत हफ्तों से उनकी तरफ से कॉन्फिडेंस शिफ्ट हो गया था क्योंकि इतनी टारगेटेड किलिंग्स हो रही थी, सिक्योरिटी सिचुएशन खराब थी. अब इस मूव के बाद आपको लगता है कश्मीरी पंडित कम्युनिटी के बीच में ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग है कि अगर हमें हमारा घर कोई वापस दे सकता है वो तो बीजेपी ही है?
बिल्कुल, वो तो कश्मीरी पंडित जो माइग्रेंट्स हैं, डिस्प्लेस्ड हैं, उनको यही विश्वास है कि अगर कोई कर सकता है, उनको इज्जत से, सुरक्षा से वो वापस घर को जाएंगे, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कारण ही वो जा सकते हैं. और जो इस ऑल आउट जो है कहना चाहिए वार है अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म एंड सेपरेटिज्म, और उसका शुरू हुआ 5 अगस्त 2019 के बाद, और एंड इट्स गिविंग रिजल्ट्स आल्सो. बट एज यू हैव सेड दैट कुछ टारगेट किलिंग्स हो रही थी, और जैसे जो ये मैसेकर हुआ, अल्टीमेटली इट्स अ क्वेश्चन ऑफ गिविंग जस्टिस टू दोज हु हैव बीन किल्ड, एंड बिकॉज देयर इज अ रूल ऑफ लॉ, and ultimately the culprits, the criminals, terrorists, they should not be allowed to go free, and it shall be a, you can say, lesson for others who are also trying to go that way. So it's the duty of the government, and government is performing its duty. Ultimately you will see that BJP will see that nobody whosoever great he is or he is holding any position, he shall be taken to task if he has taken law into his hand.
Right.
And as the government has taken action against the Vita Krate's wife and other overground workers, and even those so-called mainstream party people, they are being taken to task if they violate the constitution. Absolutely. If they preach this separatism and support terrorism.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Nirmal Singh, for joining us on the broadcast and giving us your view on a range of issues affecting Jammu and Kashmir, all the way from Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation from the Congress to the Nadimarg massacre case being reopened by the Jammu and Kashmir High Court. Now, getting some more breaking news, one person has been killed in South Delhi's Delhi area today, while another has been injured. While the police are probing the case, the intent of the shooting is still not clear, but the police suspect that this was likely a gang war in which one person has been killed and one has been hurt. I'm joined by my colleague Shankar Anand on the phone line. Shankar, और क्या details हैं आपके पास?
देखिए, ये जो मामला है साउथ दिल्ली के नेपरा थाना इलाके का मामला है, और इस इलाके में एक गैंगवार होने की जो एक संभावना जताई जा रही है. जिस तरह से यहाँ पर एक कार सवार 3 लोगों पर फायरिंग की गई है, और फायरिंग करने के बाद जिसमें कि 2 लोगों की काफी नजदीक से गोली मारी गई. जिसमें कि इस मामले पर एक शख्स की मौत हो गई है और जो मृतक शख्स है उसका नाम कपिल बताया जा रहा है। हालांकि इस मामले पे दिल्ली के डीसीपी उन्होंने बताया है कि कपिल जो है वो उस इलाके का बैड कैरेक्टर यानी बीसी है, जिस पे पहले से कई मामले दर्ज हैं। तो इस मामले की गंभीरता को देखते हुए नेवसराय थाना इलाके में काफी चेकिंग वो बढ़ा दी गई है और जिस तरह से गैंगवार होने की जो बात आ रही है, तो यहाँ पर एक अंदाजा लगाया जा रहा है कि कपिल को उसके दूसरे गुट वाले की टीम ने उस पर फायरिंग की है और 2 बाइक सवार जो आरोपी है वो इस मामले को अंजाम देकर वहां से फरार हो गया है। लिहाजा इस मामले की गंभीरता को देखते हुए साउथ दिल्ली में काफी जो जांच पड़ताल वो बढ़ा दिया गया है और साउथ दिल्ली की जो पुलिस है कई टीम का गठन करके इस मामले पर आगे की तफ्तीश कर रही है कि वो हमलावर कौन था और किस वजह से कपिल की हत्या की गई है। तो एक तरह से कहा जा सकता है कि साउथ दिल्ली में देर रात में एक गैंगवार को अंजाम दिया गया है और इस गैंगवार में एक कहा जा सकता है कि मदनगीर और जो खानपुर का जो इलाका है, इसी इलाके के रहने वाले दूसरे बदमाश गुट ने इस गैंगवार को अंजाम दिया गया है।
जी, thank you Shankar Anand for joining us on the broadcast and getting us that piece of breaking news. We take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
The same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in the PLA air show. And a video of British Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak performing Gau Puja in London is going viral. The 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshita Murthy, and together they performed the Aarti of the cow. Sunak, who has declared himself to be a proud Hindu, had recently gone to a temple to celebrate Janmashtami. 3-time champion Novak Djokovic will not play in the upcoming US Open, which begins on Monday. Now, Djokovic is ineligible to travel to the US due to COVID protocols which require him to be vaccinated. This is the second Grand Slam that he will miss for not being vaccinated. He was deported before the Australian Open earlier this year. In bizarre retribution.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As the large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow, causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between two parties. After the video went viral, police has now started investigating the matter.
The Goa police has registered a murder case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August. 3 terrorists were killed as security forces foiled an infiltration bid along the line of control in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth foliage and rainfall and low clouds to infiltrate. 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 Chinese M16 rifle and other ammunition.
And welcome back. Supertech's illegal twin towers will cease to exist this weekend. The buildings in Noida will be demolished on Sunday at 2:30 p.m. This is a Network 18 special report. I'll leave you with that. Good night and have a nice weekend.
In just 9 seconds, this building, the Noida Twin Towers, will be demolished. A long legal case leads to the fall of the Twin Towers. But there's an issue. Two societies, Supertech Emerald Court and ATS Village, are built close, one just 9 meters away. What safety measures will be adopted? Who will demolish these towers and how? We will answer all these questions in this video. With over 30 floors and close proximity to other residences, this is no ordinary demolition. Experts who've been flown in from South Africa, will use what's called waterfall implosion. More than 3,500 kgs of explosives will be placed inside pillars, and over 9,500 holes have been made for this. As the name suggests, waterfall implosion means upon explosion, the towers will simultaneously fall inwards and not cause the debris to fall outside of the premises. The explosion used is also unique. It's a mix of dynamite, plastic explosives and emulsions put together. It will bring down the towers in just 9 seconds. So is the hope of demolition company Edifice Engineering, who in collaboration with Jet Demolition, a South Africa-based award-winning demolition expert, have been given this task. For safety of the nearby buildings, the twin towers have been covered with layers of wire mesh and a sturdy fabric called geotextile to prevent damage from flying debris. And debris is not the only issue. A cloud of dust higher than the size of the building will also arise. Not just that, to cover the financial risks, the demolition company has pledged an insurance of 100 crore rupees. That would complete phase 1 of the demolition. And if all goes well, phase 2 will kick in. Clearing the debris, an estimated 36,000 cubic meters of concrete waste and 3,500 tons of steel waste will be generated. Cleaning this may take up to 3 months. Things have to work for this one-of-a-kind demolition to take place. What finally unfolds? Watch this space as we bring you second-by-second coverage of the demolition.
Two tractors rolled in to demolish this house. As the large crowd looked on, the first tractor tore into the house. The house started to crumble bit by bit, and soon the roof caved in. Then the second tractor dealt the final blow, causing the house to collapse altogether. This tractor action was retribution for a land dispute between two parties. After the video went viral, police has now started investigating the matter.
The Goa police has registered a murder case over the death of Haryana BJP leader Sonali Phogat. This after the post-mortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt force injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August. 3 terrorists were killed as security forces foiled an infiltration bid along the line of control in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth foliage and rainfall and low clouds to infiltrate. 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 Chinese M16 rifle and other ammunition has been recovered. The Indian Army is hiring via the JEE Main 2022 exam. Now here are the details. Let's take you through the details of these online applications from male candidate recruitment under 10+2. The technical entry scheme candidates can submit applications till the 21st of September. Hiring to be conducted to fill the total of about 90 vacant positions. Candidates must have appeared in the JEE main examination. Good evening, hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Anusha Soni. The oldest political party of the country, the Indian National Congress, is facing an existential crisis. The party faces an exodus of veterans and top leaders who have been with the party for decades and some for generations. The latest one is Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad and his scathing letter. Well, if you sieve through, if you look at through all these resignations, there's one pattern that clearly emerges. There's one scathing criticism that stands out. A coterie which seems to be running the Congress party while senior leaders have been sidelined. From a Ghulam Nabi Azad who said, and I'm quoting, that a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants have started running the affairs of the party, to a young leader like Hardik Patel who said, and I'm quoting again, that leaders more focused on ensuring a chicken sandwich for the leaders who have come from Delhi instead of focusing on issues of people. Is this the beginning of the end of the Congress party? And the reason we ask this question, because this fall or the split for the Congress party has implications for the multi-party democracy at the national level. We discuss and debate these issues tonight on Viewpoint. First up, a special report.
It's perhaps the final nail in Congress's coffin. Ghulam Nabi Azad, the man who worked with Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, has resigned from all posts in the party. In a 5-page resignation letter to interim President Sonia Gandhi, Ghulam Nabi Azad all but attributed Rahul Gandhi as the reason for his exit, calling him childish, immature, non-serious. Azad said that Rahul Gandhi destroyed the party's consultative mechanism. He sidelined all senior and experienced leaders in the party and replaced them with a new coterie of inexperienced sycophants. Azad claimed that all important decisions are being taken by Rahul Gandhi or his guards or his PAs, while proxies are being propped up to take over the party's leadership. He also pointed out specific instances of Rahul Gandhi's erratic behavior, like how the tearing up of a UPA ordinance in 2013 was childish and immature, or that he resigned in a huff after Congress badly lost the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And Azad attributed Congress conceding political space to the BJP because the party had foisted a non-serious person at the helm for the last 8 years.
I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad Sab's letter is the complete and correct diagnosis of the problems ailing the International Congress as an organization and as a political party.
I only hope that the powers that be within the party will correct the aberrations and restore the Congress party to what is expected of it.
But minutes after Azad's open criticism, the so-called coterie hit back.
प्रदेश कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष, चीफ मिनिस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर का सब कुछ मिला हो, उनसे कोई देश में उम्मीद नहीं करता था कि आजाद साहब इस प्रकार का पत्र लिख देंगे।
हम ये उम्मीद करते थे कि गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मिलकर के विपक्ष की आवाज और जनता की आवाज को अपना बल देते।
Azad was a leading member of the G23, or the group of 23 dissenters who wrote to Sonia Gandhi in 2020 calling for a complete overhaul of the organization and a full-time leadership. He said that after the letter, the group was attacked, vilified and humiliated. Months before Azad's resignation, another prominent face of the G23, Kapil Sibal, had quit. And now all eyes are on whether another member, Anand Sharma, will follow suit.
इसीलिए हमने सामूहिक सोच और सामूहिक निर्णय की हमेशा बात रखी। उसको तोड़ दिया गया, उसका सम्मान नहीं हुआ।
Azad is only the latest in a long line of high-profile exits from the Congress party, all citing inaccessibility and indecision of the top leadership. The resignations aside, the party has lost 2 Lok Sabha elections quite badly and won only 9 out of 50 assembly elections ever since 2014. Currently, it's only in power in 2 states. So is the Congress at a point of no return?
Well, let's hear it from one of the veterans, earlier veterans of the Congress party. Joining us on the broadcast is Mr. Sunil Jakar, who served within the Congress party for years and recently quit, joining the Saffron party. So thank you so much for joining us on the show. The implosion within the Congress party doesn't seem to stop. You're one of the leaders who spent, in fact, generations within the Congress. With the exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad, once again a question emerges: why are so many veteran Congress leaders quitting the grand old party?
You asked a very pertinent question, but it seems out of place because पुरानी कहावत है या गाना है कि जाने ना जाने गुरु ना जाने बाग तो सारा जाने है. Only person who doesn't seem to realize within Congress is the Congress High Command. The country, anybody who's even vague with politics do realize what is happening within the Congress, what is the reason of its unraveling of this such a old grand party. And that Ghulam Sahib has written very nicely in his letter. This is a coterie of these sycophants, bootlickers, these cheerleaders who are this party. And I think this has led to, and I think as far as you ask a pertinent question about why has Mr. Azad submitted his resignation today, I think the trigger point or the last straw on the back of was 15th August when a cheerleader hoisted the flag at headquarters in Akbar Road. This person who was picked was a group of the leader of the cheerleaders, ignoring the senior most CWC member in Congress, that is Mr. Ghulam Nabi. If Mrs. Gandhi was not well, which is understood, or maybe she was away even at that time, I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi would have been the rightful person to hoist the flag. I think he was ignored, and Mr. Ambika was asked to raise this flag at Akbar. I think which was the last felt by most of the senior leaders there, but the objections at this move was ignored. Not only that, it was projected as a sign of times to come that the imminent change in leadership is going to take place, as a sign of times to come. This I personally believe that was the last Ghulam Nabi Azad could tolerate.
So, veterans are leaving, and one factor which resonates in all of this resignation is a coterie running the Congress party. If this so-called coterie has survived for years, perhaps it's here to stay.
Precisely, I didn't say that this is the reason why Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has quit. I said this is maybe the last straw. This was the limit beyond which I think he will not accept it. And as you have, this means that this coterie is going to stay. It was a clear that maybe she is being projected as the coming Congress leader. These are the things, and I don't know why nobody quits a long association. Even I was long association with Congress. Our generals have been with Congress. Stood by Congress through thick and thin in days when even the shadow of Mrs. Gandhi had left after the emergency period. So it was not just, it was like there are certain fundamental issues. You cannot compromise on your self-respect. There's still, like in politics, people who value self-respect. There's self-dignity is more than anything that you held. You cannot trample on one's dignity. I don't know what has been the cause, though Mr. Azad has mentioned in his letter that their behavior towards them was not really which was acceptable to him. But I personally, I felt that they are not just humiliating me, they have insulted my association, 50 years long association, by giving me a notice rather than talking to me. They could have called me personally, given a call, or asked me what was the reason why I was gunning for this Mrs. Ambika Sonali. I had valid reasons. Nobody has asked for it. And this is, I think, the similar must have been the case with Mr. Azad.
So, who is this much talked about coterie? Clearly not the veterans.
Not only, I have my self-respect. I will not let anybody, be it whosoever is the example on my self-respect. This is what we stand by, and this is what we will to protect. So, but I have pointed out, my grudge was this and this are in Rajasthan. These people kind of, Mrs. has the ear of Mrs. Gandhi, and Mr. Our in charge from Rajasthan, this Harish Baitu, he has the ear of Rahul Gandhi ji, and they both connived amongst themselves. That was the reason I issued a notice. Just to appease Mrs. Soni, they issued a notice thinking that I will take it lying down. No, sorry, then they are not gauged well.
So my last question to you. There's so much talk about the pending elections within the Congress party for the position of the Congress president. Would you have anything to say on the internal democracy of the Congress party?
Well, I don't know what the charges Mr. Azad has said, which is kind of manipulated. There's a proxy thing going on. The whole election process is rigged. I am not well aware of what is happening at that level. But yes, listening to the workers, having a real representation, because the names which are being quoted, like the person who was picked up to hoist the flag, if this is the sign of times to come, I think then there's no democracy, and then the whole process of election seems to be a sham. If this kind of leaders are going to be hoisted on top of senior leaders, Mr. Kharge, Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, then that I think then it's better that they shut the shop.
injuries on her body. Her personal assistant and his friend have been charged with murder. The 42-year-old died of a suspected heart attack in Goa on the 23rd of August. 3 terrorists were killed as security forces foiled an infiltration bid along the line of control in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The terrorists were hoping to use the cover of thick undergrowth foliage and rainfall and low clouds to infiltrate. 2 AK-47 rifles, 1 Chinese M16 rifle and other ammunition has been recovered. The Indian Army is hiring via the JEE Main 2022 exam. Now here are the details. Let's take you through the details of these online applications from male candidate recruitment under 10+2. The technical entry scheme candidates can submit applications till the 21st of September. Hiring to be conducted to fill the total of about 90 vacant positions. Candidates must have appeared in the JEE main examination. Now, Taiwan has unveiled its plan for record boost in defense spending.
After China staged unprecedented military exercises near Taiwan, the island is getting battle ready. Taiwan has announced a 14% increase in defense spending for new fighting jets and other military equipment. This is a sharp increase in defense spending for the country, considering it has only been 4 to 5% in recent years. The tipping point has been China's muscle flexing. Ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's unprecedented visit to the island last month, China's People's Liberation Army rolled out a series of military exercises surrounding the island. From launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan to sending Chinese warships to the Taiwan Strait and PLA warplanes breaching the median line. China wants Taiwan reunified with the mainland and has accused the US of trying to overturn decades of diplomatic policy on the same.
China can now keep its fighter jets in the air for much longer. Here's how. For the first time, J-20 undertakes air-to-air refueling. Air-to-air refueling done by indigenous Yu-20 tanker. And this tanker can undertake aerial refueling for about 2 aircrafts. This refueling increases the jet's combat radius by about 30 to 35%. The aerial tanker to make a public debut in the PLA air show. And a video of British Prime Minister hopeful Rishi Sunak performing Gau Puja in London is going viral. The 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshita Murthy, and together they performed the Aarti of the cow. Sunak, who has declared himself to be a proud Is this the big implosion? Is this the beginning of the end, like Mr. Jakar was saying? Or perhaps there's still room for the Congress party to control this damage? Taking these questions to the panelists joining us on the broadcast, Mr. R.P. Singh is the spokesperson of the BJP, Dr. Pooja Tripathi, the spokesperson of the Congress party, Varun Singh, who's a political analyst, and Anand Mishra, who is the political editor at the Herald Deccan, is also joining us on the broadcast. Let me come straight to you, Dr. Pooja. Let me quote from the letter which has been written today. The decisions were being taken by Sri Rahul Gandhi or worse, his security guards and PAs. That's the scathing allegation a veteran Congress leader has made in his resignation. What does the Congress party really have to say?
Very unfortunate that someone as senior leader as Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad